I. As in peak. I. As in pick. K. As in kick. L. As in lull. L. Surd L, sometimes written HL, nearly the Welsh. LL. M. As in man. N. As in not. R. Takes place of L in lower dialect. S. As in sin. T. As in top. U. As in rule. U. As in cut. Un. Unasalized. W. As in wit. Y. As in you. A slight aspirate, sometimes. Indicating the omission of a vowel. A number of English words, with cross-references, have been introduced into the glossary, and these, together with corrupted Cherokee forms, are indicated by small capitals. Ada Lanan Sti, a staff or cane. Adon Ta, soul. Ada Wihai, a magician or supernatural being. Ada Wihayu, a very great magician, intensive form of Ada Wihai. Agana, groundhog. Agangsta Ta, groundhog sausage, from Agana, groundhog, and Sistayu, I am pounding it, understood to refer to pounding meat, etc., in a mortar, after having first crisped it before the fire. A war chief noted in the Cherokee War of 1760, and prominent until about the close of the Revolution, known to the whites as Oconostota. Also the Cherokee name for Colonel Gideon Morgan of the War of 1812, for Washington Morgan, his son, of the Civil War, and now for a full blood upon the reservation, known to the whites as Morgan Calhoun. Agon Uni Tsi, groundhog's mother, from Agana and Uni Tsi, their mother, plural of Yutsi, his mother, Etsi, Agitai, my mother. The Cherokee name of a Shawano captive, who, according to tradition, killed the great Actina serpent and procured the Yulunsu Ti. Agala, old woman, a formulistic name for corn or the spirit of corn. Agayan Li, for Agayan Ligay, old, ancient. Agita Ta, Ceeda Ta. Agidu Tu, Cedu Tu. Agile, he is rising, possibly a contraction of an old personal name, Agan, Agile, rising fawn. Major George Lowry, cousin of Sequoyah, and assistant chief of the Cherokee Nation about 1840. Stanley incorrectly makes it, Keithla, or dog, for gill. Aginisi, Cenisi. Agi-si, female, applied usually to quadrupeds. Agus Igua, great female, possibly, great doe. A being, probably an animal god, invoked in the sacred formulas. Ajitsi, Cietsi. Ajitstadii, where they stayed up all night, from Tsijitsin Tihu, I stay up all night. A place in the Great Smoky Range about the head of Noland Creek, in Swain County, North Carolina. See notes 2. Aguaquiri, see Guaquili. Ahalana, ambush, Ahalunan ambush place, or Unihalana, where they ambushed, from Akalu Ga, I am watching. Soko Gap, at the head of Soko Creek, on the line between Swain and Haywood counties, North Carolina, c. The name is also applied to a lookout station for deer hunters. Ahanulahi, he is bearded, from Ahanulahu, a beard. Ahulu Gi, he throws away the drum, habitual, from Ahuli, drum, and Aquade Gu, I am throwing it away, round object. The Cherokee name of John Jolly, a noted chief and adopted father of Samuel Houston, about 1800. Ahiali Ski, a mocker or mimic. Acta, I, plural, dicta. Acta Ti, a telescope or field glass. The name denotes something with which to examine or look into closely, from acta, I. Aquandu Li, a song form for Aquadu Li, who, I want it. Aquank, see Anaquank. Akudi a location on Tecasagee River, in Jackson County, North Carolina. The meaning of the name is lost. C. Alarka, see Yalagi. Alaga, the red horse fish, Moxostoma. Alkini, the last woman known to be of Natchez descent and peculiarity among the East Cherokee, died about 1890. The name has no apparent meaning. Ama, water, in the lower dialect, awa, cf ama, salt. Ame hai, dwelling in the water, from ama, amae, in the water, and ehu, I dwell, I live. Maili gua, great island, from mile, island, from ama, water, and io, in the middle, and igua, great. A former Cherokee settlement on Little Tennessee River, at Big Island, a short distance below the mouth of Tellico, in Monroe County, Tennessee. Timberlake writes it Mialaquo, while Bartram spells it Nilak. Not to be confounded with Long Island town below Chattanooga. Mile Ganahi Ta, Long Island, from Mile, Island, and Ganahi Ta, Long. A former Cherokee settlement, known to the whites as Long Island Town, at the Long Island in Tennessee River, on the Tennessee-Georgia line. It was one of the Chickamauga towns, see Tsakama Gi. Ama Yain Hai, dwellers in the water, plural of Ame Hai. Anada Dun Taski, roasters, i.e., cannibals, from Gun Tasku, I am putting it, round, into the fire to roast. The regular word for cannibals is Yun Weenie Giski, Q.V. C. Anagahun Unsku, the green corn dance, literally, they are having a green corn dance, Anagahun Unskan E, where they are having the green corn dance. The popular name is not a translation of the Cherokee word, which has no reference either to corn or dancing. Anaquank, the Delaware Indians. Singular Aquank, a Cherokee attempt at Wapanaki, Easterners, the Algonquian name by which, in various corrupted forms, the Delawares are commonly known to the western tribes. Anantuya, Si Ani Nun Da Gi. Ain Tsa, or Anets Gi, the ballplay. Anets Unski, a ballplayer, literally, a lover of the ballplay. Ani, a tribal and animate prefix. Ani de Wihai, plural of Ada Wihai. Aniganti Ski, Seed Gant. Ani, Gatage Y, one of the 7 Cherokee clans. The name has now no meaning, but has been absurdly rendered blind savanna, from an incorrect idea that it is derived from Igati, a swamp or savanna, and Daijwy, blind. Ani, Gila Hai, long-haired people, one of the 7 Cherokee clans. Singular, Agila Hai. The word comes from Agila Hai, perhaps connected with Agiljanai, the back of his neck, an archaic term denoting wearing the hair long or flowing loosely, and usually recognized as applying more particularly to a woman. Ani, Gili, a problematic tribe, possibly the Congaree. See page. The name is not connected with Gil, dog. Ani, Gusa, see Ani, Ku Sa. Anigua, soon after, Dine Tlana Anigua, soon after the creation. Ani, Hyun Tikwala Ski, the Thunderers, i.e. Thunder, which in Cherokee belief, is controlled and caused by a family of supernaturals. The word has reference to making a rolling sound, cf Tikwale Lu, a wheel, hence a wagon. Ama, Tikwala Lunii, rolling water place, applied to a cascade where the water falls along the surface of the rock, Ayan Tikwala Stihu, it is thundering, applied to the roar of a railroad train or waterfall. Ani, Kawi, deer people, one of the 7 Cherokee clans, the regular form for deer is Aw. Ani, Kawi Ta, the lower creeks, from Kawi Ta or Coweta, their former principal town on Chattahoochee River near the present Columbus, Georgia. The upper creeks on the head streams of Alabama River were distinguished as Ani, Ku Sa, Q.V. A small creek of Little Tennessee River above Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina, is now known as Coweta Creek. Ani, Kitawagi, Kituwa people, from Kituwa, Q.V., an ancient Cherokee settlement, for explanation see page. Ani, Ku Sa or Ani, Gu Sa, the Creek Indians, particularly the upper creeks on the waters of Alabama River. Singular, Aku Sa, from Cusa or Cusa, Spanish, Coca, Casa, their principal ancient town. Ani, Kuta Ni, also Ani, Quata, Ni, or, incorrectly, Nikatani, a traditional Cherokee priestly society or clan, exterminated in a popular uprising. C. Anina Hiladahi, creatures that fly about, from Sinai Li, I am flying, Sina Alada Hu, I am flying about. The generic term for birds and flying insects. Ani, gnats, abbreviated Aninsi, singular a gnats. The Natchez Indians. From coincidence with gnats, pine, the name has been incorrectly rendered Pine Indians, whereas it is really a Cherokee plural of the proper name of the Natchez. Anin Tsi, see Ani gnats. Ani, Nunda Gi, singular, Nunda Gi. The Iroquois, more particularly the Seneca, from Nundaweo, the name by which the Seneca call themselves. Adair spells it Anantuya. The tribe was also known as Ani Senika. Ani Saha Ni, one of the 7 Cherokee clans. Possibly an archaic form for blue people, from Saka Ni, Saka Nijai, blue. Ani Sa Ni, Ani Sawaha Ni, Si Ani Sawana Gi. Ani Sawana Gi, singular Sawana Gi, the Shawano Indians. Ani Sa Ni and Ani Sawaha Ni, see page, may be the same. Ani Se Nika. Si Ani Nunda Gi. Aniskaya, plural of Askaya, man. Aniskaya Tsunsti, Ga, the little men, the thunder boys in Cherokee mythology. See and. Ani Skaya E, Men Town. A traditional Cherokee settlement on Valley River, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. Anisji Na, plural of Asji Na, Q, V. Ani Scala Li, the Tuscarora Indians, singular, Scala Li or A Scala I. Ani Squia Ni, Spaniards, singular, Asqua Ni. Ani Soa Li, or Ani Soa La, the Swala, Sarah, or Cheraw Indians, formerly about the headwaters of Broad River, North Carolina, the Zwala province of the DeSoto Chronicle, and Jora or Juata of the later Pardo narrative. Ani Tagua, the Catawba Indians, singular, Atagua, or Tagua. Ani Tsa Gui, a traditional Cherokee clan, transformed to bears, c. Swimmer's daughter bears the name Tsuguhi, which is not recognized as distinctively belonging to either sex. Ani Tsa Lagi, the Cherokee. See, tribal synonymy, page. Ani Tsada, the Choctaw Indians, singular, Tsada. Ani Tsiksu, the Chickasaw Indians, singular, Tsiksu. Ani Tsi Squaw, bird people, one of the 7 Cherokee clans. Ani Tsu Tsa, the boys, from Atsu Tsa, boy, the Pleiades. C. Ani Wadi, paint people, one of the 7 Cherokee clans. Ani Wadihai, place of the paint people or clan. Paint Town, a Cherokee settlement on Lower Soco Creek, within the reservation in Jackson and Swain counties, North Carolina. It takes its name from the Ani Wadi or paint clan. Ani Wani Ski, the bugle weed, Lycopus virginicus. Literally, they talk or talkers, from Siwa Nihu, I am talking, Awani Ski, he talks habitually. C. Ani Wasaasai, the Osage Indians, singular, Wasaasai. Ani Waya, wolf people, the most important of the 7 Cherokee clans. Ani Utsi, the Yuchi or Uchi Indians, singular Utsi. Ani Yunwaya, Indians, particularly Cherokee Indians, literally, principal or real people, from Yunwi, person, ya, a suffix implying principal or real, and Ani, the tribal prefix. See pages and. Ani Axe, see Sadai. Aquone, a post office on Nantahala River, in Macon County, North Carolina, site of the former Fort Scott. Probably a corruption of Iguani, River. Arch, John, Catsi. Asa Gwalihu, a pack or burden. Asa Gwll or Asa Gwl, there is a pack on him. CFSA Gwali. Asahai, surely. Ase Nika, singular of Ani, say Nika. Siani, Nunda Gi. Askaya, man. Askaya Gi Gagi, the red man, the lightning spirit. Asji Na, a ghost, either human or animal. From the fact that ghosts are commonly supposed to be malevolent, the name is frequently rendered devil. Asheville, see Kazdui and Untakiasti. ACI, the sweat lodge and occasional winter sleeping apartment of the Cherokee and other southern tribes. It was a low-built structure of logs covered with earth, and from its closeness and the fire usually kept smoldering within was known to the old traders as the hot house. ACU, abbreviated CU, good, the common Cherokee salute. GACU, I am good, ha CU, thou art good, ACU, he, it, is good, astu, very good, intensive. Asqua Ni, a Spaniard. Siani Squa Ni. Astu, very good, Astatsiki, very good, best of all. CFACU. Astagata Ga, a Cherokee lieutenant in the Confederate service, killed in 1862. See page. The name may be rendered, standing in the doorway, but implies that the man himself is the door or shutter. It has no first person, Gata Ga, he is standing. Stut, a door or shutter, Stuhu, a closed door or passage, Stugi Sti, a key, i.e. something with which to open a door. Asantlai, a Suntlan E, a footlog or bridge, literally, log lying across, from ACI ta, log. Atta, wood. Attaya, principal wood, i.e. oak, cf. Muskogee iti, wood. Ataga High, Gall Place, from Atagu, Gall, and High, locative, a mythic lake in the Great Smoky Mountains. C. The name is also applied to that part of the Great Smoky Range centering about Thunderhead Mountain and Myrie Ridge, near the boundary between Swain County, North Carolina, and Blount County, Tennessee. Atagu, Gall. Atta, Glkl, a noted Cherokee chief, recognized by the British government as the head chief or emperor of the nation, about 1760 and later, and commonly known to the whites as the Little Carpenter, Little Corn Planter, by mistake, in Haywood. The name is frequently spelled Atakullakulla, Atakullakulla or Atakulkulla. It may be rendered leaning wood, from atta, wood, and glkl, a verb implying that something long is leaning, without sufficient support, against some other object. It has no first-person form. Bartram describes him as, a man of remarkably small stature, slender and of a delicate frame, the only instance I saw in the nation, but he is a man of superior abilities. Atagua, a Catawba Indian. Siani Lagua. Athai-ta, abbreviated from Athit-e, place where they shouted, from Gatahiu, I shout, and e, locative. Waya Gap, on the ridge west of Franklin, Macon County, North Carolina. C. The map name is probably from the Cherokee Waya, wolf. Atakullakulla, see Atta, Glkl. Atali, mountain, in the lower dialect Atari, whence the Atar, or Upper Cherokee of Adair. The form Atali is used only in composition. A mountain in situ is Atalunyi or Gatu-si. Atali Guli, it climbs the mountain, i.e., mountain climber, the ginseng plant, Ginseng quinquefolium, from Atali, mountain, and Guli, it climbs, habitually, Tsilahi or Tsili, I am climbing. Also called in the sacred formulas, Yun y Usti, little man. C. Atalialu, unfinished, premature, unsuccessful, whence Utaluli, it is not yet time. Atalunti Ski, a chief of the Arkansas Cherokee about 1818, who had originally emigrated from Tennessee. The name, commonly spelled Talantiski, Talantiski, Talatiski, Talotuski, etc., denotes one who throws some living object from a place, as an enemy from a precipice. See for instance. Atari, see Atali. Atasi, or Atasu, in a dialectic form, a war club. Atatsan ski, stinging, literally, he stings, habitually. Atl Nuwa, Tla Nuwa Hole, the Cherokee name of Chattanooga, Tennessee, seats Atana Gi, originally applied to a bluff on the south side of the Tennessee River at the foot of the present Market Street. C. A TSI, the Cherokee name of John Arch, one of the earliest native writers in the Sequoia characters. The word is simply an attempt at the English name Arch. ATSI La, fire, in the lower dialect, ATSIRA. Atsil, Dihai Gi, fire carrier. Apparently the Cherokee name for the will-o'-the-wisp. See page. As is usually the case in Cherokee compounds, the verbal form is plural, it carries fires, the singular form is a high gi. Atsil st, abbreviated sil st, fleabane, Origen canadense, the name signifies material with which to make fire, from atsi la, fire, and gast, gatst or gattelt, material with which to make something. From gassen skew, or gatlin skew, I make it. The plant is also called ihyaga. C. Atsil, plunta tsi, fire panther. A meteor or comet. See notes to. Atsi la wa I, fire. A mountain, sometimes known as Rattlesnake Knob, about 2 miles northeast of Cherokee, Swain County, North Carolina. C. Atsina, cedar, cf. Muskogee, Achina, or Ochino. Atsina, ta-un, hanging cedar place. From Atsina, cedar, and ta, where it, long, hangs down, a Cherokee name for the old Tuskegee town on Little Tennessee River in Monroe County, Tennessee. C. ATSIRA, C. ATSI La. Atsin Sti E, abbreviated Atsin Sti, firelight place, cf. Atsil Sun T, referring to the fire hunting method of killing deer in the river at night. The proper form for Chastity River, near Dahlonega, in Lumpkin County, Georgia. Atakullakulla, C. Ataglkl. Awa, C. Ama. Awa Hilly, eagle, particularly Aquila cressidas, distinguished as the pretty feathered eagle. Aw, deer, also sometimes written and pronounced, ahoy. The name is sometimes applied to the large horned beetle, the flying stag, of early writers. Ahanulahi, goat, literally, bearded deer. Acta, deer eye, the Rudbeckia or black-eyed Susan. Ahayali ski, deer mocker. The deer bleat, a sort of whistle used by hunters to call the doe by imitating the cry of the fawn. Igua, abbreviated Oigua, the elk, literally, great deer. Anaid na, sheep, literally, woolly deer. Usti, little deer. The mythic chief of the deer tribe. C. Ax, Annie, C. Sadai. Ax, John, C. Ataganahi. Iya sta, the spoiler, from Cia stehu, I spoil it, cfyi, bad. A prominent woman and informant on the East Cherokee Reservation. Io, half, middle, in the middle. Erate, ce lady. Iowa Si, the proper form of the name commonly written Hiwassee. It signifies a savanna or meadow and was applied to 2, or more, former Cherokee settlements. The more important, commonly distinguished as Iowa Si Egwa High or Great Hiwassee, was on the north bank of Hiwassee River at the present Savannah Fort above Columbus, in Polk County, Tennessee. The other was farther up the same river, at the junction of Peachtree Creek, above Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. Landman writes at Owasso. Ini, swimmer, literally, he is swimming, from Gaynini, I am swimming. A principal priest and informant of the East Cherokee, died in 1899. Iolsu, C. Deolson E. Beaver Dam, C. Oihila Gi. Big Island, C. Miley Gua. Big Cove, C. Ka Lanen E. Big Mush, C. Gatoon Wow. Big Witch, C. Tskili Gua. Bird Town, C. Tsisquah High. Bloody Fellow, C. Iskagwa. Blythe, C. Disquan. Black Fox, C. Ina Li. Bauduno, Elias, C. Galaji Na. Bowl, the, Bowls, Colonel, C. Daiwal. Brass, C. Unsei. Brasstown, C. Itse. Breath, the, C. Unlai Ta. Briartown, C. Kanu Gla with circumflex E. Buffalo, Creek, C. Yunsa I. Bullhead, C. Usquail Na. Butler, John, C. Tsan Yuga Sita. Cades Cove, C. Tsia Hai. Kanakot, the great conjurer, mentioned as a Lower Cherokee chief in 1684. Possibly Kanegwa Ti, the water moccasin snake. See page. Connolly, C. Hai Gina Lee. Canasagua, C. Gansa Gi. Canastian, Canasti, C. Kana Sta. Kanuga, C. Kanu Ga. Kartugaja, C. Gatu Gitsi. Cataluki, C. Gadalu Tsi. Kachi, a place, apparently in the Cherokee country, visited by Pardo in 1567, see page. The name may possibly have some connection with Nakuchi or Nagats, Q.V. Conaseda, given as the name of a Lower Cherokee chief in 1684. Possibly for Kanunsi Ta, Dogwood, Cornus, Florida. See page. Shalak, C. Tsa Logi under, Tribal Synonymy, page 182. Chattanooga, C. Tsatana Gi. Chattooga, C. Tsata Gi. Chiohi, C. Tsia Hai. Chirake, C. Tsa Logi, under, Tribal Synonymy, page 182. Chiawa, C. Tsia Hai. Chiawa Maximum, C. Saywade E. Cherokee, C. Tsa Logi, under, Tribal Synonymy, page 182. Chera, C. Ani, Suwa Li. Cherokee, C. Tsa Logi, under, Tribal Synonymy, page 182, also Elowa Dai. Chestity, C. Atson Sti E. Chestua, C. Tsistu E. Chukunsin, C. Tsa Ugunsi Ni. Chula, mentioned by Timberlake as the chief of Sedaku, C. Tiku, in 1762. The name may be intended for Tsul, fox. Chickamauga, C. Tsi, Gi. Chilhowie, C. Tsl Wi. Chimney Tops, C. Duni Squall Guy. Chiska, mentioned in the DeSoto narratives as a mining region in the Cherokee country. The name may have a connection with Tsi Squaw, bird, possibly Tsisquah High, bird place. Coastia, C. Tsistu E. Chopped Oak, C. Digala Yatin E. Chokata, C. Itza Ti. Chota, Shot, C. Itza Ti. Sitiko, C. C. Tiku. Clear Sky, C. Iskagwa. Clenis, C. Tlanusi E. Cleveland, C. Tsistetsi E. Coca, C. Ani, Ku Sa. Coco, C. Kuku. Cahuta, C. Gahu Ti. Kalana, Kelowna, C. Ka-Lenu. Conesaga, C. Gansa Gi. Conaros, C. Kawan, Urasuani. Kuiskui, C. Gu Wiskui. Kusa, C. Ani, Ku Sa and Kusa. Kusawati, C. Ku Sawadi E. Karani, C. Ka-Lenu. Kasa, C. Ani, Ku Sa, Kusa. Kawi, C. Kawi E. Kowita, C. Ani, Kawita. Koyati, variously spelled Kawati, Koyati, Koiti, Koitoi, Kayati, a former Cherokee settlement on Little Tennessee River, some 10 miles below the junction of Tellico, about the present Koiti Post Office in Loudoun County, Tennessee. The correct form and etymology are uncertain. Creek Path, C. Kusananahai. Crow Town, C. Kagani. Kudalata, a Cherokee woman noted in the Wananahi manuscript as having distinguished herself by bravery in battle. The proper form may have some connection with Gatun Lati, wild hemp. Kulasiji, C. Kuls Tsie. Kulohi, Kuahi, C. Galahi E. Kutawa, C. Kitawa. Gant, he makes it rain, from Agaska, it is raining, Aga na, it has begun to rain. A small variety of lizard whose cry is said to presage rain. It is also called a Naganti ski, they make it rain, plural form, or rainmaker. C. Daguk, the American white-fronted goose, Anser albifrons gambili. The name may be an onomatope. C. Daguna, the freshwater mussel, also a variety of face pimples. Daguna high, mussel place, from Daguna, mussel, and high, locative. The mussel shoals on Tennessee River, in northwestern Alabama. It was sometimes called also simply Tsusnali, Shoals Place. Cf. Usnali. Daguna-lahi, mussel liver place, from Daguna, mussel, uvala, liver, and high, locative, the Cherokee name for the site of Nashville, Tennessee. No reason can now be given for the name. Dahlonega, a town in Lumpkin County, Georgia, near which the first gold was mined. A mint was established there in 1838. The name is from the Cherokee Dahlonijai, yellow, whence Atla Dahlonijai, yellow money, i.e., gold. Daxawa Ihu, he is shedding tears. Dakwa, a mythic great fish, also the whale. C. Dakwa place, from a tradition of a Dakwa in the river at that point. A former Cherokee settlement, known to the traders as Takwa or Toko, on Little Tennessee River, about the mouth of Toko Creek in Monroe County, Tennessee. C. A similar name and tradition attaches to a spot on the French Broad River, about 6 miles above the Warm Springs, in Buncombe County, North Carolina. C. Dakwa nitla stesti, I shall have them on my legs for garters. From a nitla sti, plural dinitla sti, garter, d dash, initial plural, aqua, first person particle, and esti, future suffix. C. Delixta, vomiter, from dajik stihu, I am vomiting, delixta, he vomits, habitually, the form is plural. The spreading adder, heterodon, also sometimes called quandayahu, a word of uncertain etymology. De ng with circumflex st, for de nw gastaya, sharp war, i.e. eager warrior, a Cherokee woman's name. Danawa -a, sats e, war ford, from Danawa, war, and a sats e, a crossing place or ford. A ford on Chiawa River about 3 miles below Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. Dandaganu, two looking at each other, from Detsiganu, I am looking at him. A former Cherokee settlement, commonly known as Lookout Mountain Town, on Lookout Mountain Creek, near the present Trenton, Dade County, Georgia. One of the Chickamauga towns, CTSI-GI, so called on account of the appearance of the mountains facing each other across the Tennessee River at Chattanooga. The Sajia GI, an old masculine personal name, of doubtful etymology, but commonly rendered by the traders shoe boots, possibly referring to some peculiar style of moccasin or leg gin. A chief known to the whites as shoe boots is mentioned in the Revolutionary records. Chief Lloyd Welch, of the Eastern Band, was known in the tribe as the Sajia GI, and the same name is now used by the East Cherokee as the equivalent of the name Lloyd. The Squitin E, Rafters Place, from Dasquitin I, Rafters, and E, locative. A former settlement on Tisquity Creek, near Hayesville, in Clay County, North Carolina. Dasentali, ant, Dasentalia tatsinski, stinging ant, the large red cow ant, Myrmica. Also called sometimes, on account of its hard body case, Nun Yunawai, stone-clad, after the fabulous monster. C. Dadal Yasta I, where they fell down, a point on Takasagie River, a short distance above Webster, in Jackson County, North Carolina. For tradition C. Datsi, a traditional water monster. C. Datsi E, Datsi Place. A place on Little Tennessee River, near the junction of Eagle Creek, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Datsu Nalasgun E, where there are tracks or footprints, from Ula Sinan E or Yulasgun E, footprint. Track Rock Gap, near Blairsville, Georgia. Also sometimes called the Gaelan Ha, place of branded marks, Digalatanan High, branded, or printed. C. De E, Beaver. Daleson E, place where they cried, a spot on the ridge at the head of Tuckasegee River, in Jackson County, North Carolina, so called from an old tradition. C. De Unius I, Beaver's grandchild, from De E, Beaver, and Unius I, son's child, of either sex, daughter's child, either sex, Bulius I. The water beetle or mellow bug, Dinutes discolor. De Galgi, a cairn, literally, where they are piled up. A series of cairns on the south side of Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. De Gata-Ga, the Cherokee name of General Stan Waddy and of a prominent early Western chief known to the whites as Takatoka. The word is derived from Sita Ga, I am standing, Danit Ga, they are standing together, and conveys the subtle meaning of two persons standing together and so closely united in sympathy as to form but one human body. De Gaelan Ha, see Datsu Nalisgun E. Detsunan Li, an enclosure or piece of level ground cleared for ceremonial purposes, applied more particularly to the green corn dance ground. The word has a plural form, but cannot be certainly analyzed. De Tsata, a Cherokee sprite. C. Detsunula Hungu, I tried, but failed. Didalski E, showering place. In the story, the name is understood to mean the place where it rains fire. It signifies literally, however, the place where it showers, or comes down, and lodges upon something animate, and has no definite reference to fire, atsi la, or rain, agaska, it is raining. Digulsk, they are showering down and lodging upon him. Dida Skasti, where they were afraid of each other. A spot on Little Tennessee River, near the mouth of Alarka Creek, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Digagwani, the mudhen or didapper, Galinula galata. The name is a plural form and implies, lame, or, crippled in the legs, cf Detsi Nigwa na, I am kneeling, probably from the bouncing motion of the bird when in the water. It is also the name of a dance. Diga Kdi, C Gakati E. D Galungun E, where it rises, or comes up, the east. The sacred term is Nunda E, Q, V. Digalan Latian, a height, one of a series, from Galuan Lati, above. C. Digala Yatan E, where it is gashed, with hatchets, from Tsilayu, I am cutting, with a chopping stroke, D, plural prefix, and E, locative. The chopped oak, formerly east of Clarksville, Georgia. C. Digain Ski, he picks them up, habitually, from Tsainu, I am picking it up. A Cherokee Union soldier in the Civil War. See page. DG Gauge I, the plural of GI Gauge I, red. Digu Lanahi Ta, for Digu Lianai Ta, having long ears, long-eared. From Gyul, ear, and Ganahi Ta, long. Dihayandula, sheaths, or scabbards, singular ayandula, a gun sheath, or other scabbard. The probable correct form of a name which appears in revolutionary documents as untuola, or gun rod. Dicta, plural of acta, I. Dila, skunk. Dilsta yat, scissors, the water spider, Dolomides. Dinda squate ski, the violet, the name signifies, they pull each other's heads off. Dine tlana, the creation. Dinsk, the breeder. A variety of smilax briar. C. Diska Gistii, where they gnaw, a place on Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. Disquan, chestnut bread, i.e., a variety of bread having chestnuts mixed with it. The Cherokee name of James Blythe, interpreter and agency clerk. Distai e, they are strong, plural of astai e, strong, or tough. The Tafrosia or devil's shoestring. C. Dista sti, a mill, generic. Dita Stayeski, a barber, literally, one who cuts things, as with a scissors, from xxix, I cut, as with a scissors. The cricket, tala too, is sometimes so called. C. Diwa L. Bull, a prominent chief of the western Cherokee, known to the whites as the Bull, or Colonel Bulls, killed by the Texans in 1839. The chief mentioned on page 100 may have been another of the same name. Dia Hali, or Duya Hali, the alligator lizard, Silopru ungulalis. C. Dia Hali E, lizard place, from Dia Hali, lizard, and E, locative. Joanna Bald, a mountain at the head of Valley River, on the line between Cherokee and Graham counties, North Carolina. For tradition see, also. Doublehead, see Taltsu Ska. Dragging canoe, see Tsiu Gunsi and I. Duduan Lexan E, where its legs were broken off, a place on Tecasagee River, a few miles above Webster, in Jackson County, North Carolina. C. Dujalu E, abbreviated Dujalu, and commonly written Tugalu, or sometimes Tugila or Tugula, a name occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country, the best known being Tugalu River. So called from a former Cherokee settlement of that name situated at the junction of Toccoa Creek with the main stream, in Habersham County, Georgia. The word is of uncertain etymology, but seems to refer to a place at the forks of a stream. Duxa I, Tkusa I, the correct form of the name commonly written Toxaway, applied to a former Cherokee settlement in South Carolina, and the creek upon which it stood, an extreme headstream of Kiowa River having its source in Jackson County, North Carolina. The meaning of the name is lost, although it has been wrongly interpreted to mean, place of shedding tears. C. Delaston E, Potsherd Place. A former Cherokee settlement on Nottely River in Cherokee County, North Carolina. C. Dula Tsi, kernels, a goitrous swelling upon the throat. Dulu Si, a variety of frog found upon the headwaters of Savannah River. C. Diniyadal E, where there are shelves, or flat places, from I8ni, flat, whence to Yatinal I, a shelf, and E, the locative. A gap on the Great Smoky Range, near Clingman's Dome, Swain County, North Carolina. See notes to Dunidulalan E, where they made arrows, a place on Straight Creek, a headstream of Oconaluftee River, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Dunny Squall Eye, the double peak known as the Chimney Tops, in the Great Smoky Mountains about the head of Deep Creek, in Swain County, North Carolina. On the north side is the pass known as Indian Gap. The name signifies a forked antler, from Usqualg, antler, but indicates that the antler is attached in place, as though the deer itself were concealed below. Dustylan E, where it made a noise as of thunder or shooting, apparently referring to a lightning stroke, Detsusteahihu, I make a shooting, or thundering, noise, might be a first-person form used by the personified thunder god. A spot on Hiwassee River, about the junction of Shooting Creek, near Hayesville, in Clay County, North Carolina. A former settlement along the creek bore the same name. C. Deucedew, a species of frog, appearing very early in spring. The name is intended for an onomatope. It is the correct form of the name of the chief noted by McKenney and Hall as Tuantu or spring frog. Dutch, C. Totsie. Doug, the spring lizard. C. Eagle dance, C. Tsujidlowski Sti. Eastanali, C. Ustnali. Echoe, C. Itse. Ikota, C. Itzati. Ida High, he goes about, habitually, a masculine name. Ikota, new, C. Gansa Gi. Ida Ta, my father, upper dialect, the middle and lower dialect form is Ajita Ta. Edu 2, my maternal grandfather, upper dialect, the middle and lower dialect form is Ajidu 2, Cfenisi. Igua, great, Cf Utanu. Egwa Ni, river. Egunult, by the river, from Egwa Ni, river, and New Lottie or Nult, near, beside. The proper form of Oconaluftee, the name of the river flowing through the East Cherokee Reservation in Swain and Jackson counties, North Carolina. The Cherokee town, Oconaluft, mentioned by Bartram as existing about 1775, was probably on the lower course of the river at the present Birdtown, on the reservation, where was formerly a considerable mound. Ella, earth, ground. E lady, low, below. In the lower dialect Irati, whence the airate or lower Cherokee of Adair as distinguished from the Atar, Atari, Atali, or Upper Cherokee. Elanti, a song form for E lady, q, v. Elats e, abbreviated elats, possibly, green, verdant, earth, from Ella, earth, and itse, green, from fresh springing vegetation. The name of several former Cherokee settlements, commonly known to the whites as Ellijay, Ellajoy, or Alagi. One of these was upon the headwaters of Kiowa River in South Carolina, another was on Ellijay Creek of Little Tennessee River, near the present Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. Another was about the present Ellijay in Gilmer County, Georgia, and still another was on Ellajoy Creek of Little River near the present Maryville, in Blount County, Tennessee. Ellawa Dai, abbreviated Ellawa D, red earth place, from Ella, earth, Wadi, brown red or red paint, and E, the locative. 1. The Cherokee name of Yellow Hill Settlement, now officially known as Cherokee, the post office and agency headquarters for the East Cherokee, on Oconaluftee River in Swain County, North Carolina. 2. A former council ground, known in history as Red Clay, at the site of the present village of that name in Whitfield County, Georgia, adjoining the Tennessee line. Ellijay, C. Elats E. Enisi, my paternal grandfather, upper dialect. The middle and lower dialect form is Ajanisi. Cf. Edu 2. Escaqua, C. Escagua. Estinala, Estinala, C. Ustnali. Etowah Hutzistatla Ski, Deadwood Lighter, a traditional Cherokee conjurer. C. Et, or eti, old, long ago. Etowah, C. Itawa. Etsei, C. Unsei. Etsi, my mother, upper dialect, the middle and lower dialect form is Ajitsi. Uharli, C. Uhali. Feather Dance, C. Tsujitl, Olski Sti. Fighting Town, C. Wallis, Anosli E. Flax Toter, C. Tail Danaji Ski. Flying Squirrel, C. Ka-lahu. French Broad, C. Untakiasti E. Frog Town, C. Walasi E. Gadalulu, the proper name of the mountain known to the whites as Yona, from Yanu, Bear, or Upper Chattahoochee River, in White County, Georgia. The name has no connection with Tallulah, C. Talyalu, and cannot be translated. Gadalu Tsi, in the corrupted form of Catalookie, this appears on the map as the name of a peak, or rather a ridge, on the line between Swain and Haywood counties, in North Carolina. And of a creek running down on the Haywood side into Big Pigeon River. It is properly the name of the ridge only and seems to refer to a fringe standing erect, apparently from the appearance of the timber growing in streaks along the side of the mountain. From Wadala Yada, fringe, Gaduta, standing up in a row or series. Gahawi Sita, parched corn, improperly spelled Wisakta by Hawkins. See note under. Gahudi, Gahuta and Guahu Ti in dialectic forms, Cahuta Mountain, in Murray County, Georgia. The name comes from Gahuta E, a shed roof supported on poles, and refers to a fancied resemblance in the summit. Gakati E, place of setting free, sometimes spoken in the plural form, Diga Kde, place of setting them free. A point on Takasagie River about 3 miles above Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Gakden Ta, an injunction, command or rule, more particularly a prohibition or ceremonial taboo. Tsigate Gu, I am observing an injunction, or taboo, Adakti Gi, he is under taboo regulations. Galaji Na, a male deer, buck, or turkey, gobbler, in the first sense the name is sometimes used also for the large horned beetle, Dynasts Titius. The Indian name of Elias Boudinot, first Cherokee editor. See page. Gali Sgisida who, I am dancing about, from Gali Sjaya, I am dancing, and Edahu, I am going about. Galunku Tiu, honored, sacred, used in the Bible to mean holy, hallowed. Galuan Ladi, above, on high. Gainjie, skin. Ganadawa ski, the campion, catchfly, or rattlesnake's master, Silene stellata. The name signifies, it disjoints itself, from Ganadawasku, it is unjointing itself, on account of the peculiar manner in which the dried stalk breaks off at the joints. Gansa Gi, or Gansa G, the name of several former settlements in the old Cherokee country, it cannot be analyzed. One town of this name was upon Takasagie River, a short distance above the present Webster, in Jackson County, North Carolina. Another was on the lower part of Canasauga Creek, in McMinn County, Tennessee. A third was at the junction of Conasauga and Coosawattee rivers, where afterward was located the Cherokee capital, New Echota, in Gordon County, Georgia. A fourth, mentioned in the De Soto narratives as Canasauga or Canasagua, was located in 1540 on the upper Chattahoochee River, possibly in the neighborhood of Kennesaw Mountain, Georgia, see page. Nsadi robbing place, from Sina Sahunsku, I am robbing him. Vengeance Creek of Valley River, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. The name Vengeance was originally a white man's nickname for an old Cherokee woman, of forbidding aspect, who lived there before the removal. C. GNST, a rattle. As the Cherokee dance rattle is made from a gourd, the masculine name, GNST, is usually rendered by the whites, rattling gourd. Gatayusti, the wheel and stick game of the southern tribes, incorrectly called Netikaw by Timberlake. See note under. Gategwa, for Gategwa High, possibly a contraction of Igat, Egwa High, Great Swamp, Thicket, Place. A high peak southeast from Franklin, Macon County, North Carolina, and perhaps identical with Fodderstack Mountain. C. Ga-tsu, C. Hatlu. Gatu Gits abbreviated Gatu Gits, new settlement place, from Gatu Gi or Skata Gi, town, settlement, Itzi High, new, especially applied to new vegetation, and the locative. A former settlement on Cartugaja Creek of Little Tennessee River, above Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. Gatudi town building place, or settlement place, from Gatu Gi, a settlement, and locative. A place on Santitla Creek, near Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. Gatun Ltie, hemp place, from Gatun Lati, wild hemp, Opossum cannabinum, and locative. A former Cherokee settlement, commonly known as Hemptown, on the creek of the same name, near Morganton, in Fannin County, Georgia. Gatun Wow, a noted Western Cherokee about 1842, known to the whites as hard mush or big mush. Gatun Wow, from Ga2, bread, and Unwa made into balls or lumps, is a sort of mush of parched cornmeal, made very thick, so that it can be dipped out in lumps almost of the consistency of bread. Gei, downstream, down the road, with the current, tsagi, upstream. G's was, a separate word which, when used after the verb in the present tense, makes it past tense without change of form. In the form high G's it usually accompanies an emphatic repetition. Gegu Ga, 4H Hayaguga. A formulistic name for the moon, Nunda, it cannot be analyzed, but seems to contain the word age Haya, woman. See also Nunda. Giga, blood, cf. Gi Gage red. Gi Giadanaji ski, blood taker, from Giga, blood, and Ada Negi ski, one who takes liquids, from Tsi Nigia, I am taking it, liquid. Another name for the Tsain or scorpion lizard. C. Gi Gage red, bright red, scarlet. The brown red of certain animals and clays is distinguished as Wadai Jai. Gig Zuha L, bloody mouth, literally, having blood on the corners of his mouth, from Giga, blood, and Suhanunsi the corners of the mouth, aha li, his mouth. A large lizard, probably the Pleistodon. C. Gil, dog, in the lower dialect, gur. Gil, dine hun e, where the dogs live, from gil, dog, dinehu, they dwell, ehu, I dwell, and e, locative. A place on Oconaluftee River, a short distance above Cherokee, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Gil Utson Stannen e, where the dog ran, from gil, dog, and Utson Stannen e, footprints made by an animal running, the Milky Way. C. Janunti, a song form for jinuti, to lay him, animate object, upon the ground. C. Gur, C. Gil. Guys hun e, where the female lives, from agi, female, and e, the locative. A place on Takasagie River, a short distance above Bryson City, Swain County, North Carolina. C. Gitlu, hair, upper dialect, in the middle and lower dialects, Gitsu. Gitsu, C. Gitlu. Glass, the C. Tagwadihai. Gohoma, a lower Cherokee chief in 1684, the form cannot be identified. See page. Going snake, C. Inaduna I. Gorhalik, a lower Cherokee chief in 1684, the form cannot be identified. See page. Great Island, C. Maili Gua. Gregory Bald, C. Tsistui. Guachul, C. Guaxul. Guakili, Wakili, a town in the Cherokee country, visited by De Soto in 1540, and again in 1567 by Pardo, who calls it Aguaquiri, see pages end. The name may have a connection with Waguli, whippoorwill, or with U, Wagil, foam. Guajula, see Guaxul. Guasalai, see Guaxul. Guaxul, a town in the Cherokee country, visited by De Soto in 1540. Variously spelled in the narratives, Guasalai, Guachul, Guajula, Guaxul, Quaxul, etc. It was probably about at Nakuchi Mound, in White County, Georgia. It has been suggested that the Spaniards may have changed the Indian name to resemble that of a town in Spain. See pages end. Gu de wu, I have sewed myself together, I am sewing, Tsaiwia, I am sewing myself together, Gudaiwiu. C. Gugwi, or GGW, the quail or partridge, the name is an onomatope. Gugwi, Ulesu la, partridge moccasin, from Gugwi or GGW, partridge, and Elasula, moccasin or shoe, the ladisliper, cypripedium. Gulahi, abbreviated Gulahi, or Gurahi, in the lower dialect, Gula high place, so called from an unidentified spring plant eaten as a salad by the Cherokee. The name of two or more places in the old Cherokee country. One about Cudahy Mountain in Habersham County, Georgia, the other on Cudahy River, an upper branch of Takasagie, in Jackson County, North Carolina. Cudahy Dick was a noted chief about the year 1820. Gulani, a Cherokee and Natchez settlement formerly about the junction of Brasstown Creek with Hiwassee River, a short distance above Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. The etymology of the word is doubtful. Gyul, acorn. Gyul, Discani, the turtle dove, literally, it cries, or mourns, for acorns, from gyul, acorn, and Discani, it cries for them, plural prefix, high, habitual suffix. The turtle dove feeds upon acorns and its cry somewhat resembles the name, gyul. Gyul gi, climber, from Salahi, I climb, second person, Hailahi, third person, Galahi, the black snake, Bascanian constrictor. Gukla ski, an earlier name for Tsunulahan ski, q.v. Glkwa with circumflex gi, 7, also the mole cricket, Grilletalpa. C. Glkwa with circumflex gine, 7th, from Glkwa with circumflex g, 7. Gulsadihai, or Gultsadihai. A masculine personal name, of uncertain etymology. Gumlog, see Tsilulahai. Gunahi ta, long. Gu Nahitan E, long place, i.e., long valley, from Gunahita, long, and E, locative. A former settlement, known to the whites as Valley Town, where now is the town of the same name, on Valley River, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. The various settlements on Valley River and the adjacent part of Hiwassee were known collectively as the Valley Towns. Gun di Gaduhun E, abbreviated Gun Digaduhun, Turkey settlement, Gu Na, Turkey, so called from the chief, Turkey or Little Turkey. A former settlement, known to the whites as Tiki Town, upon the west bank of Coosa River, opposite the present center, in Cherokee County, Alabama. Guenai, Arrow. Cf. Seneca Giena. Gun Nage I, or Gun Nage, Black. Gun High, see Nun High. Gunskali Ski, a masculine personal name of uncertain etymology. Gunter's Landing, Guntersville, see Kuesenana High. Gun Susqua L, short arrows, from Guni, arrow, and Susqua L, plural of Usqua L, short. A traditional Western tribe. C. Gunandale Gi, see Nana Haidai. Gusty, a traditional Cherokee settlement on Tennessee River, near Kingston, Rowan County, Tennessee. C. The name cannot be analyzed. Wofford thought it a Cherokee attempt at Kingston, but it seems rather to be Aboriginal. Gu Wiskowi, the Cherokee name for the chief John Ross and for the district named in his honor, commonly spelled Kuiskui. Properly an onomatope for a large bird said to have been seen formerly at infrequent intervals in the old Cherokee country, accompanying the migratory wild geese, and described as resembling a large snipe, with yellow legs and unwebbed feet. In boyhood John Ross was known as Tsan Usti, Little John. Gwalg High, frog place, from Gwalg, a variety of frog, and High, locative. A place on Hiwassee River, just above the junction of Peachtree Creek, near Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina, about 1755 the site of a village of refugee Natchez, and later of a Baptist mission. Gui, the cricket's cry. C. Ha. An introductory exclamation intended to attract attention or add emphasis, about equivalent to here. Now. Ha ma ma, a song term compounded of ha. An introductory exclamation, and mama, a word which has no analysis, but is used in speaking to young children to mean, let me carry you on my back. C. Hanging ma, see Usqua Ligu ta. Ha nealil, lil, an unmeaning dance refrain. C. Hard mush, see Gatoon wow. Ha suyak, a song form for Hasuya gi, thou, pick it out, imperative, I pick it out, or select it, ga suyajiu, second person, ha suyajiu. C. Hatlu, dialectic form, ga tsu, where. Interrogative. Hawaii ahai, Hawaii huey, unmeaning dance refrains. C. And. Hayu, an emphatic affirmative, about equivalent to, yes, sir. C. Hayuya Haniwa, an unmeaning refrain in one of the Bear songs. C. Hii, an unmeaning song introduction. Hemp carrier, see tail Danaji ski. Hemptown, see Gatunalti e. Hi, unmeaning dance exclamation. Hi Gina Lee, you are, my friend, Agina Lee, he is, my friend. In white man's jargon, Connolly. Hickory log, see Wayne, Asin Tlunyi. Hightower, see Itawa. Hilagu, how many? How much? Upper dialect, the middle dialect form is Hungu. Hilahiyu, long ago, the final U makes it more emphatic. Hi Lunu, thou, go to sleep, from Tsi Lihu, I am asleep. Hi Ski, 5, cf Mohawk Whisk. The Cherokee numerals including 10 are as follows, Sa Gwu, Tali, Tsai, Nun Gi, Hi Ski, Su Tali, Glkwa with circumflex Gi, Sun La, San La, Aska Hi. Hiwassee, see Iosi. Hi Yaguwi, an unmeaning dance refrain. C. Houston, Samuel, C. Ka Lenu. Hungu, C. Hilagu. Huhu, the yellow-breasted chat, or yellow mockingbird, Icteria virens, the name is an onomatope. C. Hunyahu ska, he will die. Wailahi, thou, must, go. Igagu ti, daylight. The name is sometimes applied to the Ulunsu ti, q. V, and also to the clematis vine. Ihaya, the cane reed, Arundinaria, of the Gulf states, used by the Indians for blowguns, fishing rods, and basketry. Ihyagie, C. Atcelesti. Inadu, snake. Inadunai, going snake, a Cherokee chief prominent about 80 years ago. The name properly signifies that the person is going along in company with a snake, the verbal part being from the irregular verb asta I am going along with him. The name has been given to a district of the present Cherokee Nation. Inage High, dwelling in the wilderness, an inhabitant of the wilderness, from Inage I, wilderness, and Ahai, habitual present form of Ahu, he is dwelling, Geu, I am dwelling. Inage Udison High, he who grew up in the wilderness, i.e., he who grew up wild, from Inage I, wilderness, unoccupied timberland, and Udison High, the third person perfect of the irregular verb, Ga Tunsku, I am growing up. Ina Li, black fox. The common red fox is Tsu La, in Muskogee, Chula. Black Fox was principal chief of the Cherokee Nation in 1810. See page. Iskagwa, Iacagua or Clear Sky, formerly Nenatoya, or the Bloody Fellow. The name appears thus in a document of 1791 as that of a Cherokee chief frequently mentioned about that period under the name of the Bloody Fellow. In one treaty it is given as Eskakwa or Bloody Fellow. Both forms and etymologies are doubtful, neither form seeming to have any reference either to sky, Galuan Lahi, or blood, Giga. The first may be intended for Ikigwa, Great Day. See page. Istanare, see Ustnali. Isnigu, an important Cherokee settlement, commonly known to the whites as Seneca, formerly on Kiowa River, about the mouth of Conneros Creek, in Oconee County, South Carolina. Hopewell, the country seat of General Pickens, where the famous treaty was made, was near it on the east side of the river. The word cannot be translated, but has no connection with the tribal name, Seneca. Itaba, see Itawa. Itagunahi, the Cherokee name of John Axe. Itawa, the name of one or more Cherokee settlements. One, which existed until the removal in 1838, was upon Etowah River, about the present Hightower, in Forsyth County, Georgia. Another may have been on Hightower Creek of Hiwassee River in Towns County, Georgia. The name, commonly written Etowah and corrupted to Hightower, cannot be translated and seems not to be of Cherokee origin. A town called Itaba, Itawa or Itava in the De Soto Chronicles existed in 1540 among the Creeks, apparently on Alabama River. It's a ti, commonly spelled Dakota, Chota, Chote, Chocata, misprint, etc. A name occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country, the meaning is lost. The most important settlement of this name, frequently distinguished as Great Dakota, was on the south side of Little Tennessee River a short distance below Citico Creek in Monroe County, Tennessee. It was the ancient capital and sacred peace town of the nation. Little Dakota was on Soddy, i.e., it's a ti, creek, a head stream of the Chattahoochee, west of Clarksville, Georgia. New Dakota, the capital of the nation for some years before the removal, was established at a spot originally known as Gansa Giq, at the junction of the Oostenaula and Conasauga rivers, in Gordon County, Georgia. It was sometimes called Newtown. The old Macedonia Mission on Soco Creek, of the North Carolina Reservation, is also known as It's a Ti to the Cherokee, as was also the Great Nacoochee Mound. See Nagets. Itzee, New Green Place or Place of Fresh Green, from Itzi High, green or unripe vegetation, and the locative. Applied more particularly to a tract of ground made green by fresh springing vegetation, after having been cleared of timber or burned over. A name occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country, variously written Ekia, Ekoi, Echoe, and sometimes also falsely rendered Brasstown, from a confusion of its ee with unsei, brass. One settlement of this name was upon Brasstown Creek of Tougaloo River, in Oconee County, South Carolina. Another was on Little Tennessee River near the present Franklin, Macon County, North Carolina, and probably about the junction of Cartugaja, Gattagitsee Creek. A third, known to the whites as Brasstown, was on Upper Brasstown Creek of Hiwassee River, in Towns County, Georgia. In Cherokee as in most other Indian languages no clear distinction is made between green and blue, Saka Nij I. Aya, pumpkin. Aya, usti, like a pumpkin, from Aya and usti, like. Aya, toi skage, of pumpkin smoothness, from Aya, pumpkin, and toi skage, smooth. Jackson, seat sexini. Jesson, seat sessa and I. Jesse Reed, seat se esiska tsi. Joanna Bald, si dia halii. Jora, Juada, si ani, soali. John, si tsani. John Axe, si atagunahi. Jolly, John, si ahulu gi. Junaluska, si tsunulahanski. Judiculla, si tsulkal. Ka-gu, crow, the name is an onomatope. Kagan crow place, from ka-gu, crow and locative. C. Ka-I, grease, oil. Kala asan where he fell off, from Tsila asku, I am falling off, and locative. A cliff near Cold Spring Knob, in Swain County, North Carolina. Ka-lahu, all bones, from ka-lu, bone. A former chief of the East Cherokee, also known in the tribe as Sawana Gi, Shawano, and to the whites as Sawnook or Flying Squirrel. Ka-lenu, the raven. The name was used as a war title in the tribe and appears in the old documents as Karani, lower dialect, Karanu, Kalana, Kelowna, etc. It is the Cherokee name for General Samuel Houston or for any person named Houston. Ka-lenu Ahili Ski, the raven mocker. C. Ka-lanen raven place, from Ka-lenu, raven, and the locative. The proper name of Big Cove Settlement upon the East Cherokee Reservation, Swain County, North Carolina, sometimes also called Raventown. Kullas, Ganahi Ta, long hams, Ganahi Ta, long, a variety of bear. C. Kaldetsi where the bones are, from Ka-lu, bone, and Detsi where they, plural prefix, are lying. A spot near the junction of East Buffalo Creek with Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. Kamama, butterfly. Kamama utanu, elephant, literally, great butterfly, from the resemblance of the trunk and ears to the butterfly's proboscis and wings. C. Kanahi na, a sour corn gruel, much in use among the Cherokee and other southern tribes. The Tamphuli or Tom Fuller of the Creeks. Kanan ski, spider, also, from a fancied resemblance in appearance, a watch or clock, Kanan ski ame hai, the water spider. Kana sta, Canistan a traditional Cherokee settlement formerly on the headwaters of the French Broad River near the present Brevard, in Transylvania County, North Carolina. The meaning of the name is lost. A settlement called Canastee or Canastion is mentioned as existing on Hiwassee River in 1776. See in notes. Kana Talahai, hominy cooked with walnut kernels. Kana Ti, lucky hunter, a masculine name, sometimes abbreviated Kanat. The word cannot be analyzed, but is used as a third-person habitual verbal form to mean, he is lucky, or successful, in hunting. The opposite is aqualegu, unlucky, or unsuccessful, in hunting. C. Kanegwa Ti, the water moccasin snake. Kanu Ga, also written Kanuga, a lower Cherokee settlement, apparently on the waters of Kiowa River in South Carolina, destroyed in 1761. Also a traditional settlement on Pigeon River, probably near the present Waynesville, in Haywood County, North Carolina. See in notes. The name signifies a scratcher, a sort of bone-toothed comb with which ball players are scratched upon their naked skin preliminary to applying the conjured medicine, that Sanuga skew, I am scratching it. Kanugu L, abbreviated Nugula, scratcher, a generic term for the blackberry, raspberry, and other briar bushes. Cf. Kanu Ga. Kanu Gla with circumflex Y, or Kanu Gle, briar place, from Kanu Gu La with circumflex, briar, cf. Kanu Ga. A Cherokee settlement formerly on Nantahala River, about the mouth of Briartown Creek, in Macon County, North Carolina. Canon No, pipe. Kazdu E, ashes place, from Kazdu, ashes, and E, the locative. A modern Cherokee name for the town of Asheville, in Buncombe County, North Carolina. The ancient name for the same site is Untakiasti QV. Cattle Sta, an East Cherokee woman potter, the daughter of the chief Yanagun Ski. The name conveys the idea of lending, from Sayadal Sta, I lend it, Agadal Sta, it is lent to him. Kawan Ura Suni, abbreviated Kawan Ura Sun in the lower dialect, where the duck fell, from Kawa Na, duck, Ura Sa, Bula Sa, it fell, and E, locative. A point on Conaross Creek, from Kawan Ura Sun, near Seneca, in Oconee County, South Carolina. C. Kawi E, abbreviated Kawi, a former important Cherokee settlement, commonly known as Cowie, about the mouth of Cowie Creek of Little Tennessee River, some 10 miles below Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. The name may possibly be a contraction of Ani, Kawi, place of the Deer Clan. Kiowa, see Kiowa. Kennesaw, see Gansa Gi. Kiowa, the name of two or more former Cherokee settlements. 1. Sometimes distinguished as Old Kiowa, the principal of the lower Cherokee towns, was on the river of the same name, near the present Fort George, in Oconee County, South Carolina. Another, distinguished as New Kiowa, was on the headwaters of 12 Mile Creek, in Pickens County, South Carolina. According to Wofford, the correct form is Kawahi, abbreviated Kawahi, Mulberry Grove Place. Says Wofford, the whites murdered the name, as they always do. Cf. Kawahi. Koesai Kagamu, a woman's name, a Cherokee corruption of Cassie Cockram. Kagamu is also the Cherokee corruption for cucumber. Kituwa, see Kituwa. Kituwa, see Kituwa. Kituwa, an important ancient Cherokee settlement formerly upon Takasagie River, and extending from above the junction of Oconaluftee down nearly to the present Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. The name, which appears also as Kitua, Kitoa, Kitawa, etc., has lost its meaning. The people of this and the subordinate settlements on the waters of the Takasagie were known as Ani, Kitawagi, and the name was frequently extended to include the whole tribe. For this reason it was adopted in later times as the name of the Cherokee secret organization, commonly known to the whites as the Kituwa Society, pledged to the defense of Cherokee autonomy. See also Historical Notes 1 and 47. Kiyuga, ground squirrel, Tewa, flying squirrel, Salali, gray squirrel. Klausuna, C. Tlanusi. Knoxville, C. Kawanda Ta with circumflex Le. Ku, an introductory exclamation, to fix attention, about equivalent to now. Cuckoo, Simling. Also the jigger weed, or pleurisy root, Asclepias tuberosa. Cocoa Creek of Hiwassee River, and Coker Post Office, in Monroe County, Tennessee, derive their name from this word. Kulsetsi, abbreviated Kuls Tsi, honey locust place, from Kuls Tsi, honey locust, Gladitskia, and elocative, as the same word, Kuls Tsi, is also used for sugar. The local name has commonly been rendered Sugartown by the traders. The name of several former settlement places in the old Cherokee country. One was upon Kiowa River, near the present Fall Creek, in Oconee County, South Carolina. Another was on Sugartown or Culossagy, Tsi, Creek, near the present Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. A third was on Sugartown Creek, near the present Morganton, in Fannin County, Georgia. Kunasi, Ctsiu Gunsi. Kunstutsi, Sassafras Place, from Kunsta Tsi, Sassafras, and locative. A gap in the Great Smoky Range, about the head of Noland Creek, on the line between North Carolina and Sevier County, Tennessee. Kununu, abbreviated Kunin, the bullfrog. The name is probably an onomatope. The common green frog is Walla si, and there are also names for several other varieties of frogs and toads. Coosa Creek, an upper tributary of Nautilus River, near Blairsville, Union County, Georgia. The change of accent from Sa, Creek, Siani, Sa, makes it locative. See page. Kusanunahai, Creek Trail, from Sa, Creek Indian, and Nunahai, Path, Trail, cf. Sowalinunahai. A former important Cherokee settlement, including also a number of creeks in Shawano, where the trail from the Ohio region to the Creek Country crossed Tennessee River, at the present Guntersville, in Marshall County, Alabama. It was known to the traders as Creek Path, and later as Gunter's Landing, from a Cherokee mixed blood named Gunter. Ku-Sawati, abbreviated Ku-Sawati, Old Creek Place, from Ku-Sa, a Creek Indian, plural ani, Ku-Sa, Buva Ti, Old, and locative. Kusawati, an important Cherokee settlement formerly on the lower part of Kusawati River, in Gordon County, Georgia. In one document the name appears, by error, Tensawati. See page. Kuwa-Hai, Mulberry Place, from Kuwa, Mulberry Tree, and Hai, locative, Klingman's Dome, about the head of Deep Creek, on the Great Smoky Range, between Swain County, North Carolina, and Sevier County, Tennessee. See also Kiowa. Kawandatau, abbreviated Kawandatau, Mulberry Grove, from Kuwa, Mulberry, the Cherokee name for the present site of Knoxville, in Knox County, Tennessee. Quali, Qualani, Qualla or Quallatown, the former agency for the East Cherokee and now a post office station, just outside the reservation, on a branch of Soco Creek, in Jackson County, North Carolina. It is the Cherokee form for Polly, and the station was so called from an old woman of that name who formerly lived nearby, Quali, Polly, Qualani, Polly's Place. The reservation is locally known as the Qualla Boundary. Quandayahu, C. delixta. La Lu, the jarfly, Cicada olites. C. Little Carpenter, Little Corn Planter, C. Ada, glkl. Lloyd, C. de Sigia gi. Long Hair, a Cherokee chief living with his band in Ohio in 1795. See page. The literal Cherokee translation of Long Hair is Gitlu Ganahita, but it is not certain that the English name is a correct rendering of the Indian form. Cf. Ani, Hila Hai. Long Island, C. Mile Ganahita. Lookout Mountain Town, C. Dandaganu. Lowry, Major George, C. Agile. Mays, J. B. C. Tsa Wagakski. Memphis, C. Suda Tailsani. Myalakwo, C. Myaligwa. Morgan, C. Against Ata. Moses, C. Wasai. Moitoi, a Cherokee chief recognized by the English as Emperor, in 1730. Both the correct form and the meaning of the name are uncertain. The name occurs again as Moyatoy in a document of 1792. A boy upon the East Cherokee Reservation a few years ago bore the name of Matei, for which no meaning can be given. Muscle Shoals, C. Dagunahi. Nakuchi, C. Na Guts. Na DL, known to the whites as Nautilus. A former Cherokee settlement on Nautilus River, close to the Georgia line, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. The name cannot be translated and has no connection with Natal, Spicewood. Nagats, a former important settlement about the junction of Saukwe and Santee Rivers, in the Coochie Valley, at the head of Chattahoochee River, in Habersham County, Georgia. The meaning of the word is lost and it is doubtful if it be of Cherokee origin. It may have some connection with the name of the Utchee Indians. The great mound farther up Saudi River, in White County, was known to the Cherokee as Itsatiqv. Nkwezi, abbreviated NKWS, star, also the meadowlark. Nkwezi usti, little star, the puffball fungus, Lycoperdon. Na-Notlug-e, abbreviated Na-Notlug, or Na-Notsug, spruce tree place, from Na-Na, spruce, plug-I, or tsug-I, a tree, standing, and E, locative. 1. A traditional ancient Cherokee settlement on the site of Jonesboro, Washington County, Tennessee. The name of Nolichucky River is probably a corruption of the same word. 2. Nanatsug, a place on Nottely River, close to its junction with Hiwassee, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. Nanahi, see Nunhi. Nantahala, see Nunde-el. Nashville, see Dagunalahi. Natchez, see Ani Nats. Natsassentlunyi, abbreviated Natsassentlun, pine footlog place, from Nats, pine, Assentli or Assuntlin-I, footlog, bridge, and E, locative. A former Cherokee settlement, commonly known as Pinnalog, on the creek of the same name, in Bartow County, Georgia. Nats, pine. Natsiku, I eat it, tsiq, I am eating. Nattle, spicewood, Lindera benzoin. Ne-hi, see Nun-hi. Nayunui, see Ninyunu-y. Nehinduyanu, a song form for Nehadayanu, an irregular verbal form denoting, conceived in the womb. C. Nelajitahai, given as the name of a lower Cherokee chief in 1684. See page. The correct form and meaning are both uncertain, but the final part seems to be the common suffix dihai, killer, cf Tagwadihai. Nenatoya, see Iskagwa. Nekwasi, see Nikwasi. Netaka, see Gatayusti. Nettle carrier, see Tail Danaji ski. New Ekota, Newtown, see Itsati. Nikajak, see Nikutsgi. Nikatani, see Ani Kuta and I. Nikwasi, or Nikwesi, an important ancient settlement on Little Tennessee River, where now is the town of Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. A large mound marks the site of the townhouse. The name appears in old documents as Nekwasi, Nukasi, etc. Its meaning is lost. Nikutsgi, also Nukatsgi, Nikwatsgi, or abbreviated Nikutseg, Nikajak, an important Cherokee settlement about 1790 on the south bank of Tennessee River at the entrance of Nikajak Creek, in Marion County, Tennessee. One of the 5 Chickamauga towns, see Tsakama Gi. The meaning of the word is lost and it is probably not of Cherokee origin, although it occurs also in the tribe as a man's name. In the corrupted form of Nigger Jack, it occurs also as the name of a creek of Kulasagi River above Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. Nilak, see Mialigua. Nolichucky, see Nantlug-e. Nachi, a creek entering Tellico River, in Monroe County, Tennessee. The name evidently refers to Natchez Indian refugees, who formerly lived in the vicinity, see Ani Nats. Nautili, see Na-dl. Nu, used as a suffix to denote and, or also. Uluen, and also, Na-skinu, and that also. Nukasi, see Nikwasi. Nu Dunalu, he did so and so. An irregular form apparently connected with the archaic forms Aduni Ga, it has just become so, and Adunu, it is matured, or finished. C. Nunda, the sun or moon, distinguished as Nunda Ige Hai, Nunda dwelling in the day, and Nunda Suna Yehi, Nunda dwelling in the night. In the sacred formulas the moon is sometimes called Gegu Ga, Q, V. Or Su Talidahai, 6 killer, names apparently founded upon myths now lost. Nunda, Daikan, a rare bird formerly seen occasionally in the old Cherokee country, possibly the little blue heron, Florida caerulea. The name seems to mean it looks at the sun, i.e., sun-gazer, from nunda, sun, and dekan redetsi kan, I am looking at it. C. Nundagan nunda the sun land, or east, from nunda, sun, and locative. Used in the sacred formulas instead of di galungan where it rises, the common word. Nundial, middle, i.e. noonday, sun, from nunda, sun and isle, middle. A former Cherokee settlement on Nantahala River, near the present Jarrett Station, in Macon County, North Carolina, so called from the high cliffs which shut out the view of the sun until nearly noon. The name appears also as Nantahala, Nantiali, Nuntiala, etc. It appears to have been applied properly only to the point on the river where the cliffs are most perpendicular, while the settlement itself was known as Kanu Gla with circumflex Briartown, Q. V. C. Nagatsa Ni, a ridge sloping down to Oconaluftee River, below Cherokee, in Swain County, North Carolina. The word is an archaic form denoting a high ridge with a long gradual slope. C. Nungia, 4. C. High ski. Nugla, C. Nugla. Nunai, C. Nun high. Nu-na, potato, the name was originally applied to the wild pig potato, Phaseolus, now distinguished as Nu-nai gadahai, swamp-dwelling potato. Nundaji, C. Ani, Nundaji. Nunahai, abbreviated Nunna, a path, trail or road. Nunahai-dai-hai, abbreviated Nun-na-dai-hai, path killer, literally, he kills, habitually, in the path, from Nun-nahi, path, and Nahihi, he kills, habitually, I am killing, Tsiihu. A principal chief, about the year 1813. Major John Ridge was originally known by the same name, but afterward took the name, Gunandale Gi, one who follows the ridge, which the whites made simply Ridge. Nunahitsun Ga, abbreviated, Nunatsun Ga, white path, from Nunahai, path, and Tsun Ga, plural of Un Ga, white. The form is in the plural, as is common in Indian names, and has probably a symbolic reference to the white or peaceful paths spoken of in the opening invocation at the Green Corn Dance. A noted chief who led the Conservative Party about 1828. See pages. Nun Hai, also Gun Hai, singular Ne Hai, a race of invisible spirit people. The name is derived from the verb who, I dwell, I live, hai, I dwell habitually, and may be rendered dwellers anywhere, or those who live anywhere, but implies having always been there, i.e., immortals. It has been spelled Nanahi and Nunai by different writers. The singular form Ne Hai occurs also as a personal name, about equivalent to Ida Hai, one who goes about. C. Nuni Yusti, potato-like, from Nu Na, potato, and Yusti, like. A flowering vine with tuberous root somewhat resembling the potato. C. Nunyu, rock, stone. Cf. Nayu, sand. Nunyu, Gunwani ski, rock that talks, from Nunyu, rock, and Saiwanihu, I am talking. A rock from which Talking Rock Creek of Kusawati River in Georgia derives its name. C. Nun Yunu Y, contracted from Nunyunu Y. Stone-clad, from Nunyu, rock, and Agwanu Wu, I am clothed or covered. A mythic monster, invulnerable by reason of his stony skin. C. The name is also applied sometimes to the stinging ant, Dasantali adatsunsky, Q.V. It has also been spelled Nayunawi. Nunyu, plug, or Nunyatsugai, tree rock. A notable rock on Hiwassee River, just within the North Carolina line. See in notes. Nunyu, Toiska, slick rock, from Nunyu, rock, and Toiska, smooth, slick, the form remains unchanged for the locative. 1. Slick Rock Creek, entering Little Tennessee River just within the west line of Graham County, North Carolina. 2. A place at the extreme head of Brasstown Creek of Hiwassee River, in Towns County, Georgia. Ocoee, see Uwaga High. Oconaluftee, see Egunult. Oconee, see Aquinu. Oconostota, see Aganstta. Old Tassel, see Utsitsata. Ultawa, see Ultawa I. Ulansade, see Ulunsu Ti. Ustanaula, see Ustana Lee. Oastanala, see Ustana Lee. Oathkaloga, see Wigil Gi. Otasite, Otasite, see Outacity. Otari, Otariatiqui, mentioned as a place, apparently on the Cherokee frontier, visited by Pardo in 1567. Otari seems to be the Cherokee Atari or Atalai, mountain, but the rest of the word is doubtful. See page. Atar, see Atali. Owasta, given as the name of a Cherokee chief in 1684, the form cannot be identified. See page. Ujilaji, see Wigil Gi. Outacity, given in documents as the name or title of a prominent Cherokee chief about 1720. It appears also as Otasite, Otasite, Outasata, Wootasite and Rossatacido, but the form cannot be identified, although it seems to contain the personal name suffix dihai, killer. Timberlake says, page 71, there are some other honorary titles among them, conferred in reward of great actions, the first of which is Outacity or man-killer, and the second Kelowna or the raven. Outasata, see Outacity. Oasa, see Iosi. Painttown, see Ani Wadihai. Pathkiller, see Nunahidihai. Phoenix, Cherokee, see Tsuli Hisanin High. Pigeon River, see Wei. Pine Indians, see Ani Nats. Pinnalog, see Natsasin Plunyi. Qualachi, a former Cherokee settlement on the headwaters of the Chattahoochee River in Georgia, another of the same name was upon the waters of Kiowa River in South Carolina. The correct form is unknown. Qualla, see Quali. Quaxul, see Guaxul. Quinnahawkee, a place, possibly in the Cherokee country, visited by Pardo in 1567. The form cannot be identified. See page. Quanishi, see Tlanusi. Rattlesnake Springs, see Atsanashii. Rattling Gourd, see GNST. Raventown, see Kalanin E. Red Clay, see Elowa Dai. Reed, Jesse, see Tsaiska TSI. Ridge, Major John, see Nunahidihai. Ross, John, see Gu Wiskowi. Ross Landing, see Tsatana Gi. Sadai, a feminine name, the proper name of the woman known to the whites as Annie Axe. It cannot be translated. Sagwa High, or Sagwan E, one place, from Sagwu, one, and High or E, locative. Soko Creek of Oconaluftee River, on the East Cherokee Reservation, in Jackson County, North Carolina. No satisfactory reason is given for the name, which has its parallel in Saska High, 30 Place, a local name in Cherokee County, in the same state. Asagwali, horse, from Asagwalahu, a pack or burden, Asagwalu, there is a pack on him. Asagwali Digu Lanahi Ta, mule, literally, long-eared horse, from Asagwali, horse, and Digu Lanahi Ta, q.v. Sakwi or Suki. Abbreviated Sakwi or Suki, a former settlement on Saukwe River, a headstream of Chattahoochee, near Clarksville, Habersham County, Georgia. Also written Saki and Suki. The name has lost its meaning. Sala Lee, squirrel. The common gray squirrel, other varieties are Kiyuga, the ground squirrel, and Tewa, the flying squirrel. Sala Lee was also the name of an East Cherokee inventor who died a few years ago. Sala Lani Ta, young squirrels, is a masculine personal name on the reservation. Saligu Gi, turtle, the common water turtle, soft-shell turtle, Olnwa, land tortoise or terrapin, Tuxi. Saliqua E, bear grass, Eryngium. Also the green snake, on account of a fancied resemblance, the name of a former Cherokee settlement on Salacoa Creek of Cosawhatee River, in Gordon County, Georgia. Sa Nijala Gi, abbreviated Sanjal Gi, Whiteside Mountain, a prominent peak of the Blue Ridge, southeast from Franklin, Macon County, North Carolina. It is connected with the tradition of Adulta, see in notes. Santitla, the present map name of a creek joining Chiawa River in Graham County, North Carolina, and of a smaller tributary, Little Santitla. The name is not recognized or understood by the Cherokee, who insist that it was given by the whites. Little Santitla is known to the Cherokee as Tsundanilti Q.V. The main Santitla Creek is commonly known as Negu-Hai Giyunai, Sand Place Stream, from Nuyu-Hai, Sand Place, Neyu, Sand, a former settlement just above the junction of the two creeks. Sarah, Siani, Soali. Sasa, Goose, an onomatope. Saudi, CHEROKEE. Savannah, the popular name of this river is derived from that of the Shawano Indians, formerly living upon its middle course, and known to the Cherokee as Ani, Sawana Gi, Q.V. To the Creeks as Savanuka, and to some of the coast tribes of Carolina as Savannah. In old documents the river is also called Isundiga, from is Nigu or Seneca, Q.V., an important former Cherokee settlement upon its upper waters. C. Sawana Gi, Shawano, Indian, a masculine personal name upon the East Cherokee Reservation and prominent in the history of the band. Siani, Sawana Gi and Kalahu. Sanuk, Si Kalahu. Sewade E, Hornet Place, from Se Watu, Hornet, and E, locative. Chiawa Maximum and Swim Bald, adjoining bald peaks at the head of Chiawa River, Graham County, North Carolina. C. Selu, corn. Sometimes called in the sacred formulas Agala, the old woman. C. Selyutsi, for Seluyutsi, corn's mother, from Selu, corn and Yutsi, his mother, Etsi or Ajitsi, my mother, the bead corn or Job's tears, Koik's lacrima. C. Seneca, Siani Nunda Gi, Seneca tribe, and is Nigu, Seneca town. Sequachi, C. Sequetsi. Sequoia, C. Sequoia. STS, a mound and traditional Cherokee settlement on the south side of Valley River, about 3 miles below Valleytown, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. The name has lost its meaning. C. A settlement called TSTS, Tesechi in some old documents, existed on the extreme head of Hiwassee River, in Towns County, Georgia. Severe, C. Tsan, Usti. Shoe boots, C. De Sajia Gi. Shooting Creek, C. Du Style E. Sequetsi, a traditional Cherokee settlement on the south bank of the French Broad River, not far from Knoxville, Knox County, Tennessee. Nearby was the quarry from which it is said the stone for the white peace pipes was obtained. See in notes. Sequatchie, the name of the river below Chattanooga, in Tennessee, is probably a corruption of the same word. Si-qua, hog, originally the name of the opossum, now distinguished as Si-qua utsetsti, Q.V. Si-qua utsetsti, opossum, literally, grinning hog, from Si-qua, hog, and utsetsti, he grins, habitually. Cf. Siqua. Siqua E, a masculine name, commonly written Sequoia, made famous as that of the inventor of the Cherokee alphabet. See page. The name, which cannot be translated, is still in use upon the East Cherokee Reservation. Siquie, a masculine name, the Cherokee corruption for severe. See also Tsanusti. Sinawa, Ctla Nuwa. Tiku, or Sioux Tagu, in dialectic form, a former Cherokee settlement on Little Tennessee River at the entrance of Sitico Creek, in Monroe County, Tennessee. The name, which cannot be translated, is commonly spelled Sitico, but appears also as Setiquo, Setico, Setico, Set, Setiquo, etc. Cu, Cacu. Skinta, for skin tagu, understood to mean, put a new tooth into my jaw. The word cannot be analyzed, but is derived from gantka, gantag in a dialectic form, a tooth in place, a tooth detached is kyug. C. Squan, dig e, for asquan, dig e, where the Spaniard is in the water, or other liquid. A place on Upper Soco Creek, on the reservation in Jackson County, North Carolina. C. Slick Rock, C. Nunu, Toi Ska. Smith, N. J. C. Tsaladihai. Snowbird, C. Tudi. Soco Creek, C. Sagwa High. Soco Gap, C. Ahalana. Sakwi, C. Sakwi E. Spray, H. W. C. Wilsini. Spring Frog, C. Du Stew. Standing Indian, C. Yunwitsolanan E. Standwadi, C. Degataga. Stikoa, C. Stika E. Stetsi, your daughter, literally, your offspring, Agwi Tsi, my offspring, Duva Tsi, his offspring. To distinguish sex it is necessary to add askaya, man, or age haya, woman. Stika E, variously spelled steko, stikoi, stikoa, stikoi, etc. The name of several former Cherokee settlements, 1. On Stikoa Creek, near Clayton, Rabun County, Georgia, 2. On Takasagie River at the old Thomas homestead just above the present Whittier, in Swain County, North Carolina, 3. On Stikoa Creek of Little Tennessee River, a few miles below the junction of Nantahala, in Graham County, North Carolina. The word has lost its meaning. Stringfield, C. Tlajasai. Stuggy Sti, Stui Sti, a key, C. Page and under Astagataga. Suck, the C. Untiguhi. Sugartown, C. Kuls Tsie. Sunawa, C. Tla Nuwa. Sunestla Ta, Split Noses, C. Tsunli Sunestla Ta. Sunji, mink, also onion, the name seems to refer to a smell, the various mints are called generically, gauze gi. C. Suki E, another form of Sakwi E, QV. Su Li, buzzard, the creek name is the same. Sun Land, C. Nunda E. Su Esig Sai, an unmeaning song refrain. C. Su Talidahai, C. Nunda. Soa Li, C. Ani, Soa Li. Soa Linanahai, abbreviated Soa Linanahai, Suwali Trail, the proper name for the gap at the head of Swannanoa, from Soa Linana River, east of Asheville, in Buncombe County, North Carolina. Cf. Kus Inanahai. See pages and, also Ani, Soa Li. Sowan, a former Cherokee settlement on Chattahoochee River, about the present Sewanee, in Gwinnett County, Georgia. The name has no meaning in the Cherokee language and is said to be of Creek origin. See page. Suita, the chosen one, from a Suita, he is chosen, Gasuyu, I am choosing, the same form, Suita, could also mean mixed, from Gasuyahu, I am mixing it. A masculine name, at present borne by a prominent ex-chief and informant upon the East Cherokee Reservation. Swannanoa, C. Soalinanahai. Swim bald, C. Sewade. Swimmer, C. I. Ini. Tadia Statakui, we shall see each other. C. Tekioji, C. Taski Gi. Ta Gu, the June bug, Alarina nit ida, also called Tuya discalasti ski, one who keeps fire under the beans. C. Ta Gua, C. Ani Ta Gua. Ta Guadihai, abbreviated Ta Guadi, Catawba killer, from Atagua or Ta Gua, Catawba Indian, and Daihihai, he kills them, habitually, from Tsiihu, I kill. An old masculine personal name, still in use upon the East Cherokee Reservation. It was the proper name of the chief known to the whites about 1790 as, the Glass, from a confusion of this name with Adake T, glass, or mirror. Tagua High, Catawba Place, from Atagua or Ta Gua, Catawba Indian, and High, locative. A name occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country. A settlement of this name, known to the whites as Tekoa, was upon Toccoa Creek, east of Clarksville, in Habersham County, Georgia. Another was upon Toccoa or Ocoee River, about the present Toccoa, in Fannin County, Georgia. A third may have been on Persimmon Creek, which is known to the Cherokee as Tagua High, and enters Hiwassee River some distance below Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. Takiasti, C. Untakiasti. Tahlequah, C. Tahlequah. Tachi, C. Tatsi. Takatoka, C. Dagata-ga. Tauladu, abbreviated Taldu, 12, from Tali, 2. Cf. Tala 2, cricket. Tlas, a former Cherokee settlement on Little Tennessee River, about Tallahassee Ford, in Blount County, Tennessee. The name has lost its meaning. Tallahassee, C. Tlas. Tala 2, cricket, sometimes also called Dita Stay Ski, Q.V., the barber. Cf. Tauladu, 12. Tail Danaji Ski, Utail Danaji Si, in a dialectic form, variously rendered by the whites, hemp carrier, nettle carrier, or flax toter, from tail ta or utail ta, flax, linum, or rich weed, Pilea pumila, and Danaji Ski. He carries them, habitually. A former prominent chief on Valley River, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. See in notes. Talihina, given as the name of the Cherokee wife of Samuel Houston, the form cannot be identified. See page. Tahlequah, commonly written Tellico, Taliquo or, in the Indian Territory, Tahlequah, the name of several Cherokee settlements at different periods, viz. 1. Great Tellico, at Tellico Plains, on Tellico River, in Monroe County, Tennessee. 2. Little Tellico, on Tellico Creek of Little Tennessee River, about 10 miles below Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. 3. A town on Valley River, about 5 miles above Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. 4. Tahlequah, established as the capital of the Cherokee Nation, Indian Territory, in 1839. The meaning of the name is lost. Taliwa, the site of a traditional battle between the Cherokee and Creeks about 1755, on Mountain Creek of Etowah River in Upper Georgia. Probably not a Cherokee but a Creek name from the Creek Taulua or Italua, town. See pages N. Talking Rock, C. Nunuk Gunwani Ski. Tallulah, C. Talyalu. Tautsu Ska, two heads, from Tali, 2, and Tsu Ska, plural of Uska, his head. A Cherokee chief about the year 1800, known to the whites as Doublehead. Talyalai, pregnant, whence Alyalai, she is, a mother, said of a woman. Talyalu, commonly written Tallulah, and appearing in old documents, from the lower dialect, as Tarara, Taruro, Turari, etc. A name occurring in 2 or more places in the old Cherokee country, viz. 1. An ancient settlement on the upper part of Tallulah River, in Rabun County, Georgia. 2. A town on Tallulah Creek of Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. The word is of uncertain etymology. The Dulu Si frog is said to cry Talyalu. C. The noted falls upon Tallulah River are known to the Cherokee as Yugan Q.V. Talantiski, C. Atalantiski. Tamale, a name, commonly written Tomatli or Tomatola, occurring in at least 2 places in the old Cherokee country, viz. 1. On Valley River, a few miles above Murphy, about the present Tomatola, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. 2. On Little Tennessee River, about Tomatli Ford, a few miles above Tellico River, in Monroe County, Tennessee. The name cannot be translated, and may be of Creek origin, as that tribe had a town of the same name upon the lower Chattahoochee River. Tanasi, a name which cannot be analyzed, commonly spelt Tennessee, occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country, viz. 1. On Little Tennessee River, about halfway between Sitico and Toccoa Creeks, in Monroe County, Tennessee. 2. Old Tennessee Town, on Hiwassee River, a short distance above the junction of Ocoee, in Polk County, Tennessee. 3. On Tennessee Creek, a headstream of Tecasagee River, in Jackson County, North Carolina. Tenaski, visited by Pardo in 1567, see page, may have been another place of the same name. C. Tenaski, see Tanasi. Taskigi, abbreviated from Taskigi or Daskigi, the locative e being commonly omitted, a name variously written Takioji, misprint, Taskiki, Tiskij, Tuskegi, Tuskegee, etc. Derived from that of a foreign tribe incorporated with the Cherokee, and occurring as a local name both in the Cherokee and in the Creek country. 1. The principal settlement of this name was on Little Tennessee River, just above the junction of Tellico, in Monroe County, Tennessee. 2. Another was on the north bank of Tennessee River, just below Chattanooga, Tennessee. 3. Another may have been on Tuskegee Creek of Little Tennessee River, near Robbinsville, Graham County, North Carolina. See page and Tuskegee, see Taskegi. Tassel, Old, see xxix. Totsi, Dutch, also written Tachi, a western Cherokee chief about 1830. See page. Tatsu-wa, the redbird. Tawa-li, punk. Tawa-li-aquanin-ti, punk plugged in, from Tawa-li, punk, the Cherokee name of a traditional Shawano chief. C. Toi-ska, Toi-skage, smooth, slick. Toi-scala, flint, a Cherokee supernatural, the personification of the rock flint, Toi-scalanai, Toi-scala, flint, from Toi-ska, smooth, slick, cf. Iroquois Toiscaran. See and notes. Teunxi, a traditional Western tribe, the name cannot be analyzed. C. Tellico, see Tahlequah. Tuluan Ladi, the summer grape, Vitis estivalis. Tensawati, see Ku Sawadii. Terrapin, see Tuxi. Tewa, flying squirrel, Salali, gray squirrel. Kiyuga, ground squirrel. Thomas, W.H. C. Willusty. Tiquali Tsi, a name occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country, viz. 1. Tuckaleegee Creek, a tributary of Warwoman Creek, east of Clayton, in Rabun County, Georgia. 2. The Tiquali Tsi of the story, an important town on Tuckasegee River at the present Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. 3. Tuckalecki Cove, on Little River, in Blount County, Tennessee, which probably preserves the aboriginal local name. The name appears in old documents as Tuckarechi, lower dialect, and Tuckaleegee, and must not be confounded with xxix or Tuckasegee. It cannot be translated. See and notes. Timasi, see Tomasi. Tlaj Asai, field. The Cherokee name for Lieutenant Colonel W. Stringfield of Waynesville, North Carolina, one of the officers of the Cherokee contingent in the Thomas Legion. It is an abbreviated rendering of his proper name. Tlaj Situan, a song form for Tlaj Si Astan I, on the edge of the field, from Tlaj Si, or Tsayaj Si, field, and Aston I, edge, border, etc., Ma Yaston, the bank of a stream. C. Tla Meha, bat, dialectic forms, Tsa Meha, Tsa Weha. See page. Tlanuasai, leech, dialectic form, Tsanuasai. See page. Tlanusi, abbreviated Tlanusi, Leech Place, a former important settlement at the junction of Hiwassee and Valley Rivers, the present site of Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. Also a point on Nautilus River, a few miles distant, in the same county. See and notes. The name appears also as Klenis, Klausuna, Quanishi, etc. Tla Nuwa, dialectic forms, Sanua, Sunawa, Sinawa, Adair, a mythic great hawk. See, also page 187. Tla Nuwa Usti, little Tla Nuwa, probably the goshawk, Aster atricapillus. C. Tla Nuwa at Silent Isani, where the Tla Nuwa cut it up, from Tla Nuwa, Q.V. And Tsilan Isku, an archaic form for Tsigunalan Isku, I am cutting it up. A place on Little Tennessee River, nearly opposite the entrance of CHEROKEE Creek, in Blount County, Tennessee. See in notes. Tla Nuwa Place, a cave on the north side of Tennessee River a short distance below the entrance of CHEROKEE Creek, in Blount County, Tennessee. See in notes. Pleku, J, dialectic form, Saiku. See page. Plunty Sti, the pheasant, Bonesa umbella, called locally grouse or partridge. Plutlu, the martin bird, dialectic form, Tsutsu. See page. Tsunta Tsi, panther, dialectic form, Tsunta Tsi. See page. Tokax, a place, apparently in the Cherokee country, visited by Pardo in 1567, see page. It may possibly have a connection with Toxaway, see Duxa I, or Tekoa, see Tagua High. Tekoa, see Tagua High. Toko, see Dakwa I. Talantiski, see Atalantiski. Tomasi, also written Timasi and Timus, the name of two or more former Cherokee settlements, viz., 1, on Tomasi Creek of Kiowa River, in Oconee County, South Carolina, 2. On Little Tennessee River near the entrance of Benningtown Creek, in Macon County, South Carolina. The correct form and interpretation are unknown. Tomatola, Tomatli, see Tomel. Tuintu, see Du Stew. Tugila, see Dujalu E. Takwa, see Dakwa I. Toxaway, see Duxa I. Track Rock Gap, see Datsu Nalisgun E. Sagas I, a Cherokee sprite. C. Tsagi, upstream, up the road, the converse of Gei. C. Tsei, see Unsei. Tsa Ladihai, Chief N. J. Smith of the East Cherokee. The name might be rendered Charlie Killer, from Tsali, Charlie, and Daihai, Killer, in composition, but is really a Cherokee equivalent for Jarrett, Saladi, his middle name, by which he was frequently addressed. Cf. Tagwadihi. Salagayan Li, Old Tobacco, from Salu, tobacco, and Agayan Li, or Agayan Ligay, Old, Ancient, the Nicotiana rustica or wild tobacco. C. Tsa Lagi, Tsa Ragi in lower dialect, the correct form of Cherokee. See page, tribal synonymy. Tsa Li, Charlie, a Cherokee shot for resisting the troops at the time of the removal. See page. Tsali Yusti, tobacco-like, from Tsalu, tobacco, and Yusti, like, a generic name for the cardinal flower, mullen and related species. C. Tsalu or Tsalin, in the lower dialect, Tsaru, tobacco, by comparison with kindred forms in other Iroquoian dialects the meaning, fire to hold in the mouth, seems to be indicated. Landman spells it Solung. See in page 187. Tsa Meha, see Tla Meha. Tsa Nadiska, for Tsandiskai, they say. Sana Siha I, so they say about him. C. Tsain and I, the scorpion lizard, also called Gigadanaji ski, q. v. C. Tsani, John. Santawu, a masculine name which cannot be analyzed. Sanyuga Sita, Sour John, John Butler, a half-breed Cherokee ball captain, formerly living on Nautilus River. C. Sanusti, Little John. The Cherokee name for General John Sevier, and also the boy name of the Chief John Ross, afterward known as Gu-Wiskowi, Q.V. Sikwie, a Cherokee attempt at Sevier, is a masculine name upon the East Cherokee Reservation. Sanuasai, C. Tlanuasai. Tsa Nuwa, C. Tla Nuwa. Tsa Ragi, Cherokee, C. Page, tribal synonymy. Saru, C. Tsalu. Sasta Y, a noted hunter formerly living upon Nantahala River, in Macon County, North Carolina, the meaning of the name is doubtful. C. Satana Gi, commonly spelled Chattanooga, the Cherokee name for some point upon the creek entering Tennessee River at the city of Chattanooga, in Hamilton County, Tennessee. It has no meaning in the Cherokee language and appears to be of foreign origin. The ancient name for the site of the present city is Adelnewa, Q.V. c. Before the establishment of the town the place was known to the whites as Ross Landing, from a store kept there by Lewis Ross, brother of the chief John Ross. Satagi, commonly written Chattooga or Chattooga, a name occurring in two or more places in the old Cherokee country, but apparently of foreign origin, see page. Possible Cherokee derivations are from words signifying respectively, he drank by sips, from Gatugia, I sip, or, he has crossed the stream and come out upon the other side, from Gatugi, I have crossed, etc. An ancient settlement of this name was on Chattooga River, a headstream of Savannah River, on the boundary between South Carolina and Georgia. Another appears to have been on Upper Tellico River, in Monroe County, Tennessee. Another may have been on Chattooga River, a tributary of the Coosa, in northwestern Georgia. Tsa Wagaxki, Joe Smoker, from Tsawa, Joe, and Gaxki, Smoker, from Ga Gisku, I am smoking. The Cherokee name for Chief Joel B. Mays, of the Cherokee Nation West. Tsawa Sai, a Cherokee sprite. C. Tsa Weha, Ctla Meha. Saiku, Ctleku. Seksini, the Cherokee form for the name of General Andrew Jackson. Sessa and I, Jessen, probably a derivative from Jesse. A masculine name upon the East Cherokee Reservation. Tsaiska Tsi, Scotch Jesse, Jesse Reed, present chief of the East Cherokee, so called because of mixed Scotch ancestry. Setsani Lee, thy two elder brothers, male speaking. My elder brother, male speaking, Unjini Lee. See note 2. Skagan E, insect place, from Skaya, insect, and E, locative. A cave in the ridge eastward from Franklin, in Macon County, North Carolina. C. Skaya, insect, worm, etc. See page. Tsikama Gi, a name, commonly spelled Chickamauga, occurring in at least two places in the old Cherokee country, which has lost any meaning in Cherokee and appears to be of foreign origin. It is applied to a small creek at the head of Chattahoochee River, in White County, Georgia, and also to the district about the southern, not the northern, Chickamauga Creek, coming into Tennessee River, a few miles above Chattanooga. In Hamilton County, Tennessee. In 1777 the more hostile portion of the Cherokee withdrew from the rest of the tribe and established here a large settlement, from which they removed about 5 years later to settle lower down the Tennessee in what were known as the Chickamauga Towns or 5 Lower Towns. See page and. Tsiki, a word which renders emphatic that which it follows, as a stew, very good, as to tsiki, best of all. C. Tsikiki, the katydid, the name is an onomatope. Tsi Kalili, the Carolina chickadee, Parus carolinensis. The name is an onomatope. C. Tsiksi Tsi, Tuksi Tsi in dialectic form, commonly written Takasagi, 1. A former Cherokee settlement about the junction of the two forks of Takasagi, above Webster, in Jackson County, North Carolina, not to be confounded with Tequali Tsi, Q.V. 2. A former settlement on a branch of Brasstown Creek of Hiwassee River, in Towns County, Georgia. The word has lost its meaning. Tsi Nawi, a Cherokee wheelwright, perhaps the first in the nation to make a spinning wheel and loom. The name cannot be analyzed. See page. Tsinyu, I am picking it, something long, up, in the lower and middle dialects, Tsinajiyu. Tsinajiyu, see Tsinyu. Siska Gilly, the large red crawfish, the ordinary crawfish is called Sistina. C. Tsi Squaw, bird. Sisquagua, robin, from Tsi Squaw, bird. Sisqua High, bird place, from Tsi Squaw, bird, and High, locative. Birdtown settlement on the East Cherokee Reservation, in Swain County, North Carolina. Sisquaya, sparrow, literally, principal bird, i.e., most widely distributed, from tsi squa, bird, and ya, a suffix denoting principal or real. Silala high, sweet gum place, from silalu, sweet gum, liquid ambar, and high, locative. A former settlement on a small branch of Brasstown Creek of Hiwassee River, just within the line of Towns County, Georgia. The name is incorrectly rendered Gumlog, Creek. Sisquunsti at Sisti, where they killed Little Bird, from Sisquunsti, Little Birds, plural form. A place near the head of West Buffalo Creek, southeast of Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. Sistetsi, Mouse Place, from Sistetsi, Mouse, and locative, a former settlement on South Mouse Creek, of Hiwassee River, in Bradley County, Tennessee. The present town of Cleveland, upon the same creek, is known to the Cherokee under the same name. Sistu, rabbit. Sistana, crawfish, the large horned beetle is also so called. The large red crawfish is called Siskagilly. Sistunigisti, rabbit foods, plural, from tsi stew, rabbit, and unigisti, plural of agisti, food, from tsi ju, I am eating, soft food. The wild rose. Sistu rabbit place, from tsistu, rabbit, and locative. 1. Gregory Bald, high peak of the Great Smoky Range, eastward from Little Tennessee River, on the boundary between Swain County, North Carolina and Blount County, Tennessee. See and notes. 2. A former settlement on the north bank of Hiwassee River at the entrance of Cheshua Creek, in Polk County, Tennessee. The name of Coastia Creek of Tougaloo River, in Oconee County, South Carolina, is probably also a corruption from the same word. Tsia High, Otter Place, from Tsiu, otter, and locative, variously spelled Chiawa, Chiohi, Chuwo, Chu, etc. 1. A former settlement on a branch of Kiowa River, near the present Chiohi, Oconee County, South Carolina. 2. A former and still existing Cherokee settlement on Chiawa River, about Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. 3. A former settlement in Cades Cove, on Cove Creek, in Blount County, Tennessee. Tsiu Gunsi Ni, he is dragging a canoe, from Tsiu, canoe, cf Tsiu, otter, and Gunsi Ni, he is dragging it. Dragging canoe, a prominent leader of the hostile Cherokee in the Revolution. The name appears in documents as Chukunsin and Kunasi. See page. Tskili Gua, Big Witch, from Atskili, or Tskili, witch, owl, and Gua, big, an old man of the East Cherokee, who died in 1896. See page. Although translated Big Witch by the whites, the name is understood by the Indians to mean Big Owl, see, having been originally applied to a white man living on the same clearing, noted for his large staring eyes. Tskili, contracted from Atskili, 1. Witch, 2. The dusky horned owl, Bubo virginianus saturatus. C. Tsalan, C. Tsalu. Squa the great white heron or American egret, Herodias egretta. Suda tailson where pieces fall off, i.e. where the banks are caving in, from adatailu, it is falling off, ts, distance prefix, there, and locative. The Cherokee name for the present site of Memphis, Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi, and formerly known as the Chickasaw Bluff. Suda Yell isolated place, an isolated peak near the head of Chiawa River, northeast of Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. See and notes. The root of the word signifies detached or isolated, whence Yuda Yell the Cherokee outlet, in the Indian Territory. Tsu Dinunti throwing down place, a former settlement on lower Nantahala River, in Macon County, North Carolina. C. Tsujidl Olski Sti, from Tsujidl, plural of Ujidl, one of the long wing or tail feathers of a bird, and Olski Sti or Olski Ta, a dance, the feather or eagle dance. C. Tsunjaliasai, plural of Unjaliasai, qv. Sungini si, plural of ungini si, qv. Sukalunan e, where he alighted, 2 bald spots on a mountain at the head of Little Snowbird Creek, near Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. For tradition, c. Sunkina Tlai, my younger brothers, male speaking. Sunkata, my younger brothers, female speaking. Tsul, fox, cf tsl, kingfisher and tlutlu or tsutsu, martin. The black fox is Aina Li. The Creek word for fox is chula. Tsula ski, alligator, the name is of uncertain etymology. Tsla y, si tsui I. Tsula Sinan e, footprint place. A place on Tecasagee River, about a mile above Deep Creek, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Sulcal, slanting eyes, literally, he has them slanting, or leaning up against something. The prefix ts makes it a plural form, and the name is understood to refer to the eyes, although the word I, acta, plural dicta, is not a part of it. Cf. Atta, glkl. A mythic giant and ruler of the game. The name has been corrupted to Judaculla and Tulicula. Judaculla Rock and Judaculla Old Fields about the head of Tecasagee River, in Jackson, North Carolina, take their name from him. See in notes. Suli Hissanen High, resurrected one, from D. Gwail Hissanen High, I was resurrected, literally, I was down and have risen. Tsa Logi Tsuli Hissanuni, the Cherokee title of the newspaper known to the whites as the Cherokee Phoenix. The Cherokee title was devised by Worcester and Boudinot as suggesting the idea of the phoenix of classic fable. The Indian name of the recent Cherokee advocate is Tsa Logi Astali Ski. Sulcal Tsungun e, Si Tsungun e. Suli na, the nuthatch, Sitta carolinensis, the word signifies literally, deaf, a plural form referring to the ear, gyul, although no reason is given for such a name. TSL, kingfisher. Cf. Tsul. Tsui I, abbreviated TSL we or Tsula Y, possibly connected with TSL, kingfisher, Chilhowie Creek, a north tributary of Little Tennessee River, in Blount County, Tennessee. Sundanilti E, where they demanded the debt from him. A place on Little Santitla River, west of Robbinsville, in Graham County, North Carolina. The creek also is commonly known by the same name. C. Sundage Y, closed anuses, literally, they have them closed, understood to refer to the anus. From Dij Y, plural of gey, closed, stopped up, blind, cf. Sulcal, also Gilist Y, blind, or closed, ears, an old personal name. C. Sun Digwan Ski, contracted from Sun Digansug, they have them forked, referring to the peculiar forked tail, cf. Sulcal, a migratory bird which once appeared for a short time upon the East Cherokee Reservation, apparently, from the description, the scissortail or swallow-tailed flycatcher, Milvulus forficatus. C. Tsungun E, sometimes called Sulcal Tsungun E, Tennessee bald, at the extreme head of Tecasagee River, on the east line of Jackson County, North Carolina. The name seems to mean, there where it is white, from ts, a prefix indicating distance, nga, white, and e, locative. See in notes. Tsunul kl, the plural form for Sulcal, qv, a traditional giant tribe in the west. C. Tsunulai Sunesla ta, they have split noses, from Agwali, I have it, and Unestlau, it is cracked, as a crack made by the sun's heat in a log or in the earth, the initial s makes it refer to the nose, Kayasa. See in notes. Tsunis Tsahi, those, having top knots or crests, from Ustahu, having a top knot, Ustsahai, he has a top knot, habitual. See in notes. Tsuniatiga, naked people. Literally, they are naked there, from Waiatiga, naked, singular, with the prefix ts, indicating distance. A traditional Western tribe. C. Tsunsti, contracted from Tsunsti Ga, the plural of Usti Ga or Usti, small. Tsunulahan Ski, he tries, but fails, habitually, from Detsinu gu, q.v., I tried, but failed. A former noted chief among the East Cherokee, commonly known to the whites as Junaluska. In early life he was called Kuklaski, a name which denotes something habitually falling from a leaning position, cf. Adaglkl and Sulkal. See page. Sun Ka Yi, Sun Sikwaya, Sun Sulaya, Sun Wayaya, I am, sun or tsi, verbal prefix, a real, ya, yi, noun suffix, deer, kawi, archaic for awe, opossum, si qua, fox, sul, wolf, waya. Archaic song forms. C. Susjana I, the ghost country, from Asji na, ghost, I, locative, and ts, a prefix denoting distance. The land of the dead, it is situated in Usunhii, the twilight land, in the west. C. Swakwal, plural of uskwal, short. Susquanan nawata, worn-out blanket, from Susquanan ni, blanket, the word refers to something having stripes, and yuwata, worn out. James D. Wofford, a prominent Cherokee mixed blood and informant in the Western Nation, who died about 1896. See page. Tsutaga Yuian I, Chicken Creek, from Tsutaga, chicken, and Yuian I, stream. An extreme eastern headstream of Nantahala River, in Macon County, North Carolina. C. Tsutatsinasan E, Eddy Place. A place on Chiawa River at the mouth of Cockrum Creek, in Graham County, North Carolina. For tradition see. Tsutsu, see Tlutlu. Tsunta tsi, see Tlunta tsi. Tsuwa, the mud puppy or water dog, Menopoma or Protonopsis. C. Tsuwatelda, a contraction of Tsuwateldi, the name has lost its meaning. Pilot Knob, north from Brevard, in Transylvania County, North Carolina. See and notes. Tsuwa, Unietsani, where the water dogs laughed, from Tsuwa, q.v. Water dog, Unitsu, they laughed, Ajietsku, I am laughing, and e, locative, to Squiddy Bald, near Hayesville, in Clay County, North Carolina. For story see. Tsunahi, a traditional hunter, in communication with the invisible people. C. The name seems to mean, he has them in abundance, an irregular or archaic form for Uvanai, he has abundance, he is rich, from Agwinai, I am rich. As a masculine name it is used as the equivalent of Richard. C. Tukalaki, C. Tequaliasai. Tikasagi, C. Tsixitai. Tugalu, C. Dujalu E. Tugalu, the cry of the Dagok goose. Tugalu na, a variety of small fish, about 4 inches long, frequenting the larger streams, from Galo na, a gourd, on account of its long nose. See and notes. Tuxi, the terrapin or land tortoise. Also the name of a Cherokee chief about the close of the Revolution. Saligu gi, common turtle, soft-shell turtle, Olmwa. Tuxi tsi, C. Tsixi tsi. Tulikula, C. Tsulkal. Tulskuwa, he snaps with his head, from Uska, head. The snapping beetle. Tuna I, a traditional warrior and medicine man of old Itza Ti, the name cannot be analyzed. C. Tikitown, C. Gundi Gaduhan E. Tiniptown, C. Ul E. Tuskegee, C. Taski Gi. Tisquiddy Bald, C. Tsuwa Unietsan E. Tisquiddy Creek, C. Dasquidden E. Tu Sti, for Tusti Ga, a small bowl, larger jars are called Diwa El and Untaya. Tun Tau, a small yellow night moth. The name comes from a huntu, a word implying that something flits into and out of the blaze. C. Tu Ti, snowbird. Tuti, snowbird place, from Tu Ti, snowbird, and E, locative. Little Snowbird Creek of Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. Tu Tsahayasai, he will marry you. Tuya, bean. Tu Yidskalosti ski, si ta gu. Tu Yahusi, she will die. Timus, si Tomasi. Uchi, si ani utsi. Yuta hail e, on the sunny side. Yuta I, the baneberry or kohash vine, actia. The name signifies that the plant has something long hanging from it. Yutal, it is, married. The mistletoe, so called on account of its parasitic habit. Udawagan ta, bald. A bald mountain of the Great Smoky Range, in Yancey County, North Carolina, not far from Mount Mitchell. C. Udsi Scala, a masculine name. Yuga Sita, sour. Unjida, thy two elder brothers, male speaking. See notes 2. Unjulius I, plural, Sunjulius I, my daughter's child. See note 2, and cf Unginius I. Ungini Li, my elder brother, female speaking. See notes 2. Ungini Si, plural Tsungini Si, my son's child. See note 2, and cf Ungilius I. Ugiska, he is swallowing it, from Tsikiu, I am eating. See and notes. Uguku, the hooting or barred owl, Cernium nebulosum, the name is an onomatope. See also Tskili and Wahuhu. Ugunst Li, Ugunst Lu in dialectic form, the horny-head fish, Campostoma, stone roller. The name is said, on doubtful authority, to refer to its having horns. C. Yugan E, Tallulah Falls, on the river of that name, northeast from Clarksville, in Habersham County, Georgia, the meaning of the name is lost. C. Ualata, C. Adlta. Ukku Sunsateti, it will twist up one's arm. C. Ukku Sunsuti, bent bow shape, a comic masculine name. Cf Gultsu Ti, bow. C. Ukquanagi Sti, it will draw down one's eye. C. Ukquanagi Ta, I drawn down, a comic masculine name. C. Uksuhai, the mountain black snake or black racer, Coluber obsoletus, the name seems to refer to some peculiarity of the eye, acta, Uksuha, he has something lodged in his eye. See and notes. Uktna, keen-eyed. From acta, I, acta ti, to examine closely. A mythic great horned serpent, with a talismanic diadem. See and notes. Uktnatsuganan Tatsan where the Uktina got fastened. A spot on Takasagi River, about 2 miles above Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Uktiniutansi Nastan where the Uktina crawled. A rock on the north bank of Takasagi River, about 4 miles above Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Ukwanu, or Ukwani, a former Cherokee settlement, commonly known to the whites as Oconee, on Seneca Creek, near the present Valhalla, in Oconee County, South Carolina. Ulag, the mythic original of the Yellow Jacket tribe. C. The word signifies leader, boss, or principal one, and is applied to the first Yellow Jacket, Ska-I, seen in the spring, to a queen bee and to the leader of a working squad. Onwa, the soft-shell turtle. The etymology of the word is uncertain. See also Saligu Gi and Tuxi. Ulesula, moccasin, shoe. Yul, and, Yulen, and also. Unlai ta, he is, long-winded, an archaic form for the regular word, Gunli ta, an old masculine name. A chief about the year 1790, known to the whites as, the breath. Ulsquil Gi, a pound mill, a self-acting water mill used in the Cherokee Mountains. The name signifies that, it butts with its head, uska, head, in allusion to the way in which the pestle works in the mortar. The generic word for mill is distasti. Ulstitlu, literally, it is on his head. The diamond crest on the head of the mythic Uktina serpent. When detached it becomes the Yulunsu Ti. Ultawa I, a former Cherokee settlement about the present Ultawa, on the creek of the same name, in James County, Tennessee. The name has the locative form, I suffix, but cannot be translated. Ulani ta, domesticated, tame, may be used for persons as well as animals, but not for plants. For cultivated or domesticated plants the adjective is gunatlan I, or ganusan I. Yulunsu ti, transparent, the great talismanic crystal of the Cherokee. Spelled Ulansaid by Hagar. See in notes. Ulan ta, it has climbed, from Salahi, I am climbing, the poison oak, Rus radicans. C. Ul-e, tuber place, from ul, a variety of edible tuber, and e, locative. A former settlement upon Taniptown, 4 Ul-e, Creek, above Elijah, in Gilmer County, Georgia. Anakala, C. Ungadihai. Unadanti-e, place where they conjured, the name of a gap about 3 miles east of Webster, in Jackson County, North Carolina, and now transferred to the town itself. C. Unaid na, woolly, downy, in speaking of animals. Yuwa nu, wool, down, fine fur, detached from the animal. Unahu, C. Anawi. Anawi, heart, in middle and lower dialects, unahu. See page. Unaka, C. Unga and unikoi. Unatlunwi hitu, it has spirals, a plant, unidentified, used in conjurations. C. Unga, white. Ungui, he is, was, mischievous or bad, soon gui you are very mischievous, said to a child. C. Ungatsatu, he is, mischievous, but jain gatsatu, I am mischievous. Uneln hai, the apportioner. I am apportioning, gainlask, I apportion, habitually, gainlask. In the sacred formulas a title of the sun god, in the Bible the name of God. Unstalin, ice. Unicoi, the map name of the old Unicoi Turnpike, see page, of a gap on the watershed between Chattahoochee and Hiwassee rivers, in Georgia, and of a county in eastern Tennessee. Probably a corruption of Unga, white, whence comes also Unaka, the present map name of a part of the Great Smoky Range. Unigisti, foods, singular, agisti. Uniga yatati where they made a fish trap, from Yuga Yatanai, fish trap, and locative, a place on Takasagi River, at the mouth of Deep Creek, near Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. See in notes. Uni Haluna, Sia Haluna. Unica Y, the townhouse dance, so called because danced inside the townhouse. The name does not refer to a townhouse, Gadi and cannot be analyzed, but may have some connection with the archaic word for deer. Cf. Ani Kawi. Unga Daihai, white man killer, from Unga, white, for Yun Wuna Ga, white person, and Daihai, a noun suffix denoting killer, he kills them habitually. A Cherokee chief, whose name appears in documents about 1790 as White Man Killer, or, by misprint Anakala. It is an old masculine name, existing until recently upon the reservation. Cf. Tagwadihai. Unisquitug, they wear a hat. Ulsquitawa, hat, from Uska, head. The Mayapple, podophyllum. C. Unistilanisti, they stick on along their whole length, the generic name for stickers and burrs, including the Spanish needle, cockleburr, Jimson weed, etc. C. Uni-tsi, her mother, Ajitsi, my mother. Unia Haitani, where they shot it, from Tsia Ihu, I shoot, and locative. A place on Takasagi River a short distance above Bryson City, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Untuola, C. Dihayandula. Untakiasti where they race, from Takia ta, a race, and locative, locally corrupted to Takiasti. The district on the French Broad River, around Asheville, in Buncombe County, North Carolina. The town itself is known to the Cherokee as Kasdu Ashes Place, from Kasdu, Ashes, and locative, which is intended as a translation of its proper name. C. Untlas Gasti where they scratched. A place at the head of Hyatt Creek of Valley River, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. For tradition see. Untuola, C. di Hyandula. Anuntie, milk. Usti Ga, abbreviated Usti, small, plural Tsunsti Ga, Tsunsti. USGA Styu, very dangerous, very terrible, intensive of USGST. Usquail na, big head, from Uska, head, a masculine name, perhaps the original of the bullhead, given by Haywood as the name of a former noted Cherokee warrior. Usquali gu ta, his stomach hangs down, from Usquali, his stomach, and gu ta, it hangs down. A prominent chief of the Revolutionary period, known to the whites as Hanging Maw. Ustna li, from Ustnal high or Uni Stana la, a plural form, denoting a natural barrier of rocks, plural, across a stream, a name occurring in several places in the old Cherokee country, and variously spelled Eastonali, Eastonora, Estonala. Ustinari, Istinare, Ustinaula, Ustinali, Ustinari, etc. One settlement of this name was on Kiowa River, below the present Fort George, in Oconee County, South Carolina. Another seems to have been somewhere on the waters of Tuckasegee River, in western North Carolina. A third, prominent during and after the Revolutionary period, was just above the junction of Coosawhatee and Conasauga rivers to form the Ustinaula, in Gordon County, Georgia, and adjoining New Echota, see Gansa Gi. Other settlements of the same name may have been on Eastonali Creek of Tougaloo River, in Franklin County, Georgia, and on Eastonala Creek, flowing into Hiwassee River, in McMinn County, Tennessee. Cf. Tsusnal under Daguna High. Ustidi, C. Utsug. Ustatlai, a traditional dangerous serpent. The name signifies having something on the calf of the leg or on the heel, from Ustatun his, calf of the leg, attached. It is applied also to the southern hoop snake, Abaster erythrogrammus. C. Usunhi that darkening land, where it is always getting dark, as at twilight. The name used for the West in the myths and sacred formulas. The common word is Wudaliguani, there where it, the sun, goes down. In the word used is Wusuhun there where they stay overnight. See also Tsusjana Utanu, great, fully developed. Cf. Gua. Utawa Hilu, handbreadth, from Yuwa hand. A figurative term used in the myths and sacred formulas. Utawagan bald place. A high bald peak of the Great Smoky Range on the Tennessee-North Carolina line, northeastward from Big Pigeon River. C. Untiguhi, pot in the water, from untaya, or untai, pot, and gui, it is in the water, or other liquid, habitually. The Suck, a dangerous rapid in Tennessee River, at the entrance of Suck Creek, about 8 miles below Chattanooga, Tennessee. See in notes. Utlta, he, or she, has it sharp, i.e., has some sharp part or organ. It might be used of a tooth, fingernail, or some other attached portion of the body, but in the story is understood to refer to the awl-like finger. 10 Kate spells it Ulata. A mythic half-human monster. See in notes. Utlti, Utlta place, see Utlta. A place on Little Tennessee River, nearly off Citico Creek, in Blount County, Tennessee. See in notes end. Utsala, lichen, another form of Utsail-ta. A Cherokee chief of the removal period. See page. Utsail-ta, lichen, literally, pot scrapings, from a fancied resemblance. Untsei, also Etsei or Tsei, the first syllable being almost silent, brass. A mythic gambler. See in notes. The present rendering, brass, is probably a modern application of the old myth name, and is based upon the resemblance of the sound to that produced by striking a sheet of metal. Utsanadi, rattlesnake. The name is of doubtful etymology, but is said to refer to the rattle. Utsanadi rattlesnake place. Rattlesnake Springs, about 2 miles south from Charleston, Bradley County, Tennessee. See page. Utset sti, he grins, habitually. CSI qua utsetsti. Yutsi, her, his, mother, etsi, a jitsi, my mother. Yutsid sada, corn tassel, thistlehead, etc. It is used as a masculine name and was probably the Cherokee name of the chief known during the Revolutionary period as Old Tassel. Utsuji, the tufted titmouse, Parus bicolor, also called ustidi, top knot, or tip on account of its crest. C and Utsudi, fish. Cf Utsudi, many. Unwada li, storehouse, provision house. See in notes. Unwada Tsujilas, where the storehouse, Unwada li, was taken off. Either Black Rock or Jones Knob, northeast of Webster, on the east line of Jackson County, in North Carolina. C. Uwaga High, commonly written Okoi, apricot place, from Uwa Ga, the apricot vine, or Maypop, Passiflora incarnata, and High, locative. A former important settlement on Ocoee River, near its junction with Hiwassee, about the present Benton, in Polk County, Tennessee. Uwa e, hand, paw, generally used with the possessive suffix, as uani, his hand. Uva la, liver. Uva nahi, rich. Used also as a personal name as the equivalent of Richard. Cf tsunahi. Uw tsun ta, bouncer, habitual, from KTS, it is bouncing. A traditional serpent described as moving by jerks like a measuring worm, to which also the name is applied. C. Yahai, a high peak in the Great Smoky Range, probably on the line between Swain County, North Carolina, and Sevier or Blount County, Tennessee. See in notes. Oihila Gi, abbreviated from Tsuyujil Gi, where there are dams, i.e. Beaver Dams, from Gujil Unsku, he is damming it. 1. A former settlement on Oathkaloga, Ujilagi, Creek of Oostenaula River, near the present Calhoun, in Gordon County, Georgia. 2. Beaver Dam Creek, west of Clarksville, in Habersham County, Georgia. Valleytown, Sigu Nahitani. Vengeance Creek, Sin Sadi E. Wachesa, Si Watsi Su. Wadden, thanks. Wadi, paint, especially red paint. Wadijaska Lee, his head, is, brown, i.e. Brown head, from Wadajai, brown, brown red, and Aska Lee, possessive of Uska, head, the copperhead snake. Wadi Yahi, a feminine name of doubtful etymology. An expert basket-making woman among the East Cherokee, who died in 1895. She was known to the whites as Mrs. Bushyhead. See page. Wofford, Seat Susquehanna Nawata. Wajinsi, the name of an eddy at the junction of the Little Tennessee and Main Tennessee rivers, at Lenoir, in Loudoun County, Tennessee. The town is now known to the Cherokee by the same name, of which the meaning is lost. C. Waguli, whippoorwill, the name is an onomatope, the Delaware name is Wicoles, heckwelder. Wananahi, C. Waninahi. Wahuhu, the screech owl, Megascops asio, see also Tskili and Uguku. Waka, cow, from the Spanish vaca, as is also the Creek waga and the Arapaho wakach. Walla Sai, the common green frog, there are different names for the bullfrog, Kununu, Q.V. And for other varieties, warts are also called Walla Sai. Wallace, Frog Place. 1. A former settlement, known to the whites as Frogtown, upon the creek of the same name, north of Dahlonega, in Lumpkin County, Georgia. 2. Luconte and Bullhead Mountains in the Great Smoky Range on the North Carolina-Tennessee line, together with the ridge extending into Sevier County, Tennessee, between the middle and west forks of Little Pigeon River. See in notes. Wallace Anol Sti, it fights frogs, from Wallace I, frog, and Anol Sti, it fights, habitually, gly, I am fighting. The Prosarts lanuginosa plant. C. Wallace Anolstii, place of the plant Wallace Anolsti, commonly known to the whites as Fighting Town, from a translation of the latter part of the name, a former settlement on Fighting Town Creek, near Morganton, in Fannin County, Georgia. C. Walini, a feminine name, compounded from wali, another form of quali, pali, with a suffix added for euphony. Wayne, Asin Tlunyi, Hickory Footlog Place, from Wayne I, Hickory, Asuntlan I, Q, V, Footlog, Bridge, and E, Locative. A former settlement, known to the whites as Hickory Log, on Etowah River, a short distance above Canton, in Cherokee County, Georgia. Waninahi, a feminine name of uncertain etymology, the Wananahi of the Wananahi manuscript. Washington, C. Wasitana. Wasai, the Cherokee form for Moses. Wasitana, Wasuantana, different dialectic forms, a Cherokee known to the whites as Washington, the sole survivor of a removal tragedy. See page. The name denotes a hollow log, or other cylindrical object, lying on the ground at a distance. The root of the word is aci-ta, log, and the w prefixed makes it at a distance. Wasulu, a large red-brown moth which flies about the blossoming tobacco in the evening. Wada-gi, commonly written Wataga, also Watoga, Wadagi, Watoga, etc. A name occurring in two or more towns in the old Cherokee country. One was an important settlement on Watauga Creek of Little Tennessee River, a few miles below Franklin, in Macon County, Tennessee. Another was traditionally located at Watauga Old Fields, about the present Elizabethton, on Watauga River, in Carter County, Tennessee. See page. The meaning of the name is lost. Watauga, see Wada-gi. Wutsi-sa, a prominent old Cherokee, known to the whites as Wachesa, a name which cannot be translated, who formerly lived on Lower Beaver Dam Creek of Hiwassee River, below Murphy, in Cherokee County, North Carolina. From the fact that the Unicoi Turnpike passed near his place, it was locally known as the Wachesa Trail. Waya, wolf, the name is an onomatope, intended as an imitation of the animal's howl, cf. the creek name, Yaha. Way High, Wolf Place, i.e. place of the Wolf Clan, the form ani, Way High is not used. Wolftown Settlement on Upper Soco Creek, on the East Cherokee Reservation, in Jackson County, North Carolina. Waya Gap, see Athai-ta. Waya, see Wei. Wei, Pigeon. The modern Cherokee name for Big Pigeon River in western North Carolina, probably a translation of the English name. It appears also as Waya. Welch, Lloyd, C. de Sigia Gi. Wisa, cat, a corruption of pussy. White Path, C. Nunna Haitsung Ga. Willstown, a former important settlement, so called from the half-breed chief known to the whites as Red-Headed Will, on Wills Creek below Fort Payne, in DeKalb County, Alabama. The settlement was frequently called from him Wheelie E., Will's Place, but this was not the proper local name. Wilsini, the Cherokee name for H. W. Spray, agent and superintendent for the East Cherokee Reservation. An adaptation of his middle name, Wilson. Will Usty, Little Will, from Wheelie, Will and Usty Ga or Usty, Little. The Cherokee name for Colonel W. H. Thomas, for many years the recognized chief of the Eastern Band. Wisakta, see Gahawi Sita. Wolftown, see Way High. Wudasite, Rosatacito, see Autacity. Wudaliguan, the west, literally, there where it, the sun, goes down, W prefixed implies distance, E, locative. See also Usunhi E and Wusuhan E. Wooliganatutan, excelling all others, either in good or bad, it may be used as equivalent to Waston, beyond the limit. See page. Wusuhan E, there where they stay overnight, i.e., the West. An archaic term used by the narrator of the story of Unsei. The common word is Wudaliguan E, Q, V, while the term in the sacred formulas is Usunhi E, Q, V. Zwala, see Anisawali. Ya, a suffix denoting principal or real, as Tsisquaya, principal bird, the sparrow, Ani Yanwia, principal or real people, Indians. Yahula, see Yahula I. Yahula I, Yahula place, from Yahula, a Cherokee trader said to have been taken by the spirit people. Yahula seems to be from the Creek Yoholo, a name having reference to the song, Yaholo, used in the black drink ceremony of the Creeks. Thus Aseyoholo, corrupted into Osceola, signified the black drink song. It may, however, be a true Cherokee word, Yahulu, or Yahuli, the name for a variety of hickory, also for the doodlebug. Unyahula is a feminine name, but cannot be translated. Yahula Creek, near Dahlonega, in Lumpkin County, Georgia. See in notes. Yulla Gi, Alarka Creek of Little Tennessee River, above the junction of Takasagie, in Swain County, North Carolina. The meaning of the name is lost. Yandaska Ga, a fault finder. C. Yeni Gua, Big Bear, from Yanu, bear, and Egwa, great, large. A prominent chief about the year 1800, the name occurs in treaties as Yona, Yohanakwa, and Yanahekwa. See page. Yanu, bear. Yanu Dinehun E, where the bears live, from Yanu, bear, Dinehu, they dwell, E who, I dwell, I live, and E, locative. A place on Oconaluftee River, a short distance above the junction with Takasagie, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Yanyugun Ski, the bear drowns him, habitually, from Yanu, bear, and Tsiganiska, I am drowning him. A noted East Cherokee chief, known to the whites as Yanaguska or Drowning Bear. See page. Yanuyu Natawasti E, where the bears wash, from Yanu, bear, and E, locative. A former pond in the Great Smoky Mountains, about the extreme head of Raven Fork, in Swain County, North Carolina. C. Yen, Utstu, the bear lies on it, the shield fern, Aspidium. C. Yawa I, Yawa Place. A place on Yellow Creek of Chiawa River, in Graham County, North Carolina. C. Yellow Hill, C. Elowa Dai. Yohanakwa, C. Yeni Gua. Yoho-O, an unmeaning song refrain. C. Yanaguska, C. Yanuganski. Yona, 1. Mountain, C. Gadalulu. 2. An abbreviated treaty form for the name of the chief Yenigua. Yanahekwa, C. Yenigua. Itawa, Itava, C. Itawa. U, an unmeaning song refrain and interjection. Uharli, Uharli Creek, of Lower Etowah River, in Bartow County, Georgia. The name is said by the Cherokee to be a corruption of Eufaula, Eufaula, a well-known Creek local name. C. Yunsu, Buffalo, CF Creek Yenasa, Choctaw Yenash, Hitchiti Yanasi. Yunsa I, Buffalo Place. West Buffalo Creek of Chiawa River in Graham County, North Carolina, the site of a former Cherokee settlement. C. Uiyue, an unmeaning song refrain. C. Yunwai, person, man, cf Mohawk Agui. Yunwai Amayain Hai, water-dwelling people, from Yunwai, person, and Ama Yain Hai, plural of Ame Hai, Q.V., a race of water fairies. C. Yunwaida Katagun E, C. Yunwaitsolanan E. Yunwai Ganahi Ta, long man. A formulistic name for the river, personified as a man with his head resting on the mountain and his feet stretching down to the lowlands, who is constantly speaking to those who can understand the message. Yunwini Giski, man-eaters, literally, they eat people, habitually, from Yunwai, person, man, and Uni Giski, they eat, habitually, from Tsikiu, I am eating. The Cherokee name for a distant cannibal tribe, possibly the Atakapa or the Tonkawa. C. Cf. Anada Duntaski. Yunwaitsolanan E, where the man stood, originally Yunwaida Katagun E, where the man stands, from Yunwai, person, man, Cita Ga, I am standing, and E, locative. Standing Indian, a high bald mountain at the head of Nantahala River, in Macon County, North Carolina. C. Yunwai Tsunsti, little people, from Yunwai, person, people, and Tsunsti Ga or Tsunsti, plural of Usti Ga, or Usti, little. The Cherokee Fairies. C. Yunwai Usti, little man. A formulistic name for the ginseng, a taliguli, q. v. Yunwai Usgst, dangerous man, terrible man, a traditional leader in the westward migration of the Cherokee. See page. Yunwaya, Indian, literally, principal or real person, from Yunwai, person and ya, a suffix denoting principal or real. See pages and index to part. The Roman numerals in this index refer to pages in the introduction of 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, not included in this edition. A. Abbott on effect of Georgia anti-Cherokee laws. Abraham, murder of. Acculturation, study of 21 to 25. Acknowledgements. Akalapissa, tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Acoma, work at 13. Activities. Discussion of 64 LXV. Adair, James, on Cherokee dialects. Adair, James on Cherokee intertribal friction. Adair, James on Cherokee lack of conservatism. Adair, James on Cherokee population. Adair, James on Cherokee relations with Creeks. Adair, James on Cherokee sacred ark. Adair, James on Cherokee snake myths. Adair, James on Cherokee sufferings from smallpox. Adair, James on Cherokee thunder myths. Adair, James on Cherokee War of 1759 to 61. Adair, James on Christian Priber's work. Adair, James on Creek myths. Adair, James on Creeks. Adair, James on decay of Cherokee ritual and traditions. Adair, James on effects of Cherokee War, 1760 to 61. Adair, James on Gatayusti game. Adair, James on Herbert Spring. Adair, James on horses and swine among Cherokee. Adair, James on Indian beliefs concerning birds. Adair, James on Indian beliefs concerning food. Adair, James on Indian beliefs concerning wolf. Adair, James on Indian conduct during eclipse. Adair, James on Indian custom of removing deer's hamstrings. Adair, James on Indian marriage customs. Adair, James on Iroquois wars. Adair, James on name Cherokee. Adair, James on peace towns. Adair, James on sacred fire. Adair, James on scratching ceremony. Adair, James on Shawano wars. Adair, James on Tuskegee among Creeks. Adair, James on Tla Nuwa. Adair, James on welcome ceremony. Adder, myths concerning adoption among Eastern tribes. Advocate, Cherokee. See Cherokee Advocate. A Gangsta Ta, C. Morgan, Washington, Oconostota. Agun Uni Tsi, myth concerning Aguas Calientes, examination of caves near 17. Alabama in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Alabama, migration across the Mississippi by. Alabama, tribe of Creek Confederacy. Alabama, production of gold in. Alabama. Removal forts in. Algonquian languages, study of 25. Algonquian myths. Algonquian names for rabbit and dawn. Algonquian tribes, study of 17 to 18, 29. Alkini, Natchez woman among Cherokee. All bones, see Kalahu. Allegheny River, origin of name of. Allegory, development of 89 XC. Allen, H. N., on Korean myths. Alligator, myths concerning. Almanac, Cherokee, establishment of. Alphabet used for Cherokee words. Alphabet, see also syllabary. Altars of Religious Fraternities, Study of 46 to 49, L. Lee. Ambrosial Pleasures Licks LX. American Blood Among Cherokee. American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, Work of, Among Cherokee. Anadarko, C. Nadako. Angola, Myths of. Ani, Kittu-Wajai, C. Kittu-Wajai. Ani, Ku-Sa, C. Creeks. Ani, Kuta-Anai, Legends Concerning. Animals, Chiefs and Tribes of. Animals, Myths Concerning, Iti-Passim. Ani, Tsa Lagi, Ani, Yunwaya, C. Tsa Lagi, Yunwaya. Annuities, Cherokee. Annuities, Apportionment of. Annuities, Withholding of. Ant, Myths Concerning. Antelope, Myths Concerning. Apache, Murder of Party of, by Scalp Hunters. Apache, Racing Among. Apache, Study of 23. Apache, Use of Language of. As Trade Language. Apache, see also Jicarilla. Mescalero. Apalache, Enslavement of. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Reverend David Brainerd. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Colonel Benjamin Hawkins. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Chief McGillivray. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Colonel Art J. Meigs. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on General Robertson. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on John Ross. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on St. Clair's Defeat. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Tecumseh. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Nancy Ward. Appleton Cyclopedia of American Biography on Wayne's Victory. Aquaquarry, C. Guaquili. Arapaho, Genesis Legend of. Arapaho, Tribal Medicine of. Arbuckle, General, on Adoption of Cherokee Constitution. Arbuckle, General, Reward for Capture of Tachi offered by. Arch, John, Bible Translation by. Arizona. Report on Collections from 19xx. Arizona, Work in 13 to 15. Arkansas, Collection from 21. Arkansas Cherokee, Conference with Osage by. Arkansas Cherokee, Fixing of Boundaries to Lands of. Arkansas Cherokee, Friction between Main Band and. Arkansas Cherokee, History of. Arkansas Cherokee, Request of, for recognition as separate tribe. Arkansas Cherokee, Union of, with Main Band. Arkansas Cherokee, Visit of Sequoia to. Arkansas River, Settlement of Cherokee on. Arkansas River. Cession to Cherokee of Tract on. Arkansas River, Exchange of Tract on. Arts, see Fine Arts. ACI, Characters of. ACI, Recitation of Sacred Myths in. Astagata Ga, Lieutenant, Death of. Ataga High, Myths Concerning. Atagal Kalu, see Atakullakulla. Atakapa, Cherokee Relations with. Atakullakulla, Agreement with, for Building of Forts. Atakullakulla, Attempts to Bring Peace by. Atakullakulla, Offer of Aid to Americans by. Atakullakulla, Rescue of Captain Stewart by. Athletic Pleasures 63 to 68. Atkins, J. D. C. on East Cherokee Suit against Main Band. Atkins, J. D. C. Recommendation for East Cherokee Removal by. Atlanta Constitution on Effect of Georgia Anti-Cherokee Laws. ATSI, C. Arch, John. Augusta, Opening of Path from Cherokee Country to. Augusta, Treaty of, 1763. Autonomy, Cherokee, Waning of. Otto C. Battle at. Avery, Mrs. C. Acknowledgements to. Avery, Mrs. C. on Cherokee Part in Civil War. Avery, Mrs. C. on Colonel W. H. Thomas. Awani Ta, myth told by. Axe, John, Cherokee storyteller. Axe, John, myths told by. Axe, John on Gadiusti game. Ista, Cherokee storyteller. Ista, myths and songs obtained from. Alon on gigantic Indians. Alon. Version of Tsundage Y myth by. Alon, visit to Georgia coast by. Iini, sea swimmer. Aztec, myths of. B. Bald Mountain, myth concerning. Ball game among East Cherokee. Ball game among Western Cherokee. Ball game, figurative use of expression. Ball game, legend connected with. Ball game, myths and lore concerning. Ball game, rites and practices connected with. Bancroft, H. H. On Mexican grant to Cherokee. Bancroft, H. On scalping by whites. Baptist Gap, engagement at. Baptists, work of, among Cherokee. Barbarism, features of 49. Barcia, A.G., on Creek Cherokee Wars. Barcia, A.G. On De Luna's expedition. Barcia, A.G. on Rogel's expedition. Barcia, A.G. on Spanish mission among Cherokee. Barcia, A.G. Version of Tsundage Y myth by. Barnwell, Cherokee reply to. Barringer, Rufus, arbitrator between East Cherokee and Thomas's creditors. Bartram, William, on Canesplint fire. Bartram, William on cattle among Cherokee. Bartram. William on Cherokee relations with Creeks. Bartram, William on Creeks. Bartram, William on origin of mounds in Cherokee country. Bartram, William on ruins at Silver Bluff. Bartram, William on sacred fire. Bartram. William on Seminole regard for snakes. Bartram, William on strawberries in Cherokee country. Bartram, William on traders' bells. Bartram, William, travels of, in Cherokee country. Barton, B. S. on Cherokee linguistic relationship. Barton, B. S. on traditional predecessors of Cherokee. Basketry among East Cherokee. Basswood in Cherokee lore. Bat, myths concerning. Batty on visiting ceremony. Bats, Thomas, exploration into Cherokee country by. Bayagula, tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Bean. Lieutenant, part taken by, at Horseshoe Bend. Bean, Mrs., rescue of, by Nancy Ward. Bean in Cherokee lore. Bear, myths and lore concerning. Bear, songs of. Beargrass in Cherokee lore. Beard, John. Killing of Indians by. Bear Man, myth of. Beasley, Maj. Daniel, commander of Fort Mims. Beast fable, development of 82 to 83. Beecham, W. M., on Iroquois myths. Beecham, W. M. on Onondaga name for violet. Beaver on Ohio Cherokee. Beaver, Cherokee myths and lore concerning. Beckler, coining of gold by. Becker, G. F. on southern gold fields. Bees among Cherokee. Bees in Cherokee lore. Beetle, myths and lore concerning. Bell, John, flight of. Bennett, L. E. on schools in Cherokee Nation. Bible, translations of, into Cherokee. Bible story among Cherokee. Bibliography, work in XXX. Biedma on De Soto's expedition. Bienville on Natchez among Cherokee. Big Bear, C. Yang Gua. Big Cove, purchase of. Big Mush, C. Hard Mush. Big Witch, death of. Biloxi in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Biloxi, tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Bird Town, purchase of. Birds, myths and lore concerning. Blackberry, myth concerning. Blackburn, Rev. Gideon, establishment of school among Cherokee by. Black-eyed Susan in Cherokee lore. Blackfeet, method of catching eagles practiced by. Blackfeet, myths of. Black Fox, annuity for. Black Fox, enactment signed by. Black Mountain, myths concerning. Black Snake, myths concerning. Black Station, encounter at. Bledsoe on French and Spanish encouragement of Cherokee hostility. Blood Mountain, myth concerning. Blunt, William, endeavors of, for peace. Blunt, William. Governor of Tennessee. Blunt, William, life of. Blunt, William on attack on Buchanan Station. Blunt, William on Chickamauga Declaration of War, 1792. Blunt, William on origin of Chickamauga Band. Blunt, William on Shaw's mission. Blunt, William. Proposal of, to Cherokee, 1795. Blunt, William, territorial governor. Blunt, William, treaty and session arranged by, 1791. Blunt, chief, settlement of Tuscarora under. Blue Jay, myth concerning. Bluff, the See Nashville. Blythe, David, Cherokee storyteller. Blythe, David, myths told by. Blythe, James, acknowledgments to. Blythe, James, agent for East Cherokee. Blythe, James, Cherokee storyteller. Blythe, James, myths told by. Boas, Dr. Franz. Collection of Indian myths by. Boas, Dr. Franz on dissemination of Indian myths. Boas, Dr. Franz on Tillamook myths. Boats, sea canoes. Bonnell on Cherokee agreement with Mexico. Bonnell on Cherokee expulsion from Texas. Bonnell on Houston's efforts in behalf of Cherokee. Bonnell on Mexican grant to Cherokee. Books, myth concerning. Boone, Daniel, leader of Pioneer Advance. Baudineau. Cornelius, myths told by. Baudineau, Cornelius, opening of grave on farm of. Baudineau, Dr. Elias, on Cherokee myths. Baudineau, Elias, Bible translation by. Baudineau, Elias, editor of Cherokee Phoenix. Baudineau, Elias, education of. Baudineau, Elias. Killing of. Baudineau, Elias, signing of New Echota Treaty by. Baudineau, Elias, vote of, on Ridge Treaty. Boughton on Deluge myth. Bowers, G. M. Acknowledgements to. Bowl, capture of family of. Bowl, emigration of. Bowl, killing of. Bowl, paper carried by, at death. Bowl, treaty with Texas signed by. Bowles, opposition to McGillivray by. Boyd, D. T. Suit of United States against. Brainerd, Reverend David, life of. Brainerd Mission, attendance of pupils at. Brainerd Mission, establishment of. Brant, Sir William Johnson's connection with. Brass, C. Unsei. Breath, the death of. Briar in Cherokee lore. Brinton, D. G., edition of Wallamo by. Brinton, D. G. on Delaware name for Cherokee. Brinton, D. G. on Delaware tribal organization. Brinton, D. G. on Deluge myth. Brinton, D. G. on first appearance of whites. Brinton, D. G. on Flint and Rabbit myth. Brinton, D. G. on name Kitawajai. Brinton, D. G. on Shawano. Brinton, D. G. on Talage Y. British, encouragement of Indian hostility by. British relations with Indians. British, retention of posts by, 1790. British, withdrawal of, from interior posts. British, withdrawal of, from south. Brooks, Miss A. M. Acknowledgements to. Brooks Manuscripts on De Soto's route. Brooks Manuscripts on Pardo's expedition. Brown, David, Bible translation by Brown, David on Cherokee condition in 1819. Brown, David on effect of invention of alphabet. Brown, J. M. On ancestry of Sequoia. Brown, Joseph, capture, adoption, and release of. Brown, Joseph, Guide to Expedition of 1794. Brown, Joseph on attack on Buchanan Station. Brown, Joseph on Martin's expedition, 1788. Brown, Orlando. On Catawba among East Cherokee. Brown, Colonel. Richard, part taken by, in Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Brown, Thomas, teacher among East Cherokee. Brown, Colonel, British agent at Chickamauga. Brown, Mrs., ransom of. Browning, D. M., on decision of citizenship claims. Browning, D. M. On East Cherokee affairs. Browning, D. M. on opening of Cherokee Strip. Bruyas on Mohawk name for titmouse. Bryant, quotation from 89. Bryson, Daniel, on Cherokee heroism. Bryson, Major James, acknowledgments to. Bryson, Maj. James on Cherokee heroism. Bryson, Major James on Cherokee roundup. Bryson, Maj. James on Rutherford's route. Bryson City, capture of East Cherokee at. Buchanan Station, attack on, 1792. Buckle, on Cherokee-Chickasaw War. Buffalo, Cherokee gift of skin of, to Spaniards. Buffalo, myths and lore concerning. Buffalo dance. Legend of origin of. Bugleweed in Cherokee lore. Bugloss in Cherokee lore. Bullfrog, myths concerning. Bullfrog, see also frog. Bullhead, Cherokee leader in war with Creeks. Burial, myth concerning. Burke, John, on Cherokee invasion of Virginia. Burnett, commissioner to Cherokee. Burnt tobacco, contact with none high by. Burrs in Cherokee lore. Butler, Reverend D. S. Arrest and imprisonment of. Butler, Reverend D. S., Cherokee missionary. Butler, Reverend D. S. on Jackson's attitude toward Cherokee. Butler, John, Cherokee ball captain. Butler, S. W. Myth told by. Buttrick on Cherokee myths. Buttrick on Cherokee sacred fire. Buttrick on custom of removing deer's hamstrings. Buzzard, myths concerning. Byhan, Rev. Gottlieb, Cherokee missionary. C. Cabot, Sebastian, Visit to America by. Caddo in Texas, Union of, with Cherokee. Caddo, Wanderings of. Cairns in Cherokee country. Calibi Creek, Battle of. Calendars, Kiowa, publication of paper on 26. 29. Calendar Systems, Mayan, Memoir on Zli, 42. Calhoun on Seneca Town. Calhoun, Reply to Cherokee Memorial by. Calhoun, Reply to Georgia's protest by. Cameron, Attempt to seize. Cameron, Encounter between Williamson's force and. Cameron. Interception of letter to. Cameron, Raid led by. Campbell, Colonel. Arthur, Defeat of Ferguson by. Campbell, Colonel Arthur, Expedition under, 1780–81. Campbell, Colonel Arthur on British agent and Tories at Chickamauga. Campbell, Colonel Arthur on Chickamauga Band. Campbell, Colonel Arthur on Nancy Ward. Campbell, Colonel. Arthur on Sevier's Expedition, 1781. Campion in Cherokee lore. Canasagua, De Soto's visit to. Candy, John, printer of Cherokee Phoenix. Kane, Indian use of. Cannibals, myths concerning. Canoes, Cherokee. Kanos, see Kafitachiki. Canop, W.T. Acknowledgements to Cape Girardeau, settlement of Delawares and Shawanoat. Cardinal flower in Cherokee lore. Carrington on East Cherokee Chiefs. Carrington on East Cherokee Constitution. Carrington on East Cherokee in Civil War. Carrington on Iroquois. Carrington on Iroquois Peace Towns. Carroll, Gov. William, treaty signed by Carroll, Governor William, on Catawba in Cherokee War. Carroll, Gov. William on English conduct toward Cherokee. Cartier, Indians found on St. Lawrence by Cass, Lewis, reply to Schermerhorn's proposals by Castile family, murder of Castor Hill, Treaty of 1852. Cat, Cherokee name for cataracts in Cherokee lore. Catawba. Cherokee relations with Catawba, feather ornament of Catawba, myths of Catawba name for Cherokee. Catawba, population of 1755. Catawba, sketch of Catawba. Spanish contact with Catgut in Cherokee lore. Catlin on Tachi. Cattle raising by Cherokee. Kachi, De Soto's visit to Cavett Station, attack on Cebolita Valley, excavation of ruins around 13. Cedar, lore concerning censuses of Cherokee. Censuses of East Cherokee. Central America, memoir on numeral systems of 44, XLV. Ceremony, development of 78 to 79. Shalak, De Soto's visit to Shalak, see also TSA Logi. Synonymy. Chance, part played by, in games 68 to 69. Charleville on Cherokee Wars. Charlie, escape, surrender, and shooting of Chat, see Huhu. Chatelaine, Heli, on Angolan folk tales. Chiawa Maximum, myth concerning Chera, Cherokee relations with Chera, sketch of Cherokee, meaning and derivation of name. Cherokee, memoir on myths of 37 to 39. Cherokee. Study of fraternities, cults, and myths of 26, 47. Cherokee Advocate, establishment of Cherokee Advocate, myths published by Cherokee Advocate on treaty with South Carolina. Cherokee Advocate on Western Cherokee history. Cherokee Advocate. Revival of 1870. Cherokee Agency, attempt to annul treaty of Cherokee Agency, treaties of Cherokee Agency, proposal made at treaty of Cherokee Almanac, establishment of Cherokee Messenger, establishment of Cherokee Outlet, establishment of Cherokee Outlet, see also Cherokee Strip. Cherokee Phoenix, establishment of Cherokee Phoenix on Sequoia's ancestry. Cherokee Phoenix, suppression of Cherokee Strip, cession of Cherokee Strip, establishment of Cherokee Strip, settlement of other Indians on Chukunseen, see Kunasee. Cheyenne, murder of party of Cheyenne, myths of Cheyenne, tribal medicine of Chiaja, Spanish visits to Chiaroscuro, development of 76. Chickadee, myths concerning Chickamauga Band, declaration of war by 1792. Chickamauga Band, hostility of 1875 to 94. Chickamauga Band, origin of Chickamauga Gulch, pseudomyth concerning Chickamauga Towns, destruction of Chickamauga Towns, expedition against Chickasaw, attacks on Cumberland towns by Chickasaw. Attitude of, in Civil War. Chickasaw, attitude of, in Creek War. Chickasaw, boundary between Cherokee and Chickasaw, Cherokee relations with Chickasaw, defeat of French by. Chickasaw, friendliness of, toward English. Chickasaw. Land cessions by. Chickasaw, Natchez among. Chickasaw, sketch of. Chickasaw, treaty with Virginia and North Carolina by. Chickasaw Council House, Treaty of 1816. Chickasaw Old Fields, Treaty of. Chicken, Colonel. George, expedition under. Chilhowie, myth concerning. Chilhowie, threatened burning of, 1792. Chinook jargon, character and use of. Chisca, Spanish visits to. Chivington, Colonel, murder of Cheyenne by. Choctaw, attitude of, in Civil War. Choctaw. Attitude of, in Creek War. Choctaw, Cherokee relations with. Choctaw in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Choctaw, myths of. Choctaw name for Cherokee. Choctaw names for Indian tribes. Choctaw, sketch of. Chopped oak. Traditions concerning. Christian, Colonel. William, expedition under. Christian, Colonel William, life of. Christian, Colonel. William, peace agreement arranged by. Christianity among Cherokee. Christianity among East Cherokee. Christianity, introduction of, at Kitawa. Church, captain, on scalping by whites. Citico, ambuscade at. Citizenship, Cherokee. Recommendation for. Citizenship in Cherokee Nation, decision of. Civil War, Cherokee attitude during. Civil War, Cherokee loss in. Civil War, Cherokee suffering from. Civil War, East Cherokee part in. Claiborne, General. Defeat of Creeks at Holy Ground by. Claiborne, General on Alabama migration. Klan, features of 49. Klan revenge among Cherokee, abolition of. Clans, Cherokee. Clans, Chickasaw. Clans, Choctaw. Clans, memoir on localization of, in Tusayan's lie. Clans. Muskogee. Clans, Seneca. Clans, Shawano. Clark, Governor William, Osage Cherokee Conference arranged by. Clark, Peter, on Iroquoian migrations. Clay, Henry, opposition to removal project by. Clover in Cherokee lore. Coca, Spanish visits to. Cockleburr in Cherokee lore. Coffee, General, attack on Creeks at Tallushatchee, by. Coffee, General on Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Coffee, General, wound received by, at Imuckfaw Creek. Coffee among Cherokee. Coffeetachiki, people of. Coffeetachiki. Spanish visits to. Cayuta Mountain, myths concerning. Colden, Cadwalader, on Iroquoian migrations. Colden, Cadwalader on Iroquois. Colden, Cadwalader on name allege why. Cold Mountain, myth concerning. Coldwater, burning of. Colerain. Creek piece made at. Collections made by the Bureau 18, xx 21, 29. Colonial period of Cherokee history. Color, pleasures of 63. Color, primitive ideas concerning 84. Comanche, attitude of, in Civil War. Comanche, use of language of. As trade language. Comet, Cherokee name for. Confederacy, features of 49. Confederate States, Cherokee Declaration for. Confederate States, East Cherokee relations with. Congaree, Cherokee relations with. Congress. Cherokee representation in. Conjuring in Cherokee myth, Passim. Conjuring, Indian practice of. Conaros, myth concerning. Conoy, association of, with Delawares. Conoy, fate of. Constitution, Cherokee, adoption of. Constitution. East Cherokee, adoption of. Coosa, Creek Peace Town. Coosawhatee, establishment of mission at. Coosawhatee, surrender of prisoners at. Coushatta, see Cosati. Cooey, origin of name. Copper, Indian use of. Copperhead, myths and lore concerning. Corn, Indian use of. Corn, myths and lore concerning. Corn cob in Cherokee myth. Cornelius, Rev. Elias, on the suck. Cornell's on Cherokee reception of Prophet's doctrine. Cornwallis, attempt to invade North Carolina and Virginia by. Cornwall School, education of Cherokee at. Coronado, trick attempted on. Cosmogonic myths. Cosmogonic myths. See also sacred myths. Cost, De Soto's visit to. Cotton Gin, grant to Cherokee of. Colanges, Fustelda, description of the ancient city, by Zli. Courts, Cherokee, narrowing of jurisdiction of. Courts, East Cherokee. Cow in Cherokee myth. Cowant in Cherokee lore. Cowie. Burning of, 1783. Cowie, legends of. Coyote, treaty of. Coyote, myths concerning. Coitmore, lieutenant, murder of. Crab Orchard, skirmish at, 1794. Crane, myths concerning. Craven, governor, defeat of Yamasee by. Crawfish. Myths and lore concerning. Crawford, on East Cherokee desire for removal. Crawford, on numbers of East Cherokee. Creeks among Cherokee. Creeks, attitude of, during Civil War. Creeks, attitude of, during Revolution. Creeks. Attitude of, in 1794, 1795. Creeks, blood of, among Cherokee. Creeks, boundary between Cherokee and. Creeks, canesplint fire among. Creeks, Cherokee relations with. Creeks, chiefs of. Creeks, Choctaw relations with. Creeks. Conjuring by. Creeks, friendly, part taken by, in Creek War. Creeks, Genesis legend of. Creeks in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Creeks, massacre at Fort Mims by. Creeks, myths of. Creeks, Natchez among. Creeks. Peace town of. Creeks, peace treaties with, 1796. Creeks, probable origin of Cherokee myths among. Creeks, removal of, to the west. Creeks, sacred square of. Creeks, sketch of. Creeks, songs of. Creeks, Tuskegee among. Creeks. Treaty with Virginia and North Carolina by. Creek Path, Cherokee attack on settlement on. Creek Path, withdrawal of Creeks to neighborhood of. Creek War, beginning of. Creek War, Cherokee loss by. Creek War, Cherokee part in. Creek War. Cherokee remembrance of. Creek War, pensions to Cherokee veterans of. Cremation by Pueblo Viejo inhabitants 15. Cricket, myths and lore concerning. Crockett, David, opposition to removal project by. Crow, Cherokee name for. Crow in Cherokee myth. Crow Town, building of. Culture, processes of 21 to 25. Culver Route, Cherokee lore. Cumberland settlements, raids on. Cumming, Sir Alexander, mission of, to Cherokee. Curia, sea fraternity. Cudahy Dick, establishment of mission at instance of. Curtin, Jeremiah, myths given by. Curtis Act, effect of. Coushatta, see Cosati. Cushing, F.H., model of Zuni altar by 48. Cushing, F.H. Study of religious fraternities and cults by 47. Cushing, F.H., work of 19. Cusick on Iroquoian migrations. Cusick on Iroquois myths. Cutawa, see Kitawagi, synonymy. Cyclopedia of Indian Tribes, work on 28 to 29. D. Xxix, myths concerning. Dalanaga, establishment of mint at. Dakota, myths of. Dakwa, myths concerning. Dance, characters of 77 to 78. Dance, influence of. On development of music and drama 71, 80. Dance, myths concerning. Dance, scalp. Dance, visiting. Dandridge, raid near. Dangerous man, migration under. Darkening land, myths concerning. Dartaget. Defeat of French under. Dart throwing among Indians. Daughter of the Sun, myths concerning. Davidson, C. Fay and Davidson. Davies, History of Antilles by. Davies on Spanish mission among Cherokee. Davis, Rebecca M., on Whiteside Mountain. Davis, Major W. M. On Cherokee opposition to removal. Dawes Commission, Organization and Powers of. Dawes Commission, Work of. Dawn, Connection of Rabbit with. Day, Dr. D. T., Acknowledgements to. Day, Dr. D. T. On Southern Gold Fields. Death, myths concerning. Decorative Pleasures LX 63, 74 to 77. Deganeski, Union Cherokee leader in Civil War. Degata Ga, C. Takatoka. Deer, myths concerning. Deer songs, Cherokee. Delawares among Cherokee. Delawares, capture of Cherokee medicine by. Delawares, Cherokee relations with. Delawares, Genesis legend of. Delawares, incorporation of, with Cherokee. Delawares in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Delawares in Texas, wanderings of. Delawares, invitations to join Cherokee extended to. Delawares, mode of address used to. Delawares, Moravian missionary work among. Delawares, name of. For Cherokee. Delawares, regard for snakes among. Delawares, sketch of. Delawares, Trans-Mississippi migration of. Deluge, myths concerning. DeLuna, Tristan, expedition of. Demir, captain, commander of Fort Loudon. Demir, death of. Demir, surrender of. Demir. Use of drums of. De Roque on Shaw's mission. De Schweinitz, Edmund, on Moravian missions. Descriptive ethnology, work in 28 to 29. De Soto, Hernando, Cherokee name used by. De Soto, Hernando, expedition of, into Cherokee country. De Soto, Hernando on bees among Cherokee. De Tzada. Cherokee ferry. Devil's shoestring, in Cherokee lore. De Witt's Corners, treaty of. Dialects, Cherokee. De Dapper, C. Gallinule. Dieskau, defeat of, by Sir William Johnson. Dillard, J. H., arbitrator between East Cherokee and Thomas's creditors. Disease, myths and lore concerning. Disqua N. C. Blythe, James. Dobbs, on Cherokee and Catawba population. Dog, Cherokee use of, for food. Dog, myths concerning. Doherty, Colonel, expedition against Cherokee under. Donaldson on Iroquois. Donaldson, Colonel John, emigration party under. Donaldson, Colonel. John on the Suck. Dorsey, Dr. G. Models of altars prepared under direction of 48. Dorsey, Dr. G. A., on Quichua ceremony. Dorsey, Reverend J. O., on Siouan myths. Dorsey, Reverend J. O. Study of fraternities and cults by 48. Doublehead, expedition against Knoxville under. Doublehead, hostility of, in 1794. Doublehead, killing of. Doublehead, progressive leader. Doublehead, reservation for. Doublehead. Treaty signed by, 1806. Doublehead, leader in war with Creeks. Doherty, Cornelius, establishment of, as trader among Cherokee. Doherty, Cornelius, Wofford's relationship with. Douglas, General, defeat of Texas Cherokee by. Dragging Canoe, chief of Chickamauga Band. Dragging Canoe. Enmity to Americans of. Dragonfly in Cherokee lore. Drake on Cherokee chiefs in Creek War. Drake on Cherokee government. Drake on Creek War. Drake on events preceding removal. Drake on Fort Mims massacre. Drake on Georgia acts affecting Cherokee. Drake on imprisonment of missionaries. Drake on Indian civilized government. Drake on Chief McGillivray. Drake on Chief McIntosh. Drake on Ross arrest. Drake on scalping by whites. Drake on Shawano. Drake on Tecumseh. Drake on Wayne's victory. Drake on Weatherford. Drake on Rev. S. A. Worcester. Drama, Nature and Development of 77 to 81. Dress, Cherokee, in 1800. Dress, Cherokee, in 1819. Dress, East Cherokee. Drew, Colonel, Commander of Cherokee Regiment. Drowning Bear, C. Yanaguska. Drums, Cherokee. Duck, Myths concerning. Duncan, Professor Clinton, on effect of Georgia laws against Cherokee. Dunlap, General, on removal treaty, etc. Dunn, D. R., acknowledgements to. Dunn, D. R. On McNair's grave. Dutch, C. Tachi. Dwight Mission, establishment of. Dwight Mission, provision for removal of. E. Eagle, method of obtaining feathers of. Eagle, myths and lore concerning. Eagle, uses of feathers of. Earl, Colonel. Elias, attempted establishment of iron works by. Earthquakes in Cherokee country. East Cherokee, conservatism of. East Cherokee, history of. East Cherokee, invitation from main band to. East Cherokee, manuscript material obtained among. East Cherokee. Present status of. East Cherokee, removal to west of some of. East Cherokee, suit against main band by. Ekanachaco, see holy ground. Echota, Cherokee capital and peace town. Echota, destruction of, 1780. Echota, killing of Indians at. Echota, removal of capital from. Echota, sparing of, in 1776. Eclipse, beliefs concerning. Education of East Cherokee. Education, see also schools. Syllabary. Edwards, Hayden, rebellion organized by. Eel in Cherokee myth. Eggleston, Edward, on Tecumseh. Egoism in aesthetic activities licks. Egret, in Cherokee myth. Egyptians, myths of. Elephant, Cherokee name for. Elk in Cherokee country. Elk. Myth concerning. Elvis, gentleman of, on De Soto's expedition. Emory, study of ruins discovered by 14. Imuckfaw Creek, battle of. Enchanted Mesa, exploration of 13 to 19. Energy, discussion of 64. England, Cherokee visit to. England. Enlistment of Tecumseh in service of. England, see also British. Enatachopco Creek, attack on Jackson at. Erie, agreement between Seneca and. Esau, see Catawba. Eskimo, myths of. Eskimo, publication of paper on XXX. Espanola, visit to ruins near 15. Esthetology, or the science of activities designed to give pleasure LV 92. Esthetology, subject matter of 12. Esthetology, work in 19 xxix. Ethnic science. Classification of 11 to 12. Etowah, burning of, 1793. Etowah, see also Etowah. Etowah Valley, collection from xx21. Etwine on name Talage Y. European myths, connection of Cherokee with. European myths, position of rabbit in. Evans, Dr. J. B. Anani, Kuta and I. Everett, Edward, on Davis's letter to Secretary of War. Everett, Edward on General Dunlap's address. Everett, Edward on Georgia laws affecting Cherokee. Everett, Edward on Jackson's attitude toward Cherokee. Everett, Edward on Mason's letter to Secretary of War. Everett, Edward on New Echota Treaty. Everett, Edward on number of troops employed in removal. Everett, Edward on pressure leading to removal. Everett, Edward on Ridge's letter to President Jackson. Everett, Edward on Ross' arrest, etc. Everett, Edward, on Wool's letter concerning removal. Everett, Edward, opposition to removal project by. Evergreens in Cherokee lore. Evil, discussion of 57 to 58. F. Fable, development of 82 to 83. Fair, W. A. Acknowledgements to. Fairbanks on DeSoto's route. Fairies in Cherokee myth. Fallen timbers, Battle of. Farming among Cherokee. Farming among East Cherokee. Farming, government aid in. Farming tools among Cherokee. Fasting among Cherokee. Fay and Davidson on Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Fay and Davidson on battles of Amukfa and Enetachopko Creeks. Fay and Davidson on capture of Hillaby. Fane, Captain, expedition against Cherokee under. Feathers, Indian use of. Feathers, study of symbolism of xxix. Ferguson, General, attempted invasion of North Carolina and Virginia by. Furneaux, Berthold. On Cherokee population. Ferns in Cherokee lore. Fuchs, Dr. J. W. Identification of Hopi altar by 49 Lee. Fuchs, Dr. J. W. Memoirs by 39 XL, XLV 46. Fuchs, Dr. J. W. Model of Hopi altar by 48. Fuchs, Dr. J. W. On New Fire ceremony. Fuchs, Dr. J. W. Study of fraternities and cults by 48. Fuchs, Dr. J. W. Work of 13 to 15, 19 to 21, XXX. Field on Davies History. Field Columbian Museum, Models of Altars in 48. Fiesta de San Esteban, Witnessing of 13. Fighting, Indian Method of, in 1793. Financial Statement 33. Fine Arts. Discussion of 70 Sci. Finney, Alfred, Cherokee Missionary. Fire, Indian Methods of Keeping. Fire, Myths concerning. Fire, Sacred, of Cherokee. Firearms, Cherokee use of, in 18th century. Firearms, introduction of, among Cherokee. Firearms, introduction of, among coast tribes. Fire carrier, Cherokee spirit. Firefly in Cherokee lore. Fishes, myths concerning. Fishing, relation of, to Games 69. Fish River, identity of. Five Nations, see Iroquois. Flageolets among Indians. Fleabane in Cherokee lore. Fletcher, Miss A. C. Study of fraternities and cults by 48. Flint, myths concerning. Flood, myth concerning. Florida, Indian migration to. Florida, study of collections from 19. Floyd, general, assistance given by Lower Creeks to. Floyd. Capture of Otto C. by. Floyd, defeat of, at Calabi Creek. Flutes, see flageolets. Flycatcher in Cherokee myth. Flying squirrel, see Kalahu. Flying squirrel, myth concerning. Fontanito, Cherokee name used by. Food, Indian beliefs concerning. Foot on Presbyterian missionary work among Cherokee. Forbes, John, treaty with Cherokee made by. Form, pleasures of LX 63, 74. 77. Fort Armstrong, garrisoning of, by Cherokee. Fort Dobbs, building of. Fort Duquesne, building of. Fort Duquesne, capture of. Fort Gibson, claims based on treaty of. Fort Gibson, military reservation at. Fort Gibson. Provisions of treaty of. Fort Gibson, treaty of. Fort Loudon, building of. Fort Mims, massacre at. Fort Patrick Henry, building of. Fort Pitt, suggestion made at treaty of. Fort Prince George, building of. Fort Prince George. Legend of siege of. Fort Prince George, siege of. Fort Recovery, building of. Fort Smith, Osage Cherokee Council at. Fort Stanwix, treaty of. Fort Toulouse, establishment of. Foster on Cherokee literature. Foster on Cherokee myths. Foster on Cherokee schoolbooks. Foster on death of Sequoyah. Foster on invention of the syllabary. Foster on translation of St. John's Gospel. Forefoot tribes. Formeal, collections from 21. Fouque, Gerard, work of 18. Fox. Myths and lore concerning. Franklin, state of, intended campaign against Creeks and Chickamauga by. Franklin, state of, treaty with Cherokee by. Fraternity, features of. Fraternity, study of 46. Fredonia Rebellion. Cherokee connection with. Freeland Station, attack on. French, encouragement of Cherokee hostility by. French, Natchez war with. French, relations of, with Indians. French, rivalry of, with English. French traders in Coldwater. Capture of. French and Indian War, Cherokee part in. Friends, work of, among Cherokee. Frog, myths concerning. Frog, see also bullfrog. Frostbite, Cherokee ideas concerning. Fruit growing by Cherokee. Fruit growing by East Cherokee. G. Gaelic myths. Gallatin, Albert, on Cherokee linguistic relationship. Gallatin, Albert on Cherokee syllabary. Gallatin, Albert on De Soto's root. Gallinule, Cherokee name for. Galfin, George, establishment of trading post by. Galuan Lottie, myths concerning. Gambling among Indians 68 to 69. Gambold, Rev. J. Cherokee missionary. Games, discussion of 68 to 69. Giena, legend of. Gain, collection by 29. Gan, Thomas, memoir by Sly 42. Ganagwayan, legend of. Gans T, C. Rattling Gourd. Garcilaso de la Vega on De Soto's expedition. Gatayusti game of Cherokee. Gatayusti game, myths concerning. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Alabama migration. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Biloxi linguistic affinity. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Catawba linguistic affinity. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Catawba name for Cherokee. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Cherokee relations with Choctaw. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Chickasaw. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Creek Genesis legend. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Creeks. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Creek towns. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Colonel Benjamin Hawkins. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Hitchitee deer songs. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Cosati migration. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Mobilian trade language. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Name Kafadachiki. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Sacred Fire. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Tuskegee Among Creeks. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. on Yuchi Myths. Gatchet, Dr. A. S. Work of 17 to 1825. Gatun Wali, See Hard Mush. Gauntlet Running, Indian Custom of. Gayar on Natchez Among Cherokee. Genesis Myths, see Cosmogonic Myths, Sacred myths. Gens, Features of 49. Gentlemen of Elvis, see Elvis. Gentleman's Magazine on Cherokee War of 1760–61. Geological Survey, Acknowledgements to. Georgia, Agreement between Federal Government and, 1802. Georgia, Arrest of John Ross by. Georgia, Expedition from, in 1776. Georgia, Extension of Laws of. Over Cherokee. Georgia, Intended Campaign of, against Creeks and Chickamauga. Georgia, Local Legends of. Georgia, Opposition to Allotment Project by. Georgia, Part taken by, in Cherokee Removal. Georgia, Pressure for Land Cessions by. Georgia. Production of Gold in. Georgia, Protest against Conditions of Hopewell Treaty by. Georgia, Raid by Citizens of. Georgia, Removal Forts in. Georgia State Historical Society, Acknowledgements to. German Blood Among Cherokee. Ghost Country. Myths concerning. Ghost Dance Religion Among Cherokee. Giants, Myths of. Gibson, Colonel. John, on Name Talajui. Gill, Delancey W., Work of 31. Gill, Reverend W. W., on Polynesian Myths. Gillespie Station, Attack on. Gilmer, Governor, Declaration of, concerning delay in removal. Ginseng in Cherokee Lore. Gist, George, C. Sequoia. Glass, Cherokee Chief, Expulsion of Whites from Muscle Shoals by. Glossary of Cherokee Words. Glowworm in Cherokee Lore. Goat, Cherokee Name for. Gold, Discovery of, in Cherokee Country. Gold, Occurrence of, in Cherokee Country. Golden Circle. Knights of, Secessionist Organization. Golden Eagle, Cherokee Ideas concerning. Golden Eagle, see also Eagle. Going Snake, Signer of Act of Union. Gomez, Visit to America by. Good, Discussion of 57 to 58. Goose, Myths concerning. Goshawk, Myths concerning. Gourd in Cherokee Lore. Government, Cherokee, Modification in. Government, East Cherokee. Organization of. Government, Indian, Steps toward Abolition of. Government, Republican, Adoption of, by Cherokee. Government, Tribal, Organization of 49. Government, United States, Aid in Farming and Mechanic Arts given by. Grant, Colonel. Expedition against Cherokee under. Grape in Cherokee Lore. Grapevine, Myths concerning. Graphic Art, Nature and Development of 74 to 77. Graves, Edward, Supposed Introduction of Spinning Wheels by. Gray Squirrel, Myths concerning. Greeley. Horace, on Cherokee Part in Civil War. Greeley, Horace on Effect of Georgia Anti-Cherokee Laws. Greeley, Horace on Events preceding removal. Greeley. Horace on Imprisonment of Missionaries by Georgia. Green Corn Dance among Western Cherokee. Green Corn Dance, Component Ceremonies of. Green Corn Dance, Fire Lighting Before. Green Corn Dance, Purificatory Rites in. Greenland. Work in 18. Green Snake, Myths concerning. Greer, L. M. Acknowledgements to. Gregg, Josiah, on Shawano Myths. Gregory Bald, Myths concerning. Grinnell on Blackfoot and Pawnee Myths. Grinnell on Blackfoot method of catching eagles. Grip among East Cherokee. Groundhog, myths concerning. Ground squirrel, myths concerning. Grouse, sea pheasant. Grubworm, myths and lore concerning. Guadalajara, Cherokee in vicinity of. Guaquili, De Soto's visit to. Guasalai, sea guaxul. Guattari, sea watery. Guaxul, De Soto's visit to. Guest, George, sea sequoia. Gulsadihai, legend of. Guns, sea firearms. Gunskali ski, legend of. Habitat, Cherokee. Hagar, Stansberry, acknowledgments to. Hagar, Stansberry on Cherokee myths. Hagar. Stansberry on Yalunsu Ti. Hale on Cherokee linguistic relationship. Hale on Cherokee migrations. Hale on Iroquoian migrations. Halliburton, acknowledgments to. Hall, Rev. James, shooting of Negro by. Hall, C. McKinney and Hall. Hamilton, Governor, project of, for uniting Indians in attack on American frontier. Hamilton, on Fort Mims massacre. Hamstrings, Indian custom of removing. Handley, Captain. Samuel, capture and release of. Hanging Maw, capture of Creek murderer by order of. Hanging Maw, conference at Tellico attended by. Hanging Maw, killing of wife of. Hanging Maw, expedition against Creeks under. Hanging Maw, wounding of. Hardin, E. J. On events leading to removal. Hardin, William, acknowledgments to. Hard labor, treaty of. Hardmush, death of. Hardmush on Iroquois peace embassy. Hardmush, treaty with Texas signed by. Harley, Timothy, on Eskimo myths. Harley. Timothy on primitive ideas concerning eclipses. Harmony, development of 72 to 73. Harris, Bird, plan for emigration by. Harris, I. N., printer of Cherokee Phoenix. Harris, J. C., on character of rabbit in Negro tales. Harris, J. C., on Negro myths. Harris, J. C. on relation of Indian, Negro, and European myths. Harrison, Benjamin, proclamation by, preventing lease of Cherokee Strip. Harrison, General W. H., capture of Prophet's Town by. Hart, J. C., on East Cherokee condition in 1897. Hatcher, J. B. Work of 18. Hatsanandan, Legend of. Haunted Whirlpool, Legend of. Hawk, Myths and Lore concerning. Hawk, see also Tla Newwa. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin, Life of. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Cherokee Attitude in War of 1812. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Cherokee Industries in 1801. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Cherokee Reception of Prophet's Doctrine. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Cherokee Refugees at Willstown. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Cherokee Skin Trade. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Creeks. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Fort Mims Massacre. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Introduction of Spinning Wheels. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Cosati Migration. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Sacred Fire. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Tuskegee among Creeks. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Threatened Secession of Progressives, about 1800. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Use of Parched Corn. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin on Yuchi. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin, treaty concluded by. Hawkins, Colonel Benjamin, visit to Cherokee by. Haywood, John, on Cherokee migrations and predecessors. Haywood, John on Cherokee heroism. Haywood, John on Cherokee myths. Haywood, John on Cherokee relations with Chickasaw. Haywood, John on Cherokee relations with Creeks. Haywood, John on Cherokee relations with Tuscarora. Haywood, John on conflicts with Cherokee. Haywood, John on destruction of Chickamauga towns. Haywood, John on first trader among Cherokee. Haywood, John on introduction of guns among Cherokee. Haywood, John on killing of Scott party in Bull migration. Haywood, John on Nancy Ward. Haywood, John on Natchez among Cherokee. Haywood, John on office of Pretty Woman. Haywood, John on Sevier and Campbell's expedition, 1780. Haywood, John, on Shawano Wars. Haywood, John on Shining Rock and Track Rock Gap. Haywood, John on surrender of Port Loudon. Haywood, John on Tennessee Assembly's Memorial, 1794. Headdress. Cherokee. Hearing, pleasures of 70 to 74. Heckwelder, John, on Cherokee migrations. Heckwelder, John on Delaware-Cherokee relations. Heckwelder, John on Delaware regard for snakes. Heckwelder, John on Delaware traditions concerning Cherokee. Heckwelder, John on expression and knight's encampment. Heckwelder, John on Indian attitude toward bear. Heckwelder, John on Indian ideas about animals. Heckwelder, John on name Talage Y. Heckwelder, John on Shawano. Hell, development of concept of 85. Hemp carrier, legend of. Henderson purchase from Cherokee. Henry on Indian attitude toward bears. Henry on Ojibwe myths. Henry on Ojibwe regard for snakes. Herbert Spring, legend of. Heron on Cherokee myths. Heroism, legends of. Herring, Elbert, on assassination of John Walker. Hester, J. G. East Cherokee census by. Hewitt on agreement of South Carolina with Cherokee. Hewitt on Cherokee land cessions. Hewitt on Cherokee relations with Tuscarora. Hewitt on Cherokee War of 1760–61. Hewitt on First Cherokee War with colonies. Hewitt on surrender of Fort Loudon. Hewitt, J. N. B. on Cherokee linguistic relationship. Hewitt, J. N. B. on Iroquois myths. Hewitt, J. N. B. on Mohawk language. Hewitt, J. N. B. on Mohawk name for Cherokee. Hewitt, J. N. B. on name Hyadione. Hewitt, J. N. B. Study of fraternities and cults by 48. Hewitt, J. N. B. Work of 18, 25–26. Hiawassee in Texas, Union of, with Cherokee. 143. Hyadione, Legend of. Hitchiti, Deer Songs of. Hitchiti, Migration of, to Florida. Hitchiti, Tribe of Creek Confederacy. Hickory Nut Gap, myth connected with. Hicks, C.R., election of, as chief. Hicks, C.R. Endeavor to introduce coffee by. Hicks, C.R., on moon myths. Hicks, Elijah, letter to Secretary of War by. Hightower, establishment of mission at. Hillaby, capture of. Hindu myths. Hinman, S.D. On Sioux myths. Historical traditions, Cherokee. History of Cherokee. Histrionic art, development of 79–81. Hiawassee, pseudomyth concerning. Hiawassee towns, burning of, 1788. Hiawassee towns, hostility of, 1786. Hobbs, B. C. Contract for schools among East Cherokee brought about by. Hobbs, B. C. on East Cherokee schools. Hodge, F. W. Work of 13, 15, 29 XXX, 31, 32. Hogg, Cherokee name for. Hogg, raising of, by Cherokee. Hogsucker in Cherokee myth. Holbrook, J. E. On Pleistodon. Holmes, J. L. On Chief N. J. Smith. Holmes, J. L. On Cherokee Missions. Holston, Supplement to Treaty of. Holston, Treaty of, 1791. Holy Ground, Battle of. Honduras, Memoir on Mounds in Zli, 42. Honey, C. Bees. Honey Locust, Myths and Lore Concerning. Hooting Owl, Cherokee Name for. Hooting Owl, Myth Concerning. Hopewell, Location of. Hopewell, Treaty of. Hopewell. Violations of Treaty of. Hopewell Commissioners on Spinning and Weaving among Cherokee. Hopi, Model of Altar of 48 to 49. Hopi, Owakulti Altar of L, 53. Hopi, Study of Ceremonies, Fraternities, and Altars of 13, XLV Lee. Horned Owl. Cherokee Name for. Horned Owl, Myth Concerning. Hornet, Myth Concerning. Horses among Cherokee. Horses among East Cherokee. Horses in Cherokee Myth. Horseshoe Bend, Battle of. Horseshoe Bend, Cherokee Warriors at. Horseshoe Bend. Conduct of Houston at. Hothouse, CACI. Hoff, Dr. Walter, Work of 15. Homa, Tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Houses, Cherokee. Houses, East Cherokee. Houston, Samuel, Adopted Father of. Houston, Samuel, Conduct of, at Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Houston. Samuel, Efforts of, in behalf of Texas Cherokee. Houston, Samuel, Life of. Houston, Samuel, Treaty with Cherokee by. Huckleberries, Myths Concerning. Hudson, Henry, Legend of Landing of. Huhu, Myths and Lore Concerning. Hummingbird. Myths Concerning. Humor, Cherokee. Hunting among Cherokee, 1800. Hunting, Relation of, to Games 69. Hutchins on Indian Warpath. Hyades, Myth Concerning. Iowanee, C. Hiawassee. Iceman, Myth of. Illustrations, Work in XXX 31. Imitation, Part played by, in Sport 64, LXV 66. Indian Territory, Population of. Indian Territory, Steps toward opening up of. Insects, Myths and Lore Concerning. Intermarriage of Whites with Cherokee. Intruders in Territory of Civilized Tribes. Irish Blood among Cherokee. Iroquoian Tribes, Distribution of. Iroquoian Tribes, Migrations of. Iroquoian Tribes, Study of Languages of 26. Iroquoian Tribes. Work among 18. Iroquois, Attitude of, during Revolution. Iroquois, Blood of, among Cherokee. Iroquois, Cherokee Relations with. Iroquois, Control of Revenues of. Iroquois, Legends of Cherokee Wars with. Iroquois. Migration to Canada by. Iroquois, Mode of addressing Delawares used by. Iroquois, Myths of. Iroquois name for Catawba. Iroquois name for Cherokee. Iroquois, Peace Embassies of. Iroquois. Peace Towns among. Iroquois, Sketch of. Iroquois, Study of Fraternities and Cults of 47. Irrigation by Inhabitants of Pueblo Viejo 15. Irving on De Soto's Route. Ish, John, Killing of. Iskagwa, Change of Name by. Isa, De Soto's Visit to. Itaba. C. Itawa. Itaganahi, C. Axe, John. Ivy, E. On Cherokee Schools. J. Jack, Colonel Samuel, Expedition under. Jackal, Myth Concerning. Jackson, General Andrew, Address to Cherokee by. Jackson, General Andrew, Attack on Creeks at Talladega by. Jackson, Gen. Andrew, attitude of, toward Cherokee. Jackson, General Andrew, defeat of Creeks at Horseshoe Bend by. Jackson, General Andrew, determination of, for Cherokee removal. Jackson, General Andrew, election of, as president. Jackson, Gen. Andrew, Houston's relations with. Jackson, General Andrew, Junaluska's saying about. Jackson, General Andrew, proclamation against crossing Sabine River by. Jackson, General Andrew, relief of Techetown by order of. Jackson, Gen. Andrew, remark of, concerning Supreme Court decision. Jackson, General Andrew, reply to Cherokee protests against New Echota Treaty by. Jackson, General Andrew, retreat from Amuckfaw Creek by. Jackson, General Andrew, treaty signed by. Jackson, Major R. C. Acknowledgements to. Jackson, Major R. C. On assassination of John Walker. Jamaica, collection from 29. Jarfly in Cherokee lore. J. Myth concerning. Jefferson, President Thomas, encouragement of westward emigration by. Jefferson. President Thomas on attempted establishment of iron works in Cherokee Country, 1807. Jefferson, President Thomas on burial mound in Virginia. Jefferson, President Thomas, suggestions to Cherokee by. Jeffries on Mobilian trade language. Jenks. Dr. Albert E. Memoir by Lee Liv. Jessen, CHEROKEE and I. Jesuits, work of, among Cherokee. Jews, peace towns among. G. Carilla, myths of. G. Carilla, study of language of 26. G. Carilla, work among 15 to 16. Jimson Weed in Cherokee lore. Joanna Bald, myth concerning. Jorah, Seaswalla. Jobs Tears in Cherokee lore. Johnson, Sir William, arrangement of peace between Iroquois and Cherokee by. Johnson, Sir William, life of. Johnson, government, census of Cherokee compiled by. Johnson, Gov. On Indian civilized government. Johnston, General A. S. Commissioner to Cherokee. Johnston, William, seizure of East Cherokee lands by. Johnston, study of ruins discovered by 14. Jolly, John, Cherokee chief. Jolly, John, Houston's relations with. Jones, Rev. Evan, admission of, to Cherokee citizenship. Jones, Reverend Evan, missionary among Cherokee. Jones, Reverend Evan, payment to. Jones, Reverend Evan, translation of New Testament by. Jones, Reverend Evan, Wofford study under. Jones, Reverend Evan, work of N. J. Smith 4. Jones, John B., admission of, to Cherokee citizenship. Jones, John B., organization of Kituawa Society by. Jones, John B., preparation of schoolbooks by. Jones, W. A. On Cherokee emigration plans. Jones, William, legend told by. Jones, on Cherokee refugees in Florida. Jones, on De Luna's expedition. Jones, on De Soto's route. Jones, on Jack's expedition. Jones. On petroglyphs at Track Rock Gap. Jones, on Spanish mines. Jones, on Williamson's expedition. Juada, Seaswalla. Judgment, discussion of LVI 57. Junaluska, East Cherokee chief. Junaluska, part taken by, in Creek War. Judaculla, C. Tzolk'l. Judaculla Old Fields, myths concerning. K. Ka-Yahu, East Cherokee chief. Ka-Yahu, myth told by. Ka-Lenu, C. Houston, Samuel. Kana Sta, myth concerning. Kana Ti, myths concerning. Kane on Nisqually myths. Kane on Walla Walla myths. Karankawa, information concerning 16. Cattle sta, last Cherokee potter. Katydid, myth concerning. Kaw, settlement of. On Cherokee Strip. Keener, Rev. Ulrich, preacher among Cherokee. Kennedy, expedition against Cherokee under, 1788. Kentucky, work in 18. Kiowa, stone drum in. Kerr, captain, part taken by, in Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Kituwa Society, character and history of. Kituwa Society, opposition to allotment project by. Kituwa Society, part taken by, in Civil War. Cajuns, myths of. Kickapoo in Texas, wanderings of. Kickapoo, union of, with Cherokee. King, Cussata, on Cherokee attitude in War of 1812. Kingfisher. Myths concerning. Kings Mountain, battle at. Kinship, Cherokee terms of. Kinship, Indian use of terms of. Kinship, influence of, on tribal organization 49. Kintial ruin, excavation of 13. Kintial ruin, collection from 21. Kiowa. Death song of warrior order of. Kiowa, myths of. Kiowa, owl-inspired medicine man of. Kiowa, publication of paper on 1629. Kiowa, tribal medicine of. Kirk family, murder of Cherokee by. Kirk family, murder of members of. By Cherokee. Kituwa, introduction of Christianity at. Kituwa, legend of Mound at. Kituwa, see also Kituwa. Kituwajai, meaning and derivation of name. Kituwajai, see also synonymy. Knights of the Golden Circle, secret secessionist organization. Naughty Tom, myth told by. Knox, John, instructions of, to ethnologist Shaw. Knox, John on Chickamauga Declaration of War, 1792. Knox. John on encroachment on Cherokee lands, 1789. Cosati in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Cosati, Trans-Mississippi migration by. Cosati, tribe of Creek Confederacy. Korean myths, position of rabbit in. Kroeber, A. L. on Cheyenne myths. Kroeber, A. L. on Eskimo myths. Kunasee, part taken by, in Creek War. Coosa, C. Coca, Coosa, Creeks. L. Lady Slipper in Cherokee lore. Laguna, work at 14. Lake Chapala, Cherokee in vicinity of. Lamar, M. B. Attitude of, toward Texan Indians. Land Cessions, Cherokee. Land Cessions, Chickasaw. Land Cessions, laws against. Land Cessions, publication of paper on XXX. Lands, Cherokee, fixing of boundaries of. Lands. Cherokee, lottery of. Lands, East Cherokee, adjustment of title to. Landman, Charles, on Charlie's escape and surrender. Landman, Charles on Cherokee myths. Landman, Charles on Georgia Gold Lottery. Landman, Charles on Junaluska. Landman. Charles on Southern Gold Fields. Landman, Charles on Colonel. W. H. Thomas. Landman, Charles, visit to East Cherokee by. Lark. Cherokee name for. Laurel in Cherokee lore. Lawson on cairns in eastern United States. Lawson on English conduct toward Indians. Lawson on flying stag. Lawson on gambling by Indians. Lawson on Gatiusti game. Lawson on heating and lighting of townhouse. Lawson on Indian marriage customs. Lawson on Indian regard for snakes. Lawson on Indian storehouse. Lawson on lake in South Carolina. Lawson on opossum. Lawson on peaches among Cherokee. Lawson on planters' regard for marten. Lawson on Tuscarora myths and beliefs. Lawson on Tuscarora population. Lawson on wampum. Lawson on whales along North Carolina coast. Lederer, John, on cairns in eastern United States. Lederer, John, on Cherokee invasion of Virginia. Lederer, John on Gatiusty game. Lederer, John on lake in South Carolina. Lederer, John on Rickahocken. Lederer, John on Tuscarora emperor. Lederer, John on Ushery feather ornament. Leech, myth concerning. Leland, C. G. on Algonquian myths. Lenore, myth concerning. Lewis, Major Andrew, building of Fort Loudon by. Lewis, Major Andrew, expedition against Shawano by. Library, accessions to XXX. Library of Congress, acknowledgements to. Lichen, Siutsala. Lichens in Cherokee lore. Life, Indian ideas concerning seat of. Lightning, myths concerning. Lingoa Gerald, character and use of. Linguistic Research 16. Lin in Cherokee myths and lore. Lion, myths concerning. Lion. See also Panther. Lapon, study of language of 26. Little Carpenter on Shawano wars. Little Deer, myths concerning. Little Men, myths concerning. Little People, myths concerning. Little Tennessee Towns, burning of, 1788. Little Turtle. Defeat of St. Clair by. Lizards in Cherokee myth and lore. Locomotive, myth concerning. Lone Peak, myth concerning. Long Hair, chief of Ohio band. Long Island, battle near. Long Island, session of. Long Island, Treaty of, 1777. Long Island. Treaty of, 1781. Long Island Town, building of. Lookout Mountain Town, building of. Looms, sea weaving. Low-Skeel on Delaware-Cherokee relations. Low-Skeel on name Talage Y. Lossing on Battle of Hillaby. Lossing on Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Lossing on Battle of Tallahatchie. Lossing on garrisoning of Fort Armstrong by Cherokee. Louisiana, cession of. To Spain. Lovewell, Indian scalp hunting by. Low on capture of Hillaby. Lowry, Maj. George, letter to Calhoun by. Lowry, Major George on Iroquois Peace Embassy. Lowry, Major George, signer of Act of Union. Lowry, Colonel. John, part taken by, in Creek War. Littleton, Governor, negotiations with Cherokee by, 1758–59. M. McCarthy, W. C., East Cherokee Agent. McCarthy, W. C. On East Cherokee Condition, 1875. McCormack, Collection by 29. McCulloch on De Soto's Route. McDowell, Defeat of Ferguson by. McDowell, on Ohio Cherokee. McFarland, Colonel, Expedition under. McGee, Drive W. J. Memoir by 43–44. McGee, Drive W. J., Work of XX, 21–29. McGilvray, General Alexander, Endeavor to form Indian Confederacy by. McGilvray, General Alexander, Life of. McGilvray, General Alexander, Ransom of Mrs. Brown by. McGilvray, Gen. Alexander, Remonstrance against Creek raids to. McGowan, Dr. D. J. on Ani Kuta and I. McGowan, Dr. D. J. on Farewell Address of Floyd Welch. McGowan, Dr. D. J. on Kituawa Society. McIntosh, General William, Attitude of, during Creek War. McIntosh, Gen. William, Killing of. McIntosh, General William, Life of. McIntosh, General William, Removal of Creeks after Killing of. McIntosh, Gen. William, treaty signed by. McKenney, Thomas, Chief of Indian Bureau, 1825. McKenney. Thomas on Cherokee Government. McKenney and Hall on Battle of Horseshoe Bend. McKenney and Hall on Cherokee Declaration of War against Creeks, 1813. McKenney and Hall on Invention of Cherokee Syllabary. McKenney and Hall on Killing of Doublehead. McKenney and Hall on Number of Cherokee in Creek War. McKenney and Hall on Osage Cherokee Troubles. McKenney and Hall on Prophet's Mission among Cherokee. McKenney and Hall on Sequoia's Ancestry. McKenney and Hall on Tachi. McMinn. Gov. Joseph, Effort to cause Cherokee removal by. McMinn, Governor Joseph, Emigration under direction of. McMinn, Governor Joseph, Figures of, on Cherokee emigration. McMinn, Gov. Joseph, Treaty signed by. McNair, David, Grave of. Magic in Cherokee Myth, Passim. Magic, Indian Practice of. Mahican, Association of, with Delawares. Mahican, Modern Representatives of. Mahican, Separation of. From Delawares. Maine, Work in 13, 17–18. Maize, See Corn. Man, Myth of Origin of. Mandan, Myths of. Manso, Work among 16. Mantaran, Meaning of Name. Mantaran, see also Catawba. Margry on Cherokee Relations with Choctaw. Marion, Aid given to, by Sevier. Marriage, Acculturation through 23–24. Marriage, Cherokee Customs relating to. Marshall, John, Decision of, in Worcester v. State of Georgia. Martin, Joseph, on Cherokee Temper in 1786. Martin, Joseph on Encroachments of Tennesseans. Martin, Joseph on French and Spanish Encouragement of Cherokee Hostility. Martin, Joseph on Sevier's Expedition, 1781. Martin, Joseph. Treaty signed by. Martin, Gen. Expedition against Cherokee under. Martin, on expedition from Virginia through Cherokee country. Martin, Myths concerning. Maryland, production of gold in. Maryville, attack on. Mason, J. M. On Cherokee opposition to removal project. Matthews, Dr. Washington, on Navajo myths. Matthews, Dr. Washington, Study of Fraternities and Cults by 47. Maumee Rapids, Effect of Battle of. Maumee Rapids. Participation of Cherokee in Battle of. Mavila, Battle of. Maya, Myths of. Maya, Memoir on Calendar System of 42–43. May Apple in Cherokee Lore. Mays, Chief J. B. Proposition for land cession made to. Meadow Lark, Cherokee name for. Meadow Lark, Myth concerning. Mechanic Arts among Cherokee. Mechanic Arts among East Cherokee. Medicine, Myths concerning. Medicine, Tribal, of Cherokee. Medicine, War. Indian beliefs concerning. Medill, W. On Catawba among East Cherokee. Medill, W. on East Cherokee censuses. Meek on DeSoto's route. Meherrin, Habitat and Migrations of. Meigs, General R. J. Aid given to missionary work by. Meigs, General R. J. Delegation brought to Washington by, 1898. Meigs, General R. J. Instructions to cause removal of Cherokee to the west. Meigs, General R. J. Life of. Meigs, General R. J. on Cherokee attitude in War of 1812. Meigs, General R. J. on Cherokee services in Creek War. Meigs, General R. J. on secret article of Treaty of 1807. Meigs, General R. J. recommendation for Cherokee citizenship by. Meigs, General R. J. Treaties brought about by Melody, development of 71. Memphis, surrender of Spanish post at Menendez, establishment of fort by Menendez on Pardo's expedition. Menstruation in Cherokee myth and belief. Meredith on adoption of Cherokee Constitution. Meredith on John Ross. Meriwether, Gen. David, treaty signed by Mesa Encantada, exploration of 13. Mescal, C. Peyote. Mescalero, study of language of 26. Mescalero, work among 16. Messenger, Cherokee, see Cherokee Messenger. Metabolism, pleasures of licks LX. Metaphor, development of 77 Psi. Meteor, Cherokee name for. Methodists, work of, among East Cherokee. Mexico, alleged Cherokee agreement with. Mexico, Cherokee in. Mexico, collection from 29. Mexico. Grant to Cherokee by Mexico, memoir on numeral systems of 44 XLV. Mexico, proposed Cherokee emigration to Mexico, work in 16, 17. Migrations, Cherokee. Migration traditions, Cherokee. Migration traditions, see also sacred myths. Migration traditions, of Tusayan, memoir on 39 XL. Migration traditions, see also sacred myths. Milford on Tuskegee among creeks. Milky Way, myth concerning. Miller, Governor, efforts for Osage Cherokee peace by. Milligan, on Catawba in Cherokee War. Mills among Cherokee. Mimicry, part played by, in Athletics 64, LXV 66. Mindlef. Cosmos, memoirs by 29, Zly. Mines, Spanish, in Alleghenies. Mink, myths concerning. Miro, Gov. Estevan, on Cherokee migration across the Mississippi. Missionaries among Cherokee, arrest of. Missionaries and missions among Cherokee. Mission Ridge, cause of name of. Missouri, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Missouri. Kansas and Texas Railway, construction of. Mistletoe in Cherokee lore. Mobile, Spanish possession of. Mobilian, tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Mobilian trade language, character and use of. Moccasin in Cherokee myth. Mockingbird, see Hohu. Mohawk language, comparison of Cherokee language with. Mohawk, legends of Cherokee wars with. Mohawk name for Cherokee. Mohawk name for titmouse. Mole, myths concerning. Mole cricket in Cherokee lore. Monacan. Cherokee relations with. Monarchical stage, development of music in 72. Monet on De Soto's route. Monet on Spanish encouragement of Indian hostility. Monet on Thomas Walker's expedition. Monroe, President James. Approval of allotment project by. Monroe, President James, protest to, by Georgia delegation in Congress. Monroe, President James, reply to Georgia's protest by. Montgomery, Colonel. Defeat of expedition under. Montgomery, Colonel. Expedition against Chickamauga towns under. Moon, myths concerning. Mooney, James, memoir by, on Cherokee myths 37-39. Mooney, James, study of fraternities and cults by 47. Mooney, James, work of 15-17, 26, 29. Moore, Gov. James, accusation against. Moore, Governor James, exploration into Cherokee country by. Moore, Colonel. Maurice, expedition of. Moore, on character of Indian warfare in 1776. Moore, on Rutherford's expedition. Moore, on Cherokee in Civil War. Moore, on Chief N. J. Smith. Moor, capture and burning of Moravians among Cherokee. Morgan, Colonel Gideon, part taken by, in Creek War. Morgan, L.H., on Cherokee-Iroquois Wars. Morgan, L.H. on Chickasaw clans. Morgan, L.H. on Choctaw clans. Morgan, L.H. on distance between Iroquois and Cherokee countries. Morgan, L.H. on Iroquoian migrations. Morgan, L.H. on Iroquois. Morgan, L.H. on Iroquois myths. Morgan, L.H. on Muskogee clans. Morgan, L.H. on origin of Buffalo dance. Morgan, L.H. on Yantanwisa's dance. Morgan, L.H. on agreement with Cherokee, 1892. Morgan, L.H. on East Cherokee schools. Morgan, L.H. on Chief N.J. Smith. Morgan, Washington, attempt to enlist East Cherokee by Morris, collection by 21. Morse, on Blackburn School. Morse on election of C.R. Hicks as chief. Morse on missions among Cherokee in 1820. Mortuary customs, study of 1517. Moses, appointment of peace towns by Moses in Cherokee myth. Mosquito, myth concerning moth, myths and lore concerning motion. Discussion of LVI 57. Mounds, Cherokee legends concerning mounds in northern Honduras, Memoir on Zli 42. Mount Mitchell, myth concerning Moi Toi, Emperor of Cherokee. Mudhen, sea gallinule. Mud puppy, sea water dog. Mugulusha, tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Mulberry Place, myths concerning mule, Cherokee name for Mulley, J.C. East Cherokee censuses by Mummy, finding of, at Aguas Calientes 17. Muniz, Antonio, collection by 29. Muncie, separation of, from Delawares. Muncie, see also Delawares. Murphy, Dr. P. S. Acknowledgements to Murray, Captain, expedition under Muscle Shoals, attempted settlement at Muscle Shoals, conflict at Muscle Shoals, massacre of Scott party at Muskogee, tribe of Creek Confederacy. Music, discussion of 70 to 74. Meskwaki. Purchase of loom of 29. Muscle in Cherokee lore. Mythology, primitive, study of 27. Myths, Cherokee, memoir on 37 to 39. Myths, Cherokee, work on 26. Myths, development of 82 to 84. Myths, interchange of, among tribe. Myths, Iroquois. Work on 26. N. Nakuchi, pseudomyth concerning Nakuchi, see also Kachi. Nadako in Texas, union of, with Cherokee. Namisi-Sipu, Namasipi, see Fish River. Names, Cherokee custom of changing. Names, see also synonymy. Nantahala, myths concerning Nanticoke, association of, with Delawares. Nanticoke, modern remnants of. Nanticoke, separation of, from Delawares. Nashville, attack on. Nashville, conference at, 1792. Nashville founding of. Natchez. Tribe of Creek. Natchez, blood of, among Cherokee. Natchez, enslavement of. Natchez, surrender of post at. National Committee, establishment of. National Council, enactment by. National Council, establishment of. Navajo, myths of. Navajo. Publication of memoir on 29. Navajo, study of paternities and cults of 47. Navajo, use of language of, as trade language. Necromancy, development of 85 to 86. Necromancy, see also magic. Negroes in Cherokee Nation, education of. Negroes in Cherokee Nation, number of. Negroes, myth concerning. Negroes, myths of. Negroes, relation of myths of, to Indian myth. Nelson, E. W. Publication of paper by XXX. Nenatoya, change of name by. New Brunswick, work in 17 to 18. New Echota, attendance at conference at. New Echota, attitude of Cherokee toward Treaty of. New Echota, capital of Cherokee Nation. New Echota. Constitutional Convention at. New Echota, Major Davis on Treaty of. New Echota, East Cherokee right to benefits of Treaty of. New Echota, provisions of Treaty of. New Echota, ratification of Treaty of. New Echota, Treaty of. New Fire Ceremony. Cherokee. New Mexico, report on collections from 19xx. New Mexico, work in 13, 15 to 16. Newspapers, Cherokee. Newtown, see New Echota. Nez Perces, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Nicholson, Governor, conference with Cherokee by. Nickajack Towns, building of. Nickajack Towns, destruction of. Nickajack Towns, effect of destruction of. Nickatani, Siani, Kuta and I. Nikwasi, myths concerning. Nisqually, myths of. Nitsa, H.B.C., on discovery of gold in Cherokee country. Nitsa, H.B.C. on Georgia gold lottery. Nitsa, H.B.C. on southern gold fields. North, myth of. North Carolina, appointment of Cherokee agent by. North Carolina, Cherokee relations with. North Carolina, expedition from, in 1776. North Carolina, land grant to State of Franklin, by. North Carolina. Local legends of. North Carolina, opposition to allotment project by. North Carolina, permission to remain given to East Cherokee by. North Carolina, production of gold in. North Carolina. Protest against conditions of Hopewell Treaty by. North Carolina, removal forts in. North Carolina, treaty with Cherokee, Creeks, and Chickasaw by. Nottely, myth concerning. Nottely, pseudo-myth concerning. Nottoway, habitat and migrations of. Novel. Development of 86. Number, discussion of LV 57. Numbers, primitive, memoir on 43 to 44. Numbers, sacred. Numeral systems of Mexico and Central America, memoir on 44 XLV. None high, myths concerning. None high. Wofford's belief in. None why, myths concerning. Nuthatch in Cherokee lore. Nuttall, Thomas, on Arkansas Cherokee. Nuttall, Thomas on cattle among Cherokee. Nuttall, Thomas on Nancy Ward. O. Oak in Cherokee lore. Oconostota. Capture and release of, 1859. Oconostota, capture of Fort Loudon by. Oconostota, on Cherokee Peace Town. Oconostota, reception of Iroquois Peace Embassy by. Oconostota, resignation of, as chief. Oconostota, siege of Fort Prince George by. Oconostota. Signing of Treaty of Johnson Hall by. Office Research 11, 19-23. Oglethorpe, Governor, Cherokee participation in expedition of. Ohio, Cherokee band in. Ojibwe, myths of. Ojibwe, regard for snakes among. Ojibwe. Study of feather symbolism of XX. Old Settlers, see Arkansas Cherokee. Old Tassel, complaint against American encroachments by. Oklahoma, allotment of lands in. Omaha, myths of. Omaha, tribal medicine of. Oneida, Cherokee endeavor for union with. Oneida, myths of. Onondaga. Custody of Iroquois wampums by. Onondaga name for violet. Oathcaloga, establishment of mission at. Opossum, myths and lore concerning. Or, major, expedition against Chickamauga towns under. Orphan asylum, Cherokee. Osage, attitude of. In Civil War. Osage blood among Cherokee. Osage, Cherokee relations with. Osage, refusal of peace invitation by. Osage, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Osage, sketch of. Oteriatiqui, De Soto's visit to. Oterman, governor. Indians taken to Mexico by 16. Oto, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Otter, myths concerning. Overhill towns, treaty with, State of Franklin, by. Oviedo, incorporation of Rangel's report in history by. Oviedo, on De Soto's expedition. Owakulti altar, study of 48, L. Lee. Owen on Fort Mims massacre. Owl, myths and lore concerning. Owl, the legend of. Oya de Gerono, meaning of name. Oya de Gerono, see also synonymy. P. Pain, development of licks LX, 66 to 68, 92. Paint in Cherokee myth. Paint, use of, by Indians. Paint town, purchase of. Palmer, collection by 29. Pamunkey, Cherokee relations with. Pandora, Indian parallel to myths of. Panther. Myths concerning. Papago, study of 23. Parched corn, Indian use of. Pardo, Juan, explorations in Cherokee country by. Paris, treaty of. Parker, Caroline, proposal to bestow title of peacemaker on. Parker, Sir Peter. Attack on Charleston by. Parkman, Francis, on Algonquian myths. Parsnip, wild, in Cherokee lore. Partridge, sea pheasant. Pascagoula, tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Passamaquoddy, myths of. Patagonia, work in 18. Pathkiller, relief of. Pawnee, ceremony of. Pawnee, myths and beliefs of. Pawnee, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Pawnee. Study of fraternities and cults of 48. Payne, J. H. Arrest of. Payne, J. H. on Cherokee myths. Payne, J. H. on New Fire ceremony of Cherokee. Payne, J. H. on Sacred Square of Creeks. Peace embassies, Iroquois. Peace pipe, Cherokee. Peace towns, Indian. Peaches among Cherokee. Peacock, Cherokee legend of. Peacock, Indian use of feathers of. Pea Ridge. Cherokee participants in Battle of. Penn, William, treaty with Delawares by. Pensacola, Spanish possession of. Persimmon, myth concerning. Personification, development of 87 to 88. Perspective, development of 76. Peyote. Study of use of 15 to 17. Pheasant, myths concerning. Philadelphia, treaty at, 1791. Philadelphia, treaty at, 1794. Philip, king, mutilation of body of. Phillips on ancestry of Sequoia. Phillips on Cherokee syllabary. Phillips on death of Sequoia. Philology, subject matter of 12. Philology, work in 25. Phoenix, Cherokee, see Cherokee Phoenix. Phonetics, Cherokee. Phratry, see fraternity. Pickens, General Andrew, expeditions against Cherokees under. Pickens, General Andrew, home of, at Hopewell. Pickens, General Andrew on Shaw's missions. Pickens, Gen. Andrew, signing of treaty by. Pickering on Cherokee chief among Seneca. Picket on Creek War. Picket on defeat of Dartaget. Picket on De Soto's route. Picket on Fort Mims massacre. Picket on Chief McGillivray. Picket on Chief Weatherford. Pigeon, myth concerning. Pike, Gen. Albert, treaty negotiated, by. Pilling, James, on Cherokee literature. Pilling, James on Cherokee schoolbooks. Pilling, James on Cherokee syllabary. Pilling, James on Jones and Warlord. Pilling, James on translation of New Testament. Pilling. James on Rev. S. A. Worcester. Pilot Knob, myths concerning. Pinckney on Cherokee attitude in War of 1812. Pinedale, collection from ruins near 21. Pinedale, excavation of ruins near 16. Pine knots, Cherokee use of, as torches. Pin Indians. See Kituawa Society. Pipe, sacred, of Cherokee. Hieratic acculturation, study of 22 to 25. Piro, study of language of 26. Piro, work among 16. Pitfalls, sea traps. Plants, myths and lore concerning. Pleasure, activities designed to give LV 92. Pleasure, development of licks LX, 62 to 63, 66, 72, 73, 92. Pleiades, myths concerning. Poetry. Development of 87 to 92. Poison ivy in Cherokee lore. Polygamy among Cherokee. Polynesians, myths of. Ponca, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Ponca, study of feather symbolism of xxix. Ponca, study of fraternities and cults of 48. Pontiac. Confederacy of. Population, Cherokee. Population, Cherokee loss in, through Civil War. Population, East Cherokee. Population, Texas Cherokee, 1838. Pork, Indian, quality of. Portuguese gentleman, see Elvis. Possum, see opossum. Potatoes among Cherokee. Potter, T. W. On East Cherokee affairs. Pottery among Cherokee. Poultry raising among Cherokee. Power myth, development of 83 to 84. Powhatan, Cherokee relations with. Powhatan, name for Cherokee. Prairie dog, myth concerning. Prayer among Indians. Pregnancy, beliefs concerning. Presbyterians, mission work of, among Cherokee. Press, national, of Cherokee. Pretty woman town, purchase of. Priber, Christian, work of, among Cherokee. Price, H. On East Cherokee affairs. Price, H. On East Cherokee censuses. Price, H. On East Cherokee suit for participation in annuities. Primitive numbers, memoir on 43 to 44. Printing among Cherokee. Proctor, General, stand against Americans at Thames River by. Proctor, arrest of. Pronoun, study of 25. Properties. Discussion of LV 57, 58. Property, acquisition of 33. Property, classes of 31 to 32. Prophet, revelation of. Protolithic stage, features of 21 to 22. Publication, work in 29 xxx. Pueblo Grande, excavation of 13 to 14. Pueblo Indians. Devotional tendency of 28. Pueblo Indians, new fire ceremony among. Pueblo Indians, racing among. Pueblo Viejo, excavation of ruin of 14 to 15. Pumpkin in Cherokee myth. Punk plugged in, legend of raid by. Purificatory rites. Cherokee. Putty root in Cherokee lore. Puyallup, myths of. Q. Quadrupeds, myths concerning. Quakers, sea friends. Qualla Reservation, clearing of East Cherokee Title to. Qualla Reservation, purchase of. Qualla Reservation, settlement of boundary of. Qualities, discussion of LV, 57 to 58. Quantities, discussion of LVI. Quapaw in Texas, union of. With Cherokee. Quebec, fall of. Quechua, ceremony of. Quinahaki, De Soto's visit to. R. Rabbit, character of, in various mythologies. Rabbit, myths concerning. Rabbit and bear, distribution of myth of. Rabbit and flint. Origin of myth of. Racing among Indians. Racing in Seneca myth. Raccoon, myths concerning. Raffinesque, c.s., on first appearance of whites. Raffinesque, c.s., on name talage y. Raffinesque, c.s., translation of Wallam Olam by. Rafts, Cherokee use of. Railroads in Cherokee country. Rainbow, myths concerning. Ramsey, J.G.M. On agitation for session, 1796. Ramsey, J.G.M. on appointment of Governor Blunt. Ramsey, J.G.M. on appointment of Cherokee agent by North Carolina. Ramsey, J.G.M. on attack on Buchanan Station. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Battle of Kings Mountain. Ramsey, J.G.M. on border conditions in 1777. Ramsey, J.G.M. on bounties for American scalps. Ramsey, J.G.M. on burning of Cowie. Ramsey, J.G.M. on capture and release of Joseph Brown. Ramsey, J.G.M. on capture and release of Samuel Handley. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Cherokee attitude at beginning of the Revolution. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Cherokee desire for peace, 1792. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Cherokee land cessions. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Cherokee part in French and Indian War. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Cherokee Peace Town. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Cherokee War of 1760–61. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Chickasaw surrender of lands between Cumberland and Duck Rivers. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Christian's expedition. Ramsey, J.G.M. on destruction of Chickamauga towns. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Doherty McFarland expedition. Ramsey, J.G.M. on expedition from Virginia through Cherokee country. Ramsey, J.G.M. on French and Spanish encouragement of Cherokee hostility. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Indian war path. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Indian fighting in 1793. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Jack's expedition. Ramsey, J.G.M. on killing of Indians by John Beard. Ramsey, J.G.M. on minor Cherokee-American conflicts, 1776–1795. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Nancy Ward. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Old Tassel's talk. Ramsey, J.G.M. on origin of Chickamauga band. Ramsey, J.G.M. on General James Robertson. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Rutherford's expedition. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Sevier and Campbell's expedition, 1780. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Sevier's expeditions, 1781–82. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Sevier's last expedition, 1792. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Tellico Conference. Ramsey, J.G.M. on the Suck. Ramsey, J.G.M. on threatened burning of Chilhowie. Ramsey, J.G.M. on Tory Indian raid in South Carolina. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Treaties of DeWitt's Corners and Long Island. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Treaty of Holston. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Treaty of Hopewell. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Treaty of Nashville, 1783. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Treaty of Tellico, 1798. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Westward Emigration. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Williamson's Expedition. Ramsey, J. G. M. On Yuchi among Cherokee. Rangel, on De Soto's Expedition. Rassel's, Mutilation of Body of. Rattlesnake, Myths and Lore Concerning. Rattling Gourd on Natchez among Cherokee. Rattling Gourd on Yuchi among Cherokee. Raven. Myths Concerning. Raven Mocker, Myths Concerning, 504. Raven Place, Purchase of. Raven, The Pursuit of Shawano by. Reading, Myth Concerning. Rebellion, see Civil War. Rechahecrian, see Rickahakan, synonymy. Redbird, Myths Concerning. Red Clay, Council at. Red Earth, Purchase of. Red Horse Fish, Myth Concerning. Red Man, Myths Concerning. Red Paint, Use of, by Indians. Red Root in Cherokee Lore. Red Sticks, Rebellion of. Refuge Towns. See Peace Towns. Reichel, E. H. On Cherokee Missions. Reed, Jesse, East Cherokee Chief. Reincarnation, Cherokee Doctrine of. Reinhardt on Spanish Mines. Relationships, Linguistic, of Cherokee. Relief, Development of 75. Religion, Acculturation in 23. Religion, Influence of. On Development of Arts 74 to 76. Religion, Influence of, on Development of Romance 81 to 86. Removal, Cherokee. Removal, Cherokee Plans 4, 1895. Removal, East Cherokee Plans 4. Removal, Events leading to. Removal. Party feeling aroused by. Removal, Stockade forts built during. Removal Fund, East Cherokee participation in. Removal Fund, employment of East Cherokee share in. Removed townhouses, myth of. Reports, distribution of 32. Reptiles, sea snakes. Terrapin, turtle. Revolution, Cherokee remembrance of. Revolution, effect on Cherokee of. Revolution, Indian attitude during. Rheumatism, Cherokee beliefs concerning. Richmond, Lieutenant, murder of Cheyennes by. Rickahakan, meaning of name. Rickahakan. See also synonymy. Ridge, Major John, attitude of party of, in Civil War. Ridge, Major John, conflict of party of, with Ross Party. Ridge, Major John, enlistment of volunteers against Creeks by, 1812. Ridge, Major John, killing of. Ridge, Maj. John, killing of Doublehead by. Ridge, Major John, letter to Calhoun by. Ridge, Major John, letter to President Jackson by. Ridge, Major John, opposition to Prophet's doctrine by. Ridge, Major John, opposition to war spirit by, 1812. Ridge, Maj. John, part taken by, in Creek War. Ridge, Maj. John, treaty negotiated by. Rink, Henry, on Eskimo myths. Rivers, on Cherokee-Chickasaw War. Rivers, on Cherokee in 1708. Rivers in Cherokee lore. Rivalry, part played by, in Sports and Games 64, 66. 68 to 69. Roads through Cherokee Country. Robertson, Jen. James, appointment of, as Cherokee agent. Robertson, General James, burning of Coldwater by. Robertson, General James, emigration under. Robertson, General James, expedition against Chickamauga under, 1794. Robertson, Gen. James, killing of brother of. Robertson, General James, life of. Robertson, General James on Cherokee-American conflicts, 1785 to 1794. Robertson, General James on French and Spanish encouragement of Cherokee hostility. Robertson, Gen. James on Nancy Ward. Robertson, General James, repulse of Indians by garrison under. Robertson, General James, warning of invasion given by. Robertson, Mrs. S. A. Work of, among creeks. Robin, Cherokee name for. Robinson, Thomas, acknowledgments to. Robinson, Thomas on dry channel of Chattahoochee. Rockefort, history of Antilles by. Rockwell, on Williamson's expedition. Rogel, expedition of. Rogers. Tallahena, marriage of Houston to. Romance, nature and development of 81 to 86. Roosevelt, Theodore, on attack on Freeland Station. Roosevelt, Theodore on attack on Nashville. Roosevelt, Theodore on Battle of Kings Mountain. Roosevelt. Theodore on border fighters. Roosevelt, Theodore on Cherokee-American conflicts, 1781. Roosevelt, Theodore Cherokee Trans-Mississippi migration. Roosevelt, Theodore on Christian's expedition. Roosevelt. Theodore on destruction of Chickamauga towns. Roosevelt, Theodore on French and Spanish encouragement of Cherokee hostility. Roosevelt, Theodore on Jack's expedition. Roosevelt, Theodore on Old Tassel's talk. Roosevelt, Theodore on Gen. James Robertson. Roosevelt, Theodore on Rutherford's expedition. Roosevelt, Theodore on scalping by whites. Roosevelt, Theodore on Sevier and Campbell's expedition, 1780. Roosevelt, Theodore on Sevier's expedition, 1782. Roosevelt. Theodore on South Carolina's scalp bounty. Roosevelt, Theodore on Tory Indian raid. Roosevelt, Theodore on treaties of DeWitt's Corners and Long Island. Roosevelt, Theodore on Williamson's expedition. Rose in Cherokee lore. Ross, Allen. Acknowledgements to. Ross, Allen on John Ross. Ross, John, arrest of. Ross, John, attempt of McIntosh to bribe. Ross, John, attitude of, during the Civil War. Ross, John, attitude of party of, during Civil War. Ross, John, character of. Ross, John. Conflict of party of, with Ridge Party. Ross, John, convening of Tahlequah Council by, 1843. Ross, John, custody of records of Iroquois peace by. Ross, John, death of. Ross, John, death of wife of. Ross, John, efforts of, to prevent removal. Ross. John, election of, as assistant chief. Ross, John, election of, as president of National Council. Ross, John, election of, as principal chief. Ross, John, letter to Calhoun by. Ross, John, life of. Ross, John, memorial resolution on. Ross, John. Memorial to Congress by. Ross, John on Ani Kuta NL. Ross, John on Jackson's reply to Cherokee protests. Ross, John, part taken by, in Creek War. Ross, John, part taken by, in killing of Ridges and Bottineau. Ross, John, position of, in 1837. Ross, John. President of Constitutional Convention. Ross, John, proclamation by. Ross, John, proposition for removal by. Ross, John, protest against removal treaty by. Ross, John, refusal of President Jackson to communicate with. Ross, John. Signer of Act of Union. Ross, John, suit against Georgia by. Ross, John, threat of arrest. Ross, W. P., editor of Cherokee Advocate. Ross, W. P. on death of Sequoyah. Ross, on Indian warfare in 1776. Ross, on Williamson's expedition. Royce, C. C. on adoption of Cherokee Constitution. Royce, C. C. on Arkansas Cherokee. Royce, C. C. on arrest of Ross. Royce, C. C. on attack on Buchanan Station. Royce, C. C. on attempted establishment of iron works in Cherokee Country, 1807. Royce, C. C. on attempted purchase by Tennessee, 1807. Royce, C. C. on attempt to annul Treaty of 1817. Royce, C. C. on Blunt's proposal, 1795. Royce, C. C. on building of Unicoi Turnpike. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee attitude regarding land cession, 1830. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee census, 1835. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee desire to go west, 1817-19. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee emigration, 1817-19. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee invitations to Delawares, Shawano, and Oneida. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee land cessions. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee loss in Civil War. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee Memorial to Congress, 1834. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee memorials to President Monroe. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee part in French and Indian War. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee part in Civil War. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee population. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee project to remove to Columbia River. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee relations with Creeks. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee relations with Tuscarora. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee suffering through Civil War. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee territory in 1800. Royce, C. C. on Cherokee War of 1760-61. Royce, C. C. on clearing of East Cherokee title to Qualla Reservation. Royce, C. C. on Colonel R. J. Meigs. Royce, C. C. on council at New Echota. Royce, C. C. on Davis's letter to Secretary of War. Royce, C. C. on death of Sequoyah. Royce, C. C. on deaths during removal. Royce, C. C. on delegation to Washington, 1835. Royce, C. C. on desire for Indian lands. Royce, C. C. on destruction of Chickamauga towns. Royce, C. C. on General Dunlap's address. Royce, C. C. on East Cherokee censuses. Royce, C. C. on East Cherokee participation in removal fund. Royce, C. C. on Everett's letter to Secretary of War. Royce, C. C. on extension of Georgia laws. Royce, C. C. on first railroad in Cherokee country. Royce, C. C. on Georgia acts affecting Cherokee. Royce, C. C. on Governor Gilmer's declaration. Royce, C. C. on imprisonment of missionaries. Royce, C. C. on incorporation of Delawares and Shawano. Royce, C. C. on Indian war path. Royce, C. C. on Jackson's attitude toward Cherokee. Royce, C. C. on Jefferson's removal project. Royce, C. C. on McMinn's estimate of Cherokee emigration. Royce, C. C. on massacre of Scott Party and Bull migration. Royce, C. C. on opposition to allotment project, 1820. Royce, C. C. on origin of Chickamauga Band. Royce, C.C. on party feeling over removal plans. Royce, C.C. on payment of East Cherokee share in removal fund. Royce, C.C. on Ross's attitude during Civil War. Royce, C.C. on Ross's last efforts against removal. Royce, C.C. on Royal Proclamation of 1763. Royce, C.C. on Rutherford's route. Royce, C.C. on Schermerhorn's proposals for securing acceptance of Ridge Treaty. Royce, C.C. on Scott's proclamation. Royce, C.C. on Sweatland census. Royce, C.C. on Tellico conference. Royce, C.C. on threat to arrest Ross. Royce, C.C. on treaties of New Echota. Royce, C.C. on treaties of Tellico, 1798, 1804, 1805. Royce, C.C. on treaties of Washington, 1816, 1819, 1846. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Augusta. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Cherokee Agency, 1834. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Chickasaw Old Fields, 1807. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Fort Gibson. Royce, C.C. of Treaty of Holston. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Hopewell. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Philadelphia, 1794. Royce, C.C. on Treaty of Tahlequah, 1866. Royce, C.C. on troops employed in removal. Royce, C.C. on Western Cherokee, 1809, 1817. Royce, C.C. on Wool's comments on removal. Royce, C.C. publication of paper by XXX. Ruffin, T. arbitrator between East Cherokee and Thomas's creditors. Running Water Town, building of. Running Water Town, destruction of. Rushes in Cherokee lore. Russell, Dr. Frank, on Jicarilla myths. Russell, Captain. William, part taken by, in Battle of Horseshoe Bend. Rutherford, General Griffith, expeditions under. Rutherford, Gen. Griffith, Life of. Rayon de Soto's route. S. Sacred animals among Indians. Sacred myths, Indian. Sacred myths, instruction in. Sacred myths, see also cosmogonic myths, migration traditions. Sacred numbers, Indian. Sacred things, Cherokee. Sacrifice, influence of, on development of drama 78. St. John, translation of Gospel of. St. Louis, Osage Cherokee Council at. St. Louis, Treaty of, 1825. St. Louis, Spanish retention of. St. Clair. General, defeat of. St. Clair, effect of defeat of. Sala Lee, Cherokee storyteller. Sala Lee, Landman's account of. Sala Lee, myth told by. San Estevan, Fiesta de, witnessing of 13. San Felipe, establishment of. San Fernando de Barrancas. Surrender of. San Jacinto, battle of. San Jose de Pueblo Viejo, see Pueblo Viejo. San Juan Valley, collection from 29. Santa Ana, defeat of, by Houston. Santa Elena, settlement of. Santee, storehouses of. Sarah, see Chiraw, Swalla. Sassafras in Cherokee lore. Soxpa, see Waxhaw. Sawanuji, tribe of Creek Confederacy. Sawanuji, see also Kalahu, Shawano. Sawnook, see Kalahu. Sawyer, W. M., work of XXX. Savagery, features of 49. Savannah, see Shawano. Scalp dance, Cherokee. Scalping, British encouragement of. Scalping by East Cherokee. Scalping by whites. Scalping, encouragement of, by South Carolina. Scandinavians, Myths of Schermerhorn, Reverend J. F. Major Davis on Methods of Schermerhorn, Reverend J. F., Negotiation of Removal Treaty by Schoolbooks in Cherokee Language. Schoolcraft, H. R., on Cherokee Chief among Seneca. Schoolcraft, H. R., on Cherokee-Iroquois Wars. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Cherokee Migrations. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Cherokee Myths. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Cherokee Relations with Catawba. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Delaware name for Cherokee. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Iroquois. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Iroquois Myths. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Iroquois Peace Mission. Schoolcraft, H. R. on name Kittu-Wajai. Schoolcraft, H. R. on name Mississippi. Schoolcraft, H. R. on name Tallulah. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Ojibwe Myths. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Seneca Town. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Shawano Wars. Schoolcraft, H. R. on Wyandot Traditions concerning Cherokee. Schools among Cherokee. Schools among East Cherokee. School books in Cherokee language. Scissortail in Cherokee myth. Scotch blood among Cherokee. Scott, Colonel H. S., work of 26-27. Scott, S. S. Report on East Cherokee Affairs by Scott, William, Killing of Party Under. Scott, William, Legend told by Scott, General Winfield, Appointment of, to effect removal. Scott, General Winfield, Compromise with Cherokee Refugees by Scott, Gen. Winfield, Part taken by, in removal. Scott, Gen. Winfield, Proclamation to Cherokee by Scratching, Cherokee Ceremony. Screech Owl, Cherokee Name for Screech Owl, Myths concerning Sculpture, Development of 74-75. Selu, Myths concerning Seminole, Attitude of, in Civil War. Seminole. Myths and Lore of Seminole, Origin of Senac, Father, Burning of Seneca, Agreement between Erie and Seneca, Cherokee Legends of Conflicts with Seneca, Clans of Seneca, Legends of Cherokee Wars with Seneca, Peace Embassies of Seneca, Peace Towns among Seneca, Tract set apart for Seneca Town, Encounter at Seneca Town, Schoolcraft Statement concerning Siaquajono, Myth concerning Sequoia, Death of Sequoia, Grant of money to Sequoia. Life and work of Sequoia on Iroquois Peace Embassy. Sequoia, Opposition to syllabary of Sequoia, Part taken by, in reorganization. Sequoia, Pension to Sequoia, Removal of, to the west. Sequoia, Resolution signed by, 1839. Sequoia. Search for Lost Cherokee by Sequoia, Syllabary of Sequoia, Treaty signed by, 1828. Sequoia, Tree named after Sequoia, Visit to Western Cherokee by Sari, Publication of paper on 29. Sari, Study of implements of 21-22. Service berries. Myths concerning Set-Angia, Death Song of Set-Angia, War Medicine of Sts Mound, Myth concerning 7 in Cherokee Myth. Sevier, Gov. John, Defeat of Ferguson by Sevier, Governor John, Defeat of Indian Raiders by 1781. Sevier, Governor John, Expeditions against Cherokee under 1780-81, 1788, 1793. Sevier, Governor John, Expedition against Chickamauga Towns under, 1782. Sevier, Gov. John, Expedition against Hiwassee Towns under, 1786. Sevier, Governor John, Expedition against Overhill Towns under, 1781. Sevier, Governor John, Life of. Sevier, Governor John, Prevention of Burning of Chilhowee by. Shaw, Leonard D. Appointment of, as Government Ethnologist. Shawano among Cherokee, Number of. Shawano, Anti-American Confederacy headed by. Shawano, Attack on Buchanan Station by. Shawano, Attitude of, during Revolution. Shawano Blood among Cherokee. Shawano. Character of. Shawano, Cherokee Invitations to. Shawano, Cherokee Relations with. Shawano, Hostility of, to Americans. Shawano, Incorporation of, with Cherokee. Shawano in Texas, Union of, with Cherokee. Shawano. Legends concerning. Shawano, Legends of Cherokee Wars with. Shawano, Myths of. Shawano, Probable origin of Cherokee myths among. Shawano, Separation of, from Delawares. Shawano, Sketch of. Shawano, Trans-Mississippi Migration of. Shea, J. G. On De Soto's route. Shea, J. G. On early Spanish settlements. Shea, J. G. On Rogel's expedition. Shea, J. G. On Spanish mission among Cherokee. Sheep, Cherokee name for. Sheep, raising of, by Cherokee. Shelby, Colonel, defeat of Ferguson by. Shelby, Colonel, expedition against Chickamauga Towns under. Shining Rock, myth concerning. Shoeboots. War medicine of. Shumapovi, study of altar at 47, 48, 49, L. Lee. Sia, studies of fraternities and cults of 46. Sibbald, John A. Special agent to Cherokee. Sibley, on Cherokee in Arkansas in 1805. Sibley, on Mobilian trade language. Sign language, study of 27. Seiler, D. W. East Cherokee census by. Silver, myth concerning. Similitude, development of 88 to 89. Sin, myths concerning origin of. Sinti, Kiowa myths of. Siouan tribes, study of 29. Sioux, legends concerning. Sioux, myths of. Sioux. Use of language of, as trade language. Sissipaha, Spanish contract with. Six Nations, see Iroquois. Skill, pleasures of 68 to 69. Skunk in Cherokee myth. Sky people, myths concerning. Sky vault, myths concerning. Slaves among Cherokee. Slaves, Indian, contact of, with Negroes. Smallpox among Cherokee. Smallpox among East Cherokee. Smallpox in Chickamauga Band. Smilax in Cherokee lore. Smith, Archilla, flight of. Smith, Buckingham, on burning of peat bog near Charleston. Smith, Buckingham on Davies history. Smith, Buckingham on De Soto's route. Smith. Buckingham translation of Elvis narrative by. Smith, Mrs. Erminy, study of Iroquois myths by 47. Smith, Mrs. Erminy on Iroquois myths. Smith, Harry, on Natchez among Cherokee. Smith, Harry on traditional predecessors of Cherokee. Smith. John, on name Rickahaken. Smith, Jen. Kirby, attempt to enlist Cherokee by. Smith, N. J., acknowledgements to. Smith, N. J., Cherokee storyteller. Smith, N. J., clerk of East Cherokee Council. Smith, N. J., East Cherokee Chief. Smith, N. J., Life of Smith, N. J., Myths Told by Smith, N. J., on East Cherokee in Civil War. Smith, N. J. on East Cherokee Schools. Smith, N. J. Work of, Among East Cherokee. Smith, Sibbald, Acknowledgments to. Smith, Sibbald, Leader of Pioneer Advance. Smith, Sibbald, on Surrender of Cabot Station. Smithsonian Institution, Acknowledgments to. Smith, Major J. A. Acknowledgments to. Snail, Myths Concerning. Snakes, Myths and Lore Concerning. Snake Boy, Myth of. Snake Dance, Study of 14. Snake Man, Myth of. Snowflake, Excavation of Ruins near 13 to 14. Sociology. Subject matter of 12. Sociology, work in 22 to 25. Soko Gap, Legend of. Solomonville, collection from 21. Solomonville, excavation of ruins near 14. Songs, Cherokee. Songs among Indians. Sophiology, subject matter of 12. Sophiology. Work in 27 to 28. Sorcery, part played by, in development of games 68 to 69. Sorcery, see also magic. Sourwood, in Cherokee Myth and Lore. South, Myth of Daughter of. South Carolina, Session of Last Cherokee Lands in. South Carolina, Cherokee Relations with. South Carolina, Expedition from, in 1776. South Carolina. First settlement in. South Carolina, local legends of. South Carolina, production of gold in. Space, discussion of LV 57. Spain, claim to land south of Cumberland River by. Spain, retention of posts in South by, 1790. Spain. Surrender of southern posts by. Spain, treaty with, 1795. Spaniards, Cherokee feeling toward. Spaniards, encouragement of Indian hostility by. Spaniards, in southern United States. Spaniards, legends concerning. Spaniards. Period of exploration by. Spaniards, relations of, with Indians. Spanish needle in Cherokee lore. Sparrow, Cherokee name for. Spearfinger, see Utluta. Spencer, allegory in poetry of xxix. Spider, myths and lore concerning. Spider, see also water spider. Spinning among Cherokee. Spinning among East Cherokee. Spirit folk, Cherokee. Sports, discussion of 63 to 68. Sprague, Senator, speech by, on Georgia laws affecting Cherokee. Spray, H. W., acknowledgments to. Spray, H. W. East Cherokee teacher and agent. Spreading Adder, myths and lore concerning. Spring Place, establishment of mission at. Springstone on Nancy Ward. Squash, myth concerning. Squire, E. G., on Cherokee myths. Squire, E. G. On Cherokee New Fire ceremony. Squire, E. G. On the heavens in mythology. Squirrel, myths concerning. Stand Waddy, burning of Ross's house by. Stand Waddy, myths told by. Stand Waddy on Iroquois Peace Embassy. Stand Waddy on Iroquois Wars. Stand Waddy, part taken by, in Civil War. Stand Waddy, threat against Ross by. Stanley, J. M. On Iroquois Peace Embassy. Stapler, Miss, marriage of John Ross to. Star Feathers, legend of. Star, James, flight of. Star, Tom, legend concerning. Stars, myths and lore concerning. State rights, bearing of removal struggle on. Stekoe. Destruction of. Stedman on English attempts to enlist Indian aid during the Revolution. Stein, Robert, work of 18. Steiner, Rev. Abraham, Cherokee missionary. Steiner, Roland, collection by xxix 21. Stephen, A. M., work of Zli. Stephen, Colonel. Expedition against Cherokee under. Stevens on defeat of Creek and Cherokee in Georgia, 1781. Stevens on Pickens expedition, 1782. Stevens on Priber's work. Stevens on treaties of De Witt's Corners and Long Island. Stevens on Treaty of Augusta, 1763. Stevens on Treaty of Hopewell. Stevenson. Mrs. M. C. Model of Zuni altar by 48. Stevenson, Mrs. M. C. Study of fraternities and cults by 47. Stevenson, Mrs. M. C. Work of 27 to 28. Stevenson, on petroglyphs at Track Rock Gap. Sticka E. C. Stekoe. Stock, Cherokee losses of, in Civil War. Stockade villages among Indians. Stock raising by Cherokee. Stokes, agent, on killing of Ridges and Bottineau. Stone, W. L., on Sir William Johnson. Stone Man, C. Ninyunu Y. Storehouse of Indian Tribes. Stories and Storytellers, Cherokee. Strawberry, Myths Concerning. Stringfield, Colonel W. W., Acknowledgements to. Stringfield, Colonel W. W. on East Cherokee in Civil War. Stringfield, Colonel W. W. Taking of Party of East Cherokee to Confederate Reunion by. Stewart, Captain John, Capture and Release of. Stewart, Captain John, Life of. Stewart, Captain John, Refuge of Defeated Cherokee with. Stewart, Captain John, Treaty negotiated by. Suck, the Myths Concerning. Sugartown, Encounter at. Suma, Work among 16. Sumac, Use of darts of. Sun, Myths Concerning. Sunset Land, Myths Concerning. Supreme Court, Decision of, in Worcester v. State of Georgia. Suyeda, Cherokee Storyteller. Suyeda, Myths Told by. Suyeda on Character of Rabbit. Swain on Indian Warfare in 1776. Swain on Rutherford's Expedition. Swain on Williamson's Expedition. Swallowtail Flycatcher in Cherokee Lore. Sweat House, CACI. Sweatland, S.H. East Cherokee Census by. Swimmer, Life of. Swimmer, Myths Told by. Swimmer on Daggled Geese. Swimmer on Mounds and Constant Fire. Swimmer, Songs Obtained from. Syllabary, Cherokee. Syllabary. Casting of Characters of. Syllabary, Effect of, on Cherokee Development. Syllabary, Introduction of, among Western Cherokee. Syllabary, Invention of. Syllabary, Opposition to Introduction of. Symphony, Development of 73 to 74. Synonymy, Tribal. Of Cherokee. T. Taboos, Cherokee. Tadpole, Myth Concerning. Tagwatihai, Cherokee Storyteller. Tagwatihai, Myths Told by. Tachi, Attack on Osage at Fort Gibson by. Tachi, Emigration of, into Texas. Tachi. McKinney and Hull on. Tahlequah, Selection of, as Cherokee Capital. Tahlequah, Treaties at, 1861, 1866. Tahlequah, Yuchi living near. Tehucatuki in Texas, Union of, with Cherokee. Takatoka, Aid given by, in Introduction of Syllabary. Talamaden. C. Wyandotte. Tallahassee, Escape of, from Destruction, 1780. Taliwa, Battle of. Talladega, Battle of. Tallahatchie, Battle of. Talladge, meaning of name. Talladge, see also synonymy. Tallulah Falls, myth concerning. Terahumari, obtaining of information concerning 16. Terahumari, work among 17. Tarleton, general, attempted invasion of North Carolina and Virginia by. Tar Wolf, distribution of myth of. Tar Wolf, myth of. Tuskegee, Cherokee relations with. Tuskegee, tribe of Creek Confederacy. Tuskegee, Spanish visit to. Tassel, murder of. Taylor, captain. Richard, part taken by, in Creek War. Technolithic stage, features of 21 to 22. Technology, subject matter of 12. Technology, work in xxix 22. Tecumtha, life of. Tecumtha, meaning of name of. Tecumtha, work of, among creeks. Tight. On Thompson River myths. Telfair, governor, on Georgians' raid and Cherokee reprisal, 1792. Tellico, conference at, 1794. Tellico, conference and treaty at, 1798. Tellico, treaties at, 1804, 1805. Temple, M. S. Survey of Qualla Reservation by. Tennessee, attempted purchase of Cherokee lands by, 1807. Tennessee, encroachments against Cherokee by. Tennessee, incorporation of, in territory of the United States south of the Ohio River. Tennessee. Local legends of. Tennessee, memorial to Congress by. Tennessee, opposition to allotment project by. Tennessee, production of gold in. Tennessee, removal forts in. Tennessee, treaty with Cherokee by. Tennessee, see also Franklin, state of. Tennessee bald, myths concerning. Tennessee River, truce line at. Tenkate, H, on Cherokee myths. Tensawati, see Kusawati. Tepehuan tribes, obtaining of information concerning 17. Terrapin, myths concerning. Terrapin, the Cherokee chief. Terrell, Captain J. W., acknowledgements to. Terrell, Captain J. W., life of, among East Cherokee. Terrell, Captain J. W. On Catawba among East Cherokee. Terrell, Captain J. W. on Cherokee myths. Terrell, Captain J. W. on East Cherokee in Civil War. Terrell, Captain J. W. on Junaluska. Terrell, Captain J. W. on Colonel W. H. Thomas. Terrell, Captain J. W. Roster of Cherokee troops by. Teton, myths of. Tewa Indians, visit to ruins attributed to 15. Texas, Houston's part in history of. Texas, migration of Creek tribes to. Texas, secession of, from Mexico. Texas, work in 16, 17. Texas Cherokee. History of. Texas Cherokee, origin of. Thomas, Dr. Cyrus, memoirs by 42 to 43, 44 XLV. Thomas, Dr. Cyrus, work of 29. Thomas, Colonel. W. H., acknowledgements to. Thomas, Colonel W. H., arrangement by, for stay of East Cherokee in the East. Thomas, Colonel W. H., connection of, with East Cherokee affairs. Thomas, Colonel W. H., difficulty over estates of. Thomas, Colonel W. H. Legend told by. Thomas, Colonel W. H., life of. Thomas, Colonel W. H., mission of, to Ute Sala and Charlie. Thomas, Colonel W. H., on Baptist preachers among East Cherokee. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on Catawba among East Cherokee. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on Cherokee Roundup. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on Junaluska. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on traditional predecessors of Cherokee. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on Rutherford's route. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on smallpox among East Cherokee. Thomas, Colonel W. H. on swimmers' knowledge of Cherokee myths. Thomas, Colonel W. H. purchase of lands for East Cherokee by. Thomas, Colonel W. H. retirement of. Thomas, Colonel, killing of Indian woman by men under. Thomas Legion, organization of. Thompson, C. on Cherokee missions. Thompson, Captain. Defeat of Cherokee by Americans under. Thompson, arrest of. Thompson River Indians, myths of. Thought reading, Cherokee belief in. Thrall on capture of Bull's family. Thrall on Indian expulsion from Texas. Thrall on Mexican grant to Cherokee. Thrall on number of Texas Cherokee. Thunder, myths and lore concerning. Tiquali Tsi, legend of raid on. Tillamook, myths of. Timberlake, Henry, on Cherokee headdress. Timberlake, Henry on Cherokee regard for eagles. Timberlake, Henry on Cherokee welcome ceremony. Timberlake, Henry on flying stag. Timberlake. Henry on French and English treatment of Indians. Timberlake, Henry on Gatayusti game. Timberlake, Henry on Indian war path. Timberlake, Henry on opossum. Timberlake, Henry on position of Indian women. Timberlake. Henry on siege of Fort Loudon. Timberlake, Henry on Uctina and Yulunsu Ti. Timberlake, Henry on war women. Timberlake, Henry, visit to Cherokee by. Titmouse, myths concerning. Tiwa, study of language of 26. Tiwa, work among 16. Tlanusi E. Myth concerning. Tla Nuwa, myths and lore concerning. Toad in Cherokee myth. Tobacco, Cherokee. Tobacco, myths and lore concerning. Tokax, De Soto's visit to. Tekoa, myth concerning. Todd on Ohio Cherokee. Tolome. Tribe of Choctaw Confederacy. Tahopeka, Tahopki, See Horseshoe Bend. Tolantiski, death of. Tolantiski, invitation to missionaries by. Tolantiski, reservation for. Tolantiski, treaty signed by, 1806. Tomasi, encounter at. Tom Fuller, nature of. Tomtit, see titmouse. Tonkawa. Cherokee relations with. Tonkawa, legend of. Tonkawa, settlement of, on Cherokee Strip. Tonkawa, study of 16. Tuantu, McKinney and Hull on. Tories, use of Indian disguise by. Tortoise, see terrapin. Touch, relation of, to vision 62 to 63. Townhouse, heating and lighting of. Townhouse dance, effect of snake myths on time of holding. Toxaway, see Tokax. Trade among Cherokee. Trade, intertribal. Trade languages, Indian. Traders among Cherokee, North Carolina regulations concerning. Traders, influence of, on Indian development. Traders, use of bells by. Track Rock Gap, myth concerning. Traditions. Cherokee, memoir on. Traditions of Tusayan, memoir on 39XL. Transformation myths. Traps, Indian use of. Tree Rock, myth concerning. Trees, Cherokee explanation of characters of. Trees in Cherokee myths, powers of. Trefine skulls. Collection of 29. Tribe, features of 49. Trope, development of xxix. Trotter, H. G. Acknowledgements to. Troop, governor, on Cherokee refusal to remove. Trumbull, J. H. on name Talge Y. Saga Sai, Cherokee Ferry. Tsa Logi, meaning and inflection of. Tsa Logi, see also Cherokee, synonymy. Tsali, see Charlie. Tsani, Cherokee war chief in 1776. Santuo, contact with little people by. Tsa Ragi, see Cherokee, synonymy, Tsa Logi. Sasta Y, legend concerning. Sawa Sai, Cherokee fairy. Sessa and I, Cherokee storyteller. Sessa and I, myth told by. Se Esiska Tsi, see Reed, Jesse. Skili Gua, see Bigwitch. Sulkul, myths concerning. Sundage Y, myth of. Sunu Luhun Ski, see Junaluska. Susquanan Nawata, see Wofford. Sunahi, myth of. Tikasagi, destruction of, 1781. Tugalu Na fish, myth concerning. Tuggle manuscript on Creek myths. Tuggle manuscript on Creek songs. Tuna I, legend of. Tupi language, trade language based on. Turkey. Myths and lore concerning. Tiki Town, siege and relief of. Tiki Town, treaty ratified at, 1816. Turtle, drum of shell of. Turtle, myths and lore concerning. Turtle Dove, Cherokee name for. Tusayan. Memoir on clan localization in Zlai. Tusayan, memoir on flute and snake ceremonies of XLV. Tusayan, memoir on migration traditions of 39XL. Tusayan, study of fraternities, cults, and altars in 47, 48-49, L. 53. Tusayan. Work in 14. Tuscarora, Cherokee relations with. Tuscarora, enslavement of. Tuscarora, expulsion of, from North Carolina. Tuscarora, habitat and migrations of. Tuscarora, wampum recording admission of, to Iroquois League. Tuscarora. War between colonies and. Tuscarora, myths and beliefs of. Tuscarora, participation in Lewis's expedition by. Tuscarora, sketch of. Tuskegee, burning of. Tisquity Bald, myth concerning. Twilight land of Cherokee myth. Tyrant stage. See monarchical stage. U. Uchi, tribe of Creek Confederacy. Uchi, see also Uchi. Ugunstli fish, myths concerning. Uksuhai, myths concerning. Uktina, myths and lore concerning. Ulag, myth concerning. Ulunsu Ti, myths and lore concerning. Unataqua, see Nadako. Uncle Remus on character of rabbit. Uncle Remus on Negro myths. Underground panthers, myth of. Underworld, myths concerning. Ungodihai, see white man killer. Unicoi Turnpike, building of. Union Cherokee in Civil War. United States, Cherokee relations with. Unseen helpers, legend of. Unsei, Cherokee myths concerning. Usheri, USI, see Catawba. Ustanali, Cherokee capital. Ustanali, destruction of. Ustanali, medicine dance at. Ustatlai, myths concerning. Utah, collection from 29. Utility, relation of, to pleasure LXI. Udalta, myth of. Utsala, leader of removal refugees. Utsala. Thomas's mission to. Utsta, myth of. V. Valleytown mission, establishment of. Van Buren, Martin, election of, to presidency. Vandera on De Soto's route. Vandera on Pardo's expedition. Van, David, aid given to missionary work by. Van. David, death of daughter of. Vaugandy on name Kutawa. Venus's flytrap in Cherokee lore. Verrazano, visit to America by. Vincennes, lieutenant, burning of. Violet in Cherokee lore. Viper's Bugloss in Cherokee Lore. Virginia, expedition from, in 1776. Virginia, first conflict of Cherokee with. Virginia, production of gold in. Virginia, treaty with Cherokee, Creeks, and Chickasaw by. Vision, relation of, to touch 62 to 63. Voice, part played by, in development of music 71 to 72. Volcanoes. Records of, in Carolina Mountains. W. Wachesa Trail, see Unicoi Turnpike. Wadi Yahi, death of. Wofford, James D. Cherokee Storyteller. Wofford, James D., compilation of Cherokee spelling book by. Wofford, James D., myths told by. Wofford, James D., on assassination of John Walker. Wofford, James D. on Battle of Taliwa. Wofford, James D. on Cherokee relations with Catawba. Wofford, James D. on Cherokee relations with Creeks. Wofford, James D. on discovery of gold in Cherokee country. Wofford, James D. on Iroquois Peace Embassy. Wofford, James D. on Mexican grant to Cherokee. Wofford, James D. on myth concerning Toccoa. Wofford, James D. on Natchez among Cherokee. Wofford, James D. on Osage Cherokee troubles. Wofford, James D. on patent to Texas lands. Wofford, James D. on removal. Wofford, James D. on Sequoia's birth date. Wofford, James D. on Shawano Wars. Wofford, James D. on spinning wheels among Cherokee. Wofford, James D. on War Woman. Wofford, James D. on Whitepatha's Rebellion. Wofford, James D. on Wolf Killer. Wofford, James D. on Reverend S. A. Worcester. Wofford, Colonel, establishment of Wofford Settlement by. Wofford Settlement, sale of. Wananahi manuscript on Cherokee myths. Wananahi manuscript on introduction of spinning wheels. Wallam Olam, nature and history of. Wallam Olam on Cherokee migration. Wallam Olam on name Talage Y. Walla Sai Frog, position of, in council. Walcott, Han. C. D. Acknowledgements to 31, 33. Walker, Felix, employment of W. H. Thomas in store of. Walker, John, assassination of. Walker, Maj. John, part taken by, in Creek War. Walker, Dr. Thomas, explorations by. Walker, leader of Pioneer Advance. Walla Walla, myths of. Wallen, leader of Pioneer Advance. Walnut in Cherokee lore. Wampum, Indian use of. Wampum, Iroquois. Wappinger. Association of, with Delawares. Wappinger, fate of. Wappinger, separation of, from Delawares. Ward, Brian, on Battle of Taliwa. Ward, Nancy, life of. Ward, Nancy, rescue of Mrs. Bean by. Ward, Nancy, warning to Americans by. War medicine, Cherokee beliefs concerning. Warpath, Indian. War Woman's Creek, legend concerning. War Women, Cherokee. Wasash, C. Osage. Washburn, Reverend Cephas, Cherokee missionary. Washburn, Rev. Cephas on bull migration. Washburn, Reverend Cephas on Cherokee myths. Washburn, Reverend Cephas on Cherokee regard for rattlesnakes. Washburn, Reverend Cephas on Cherokee sacred ark. Washburn, Reverend Cephas on Cherokee witchcraft law. Washburn, Rev. Cephas on Cherokee emigration to Texas. Washburn, Reverend Cephas on Osage Cherokee troubles. Washburn, Rev. Cephas on Sequoia's removal. Washington, President George on intruders in Cherokee country. Washington, President George on General McGillivray. Washington, President George, Prevention of Pioneer Encroachments by, 1796. Washington, C. Wasatana. Washington, Treaties of Wassy, Cherokee Pseudomyth of Wasatana on Charlie's Escape and Surrender. Wasatana, Sparing of Watauga, Cession of Settlements at Watauga, Cherokee Attack on Fort at Water Beetle, Myths concerning Water Cannibals, Myth of Water Dog in Cherokee lore. Water Dwellers, in Cherokee myth. Water Moccasin in Cherokee myth and lore. Water Spider, Myths concerning Waddy, see Stand Waddy. Watts, John, Chief of Chickamauga Band. Watts, John, Conference at Tellico by, 1794. Watts, John, Expedition against Knoxville under. Watts, John, Friendliness of, in 1794. Watts, John, Letter left at Gillespie's Station by. Watts, John, Progressive Leader. Watts, John, Raid on Settlements near Knoxville under. Watts, John, Wounding of, 1792. Waxhaw, Heating and Lighting of Townhouse among. Waxhaw, Spanish Contact with. Wayne, Gen. Anthony, Building of Fort Recovery by. Wayne, General Anthony, Defeat of Confederated Tribes by. Wayne, General Anthony, Effect of Victory of. Wayne, Gen. Anthony, Message to Ohio Cherokee by. Weatherford, William, Leader of Hostile Upper Creeks. Weatherford, William Life of. Weatherford, William, Massacre at Fort Mims by Creeks under. Weatherford, William, Surrender of. Weaving among Cherokee. Weaving among East Cherokee. Webster, Daniel, Opposition to Removal Project by. Webster, Thomas, Keeper of Iroquois Wampums. Weed, W. H., On Indian Smelting. Weir, Colonel, Arrangement by Ross with. Welch, Lloyd R., East Cherokee Chief. Welch, Lloyd R. Farewell Address of. Welcome Ceremony of Cherokee. Western Cherokee, East Cherokee Suits against. Western Cherokee History of. Western Cherokee, see also Arkansas Cherokee. Wheeler, J. F., Arrest of. Wheeler, J. F. Printer of Cherokee Phoenix. Whippoorwill, Cherokee Name for. Whiskey in Indian Legend. Whistles among Indians. White, Colonel, Order issued by, 1792. White, Gen. Operations of Army under. White, on Petroglyphs at Track Rock Gap. White, on War Woman's Creek. White, Pseudomyths and Traditions given by. White, Symbolism of. White Animals, Indian Veneration for. White Bear, Myths concerning. White Eyes, Cherokee Condolences on Death of. Whitehall, Treaty at. White Man Killer, Attack on Scott Party by. White Men, Influence of, on Cherokee Mythology. White Men, Legends of First Contact of Cherokee with. White Path. Rebellion of. White River, Cession to Cherokee of Tract on. White's Fort, Convention at, 1791. White's Fort, Expedition against Cherokee from. Whiteside Mountain, Myths concerning. Whitley, Colonel, Expedition against Chickamauga Towns under. Wichita, Racing among. Wideman, Alfred, on Egyptian Myths. Wild Boy, Myths concerning. Wildcat, Myth concerning. Wild Rice Gatherers of the Upper Lakes, Memoir on Lee Live. Will, Progressive Leader. Williams on De Soto's Route. Williamson, Colonel. Andrew, Expedition under. Williamson, Colonel Andrew, Presence of Catawba with. Will-o'-the-Wisp in Cherokee lore. Willstown, Cherokee Refugees at. Willstown, Establishment of Mission at. Wilsini, C. Spray, H., W. Wilson on Rutherford's route. Willusty, C. Thomas, W. H. Winnebago mode of addressing Delawares. Winship, G. P. Work of XXX. Windsor, Justin, on Davy's history. Windsor, Justin on de Luna's expedition. Windsor, Justin on de Soto's route. Windsor, Justin on early Spanish settlements. Wisdom, D. M., on Acts of Dawes Commission. Wisdom, D. M. on Cherokee population and acreage. Wisdom, D. M., on intention of United States to open Indian Territory. Wisdom, D. M., on intruders in Indian Territory. Wisdom, D. M., on Mexican encouragement of emigration scheme. Wisdom, D. M. on population of Indian Territory. Wise, opposition to removal project by. Witchcraft, Cherokee belief in. Witchcraft, Cherokee law against accusations of witches in Cherokee myth. Wives, Indian custom of exchanging. Wolf. Myths and lore concerning. Wolf Town, purchase of women among Cherokee warriors. Woodchuck. Myth concerning Woodward on de Soto's route. Woodward on Chief McGillivray. Woodward on Moberly and trade language. Woodward on Chief Weatherford. Wool, General, disarming of Indians by. Wool, General on Cherokee opposition to removal. Wool. General on preparations for removal. Wool, General, protests against new Echota Treaty submitted to. Worcester, Reverend S. A. Cherokee missionary. Worcester, Reverend S. Death of. Worcester, Reverend S. A. Imprisonment of. Worcester, Reverend S. Life of. Worcester, Reverend S. A. Work in translation, etc. By. World, Cherokee account of the making of. World, Cherokee idea of. Wren in Cherokee lore. Rosatasto, Emperor of Cherokee. Wyandotte, Cherokee relations with. Wyandotte. Legends concerning. Wyandotte mode of addressing Delawares. Wyandotte name for Cherokee. Wyandotte traditions concerning Cherokee. Wyman on Creeks. X. Swalla, de Soto's visit to. Y. Yahulla, myth of. Yamasee, massacre of whites by. Yamasee. Migration to Florida of. Yanaganski, C. Yanaguska. Yane Gua, Cherokee chief. Yellow Jacket, myth concerning. Yellowhammer, myth concerning. Yellow Hill, purchase of. Yanaguska, adoption of W. H. Thomas by. Yanaguska, life of. Yantanwisa's dance, legend concerning. Yawani, C. Hiawani. Itawa, de Soto's visit to. Yuchi blood among Cherokee. Yuchi, Cherokee relations with. Yuchi, in Cherokee territory. Yuchi, myths of. Yunwi Tsunsti, see little people. Yunwaya, meaning of. Yunwaya, see also synonymy. Yunwi USGST, see dangerous man. Yupaha, de Soto's visit to. Z. Ziegler and Groscup on Cherokee myths. Ziegler and Groscup on East Cherokee chiefs. Ziegler and Groscup on East Cherokee condition, about 1880. Ziegler and Groscup on Junaluska. Ziegler and Groscup on Judaculla Old Fields. Ziegler and Groscup on Rumbling Bald. Zeisberger on Name Talage Y. Zeil, Colonel. Z. A. Acknowledgements to. Zeil on Cherokee Roundup. Zunai, Study of Fraternities and Cults of 47. Zunai. Models of Altars at 48. Colophon. Availability. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the included with this ebook or online at. This ebook is produced by the online distributed proofreading team at. Scans for this book are available from the Internet Archive, copy. The same text also appears as part of the 19th Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology, which is also available from the Internet Archive, copy. Some of the folk tales appeared already in 1888 as Myths of the Cherokees, in the Journal of American Folklore, copy. The cover design is based on the original cover of the 19th Annual Report, to which is added the title, author, and year of publication. Related Library of Congress Catalog page. Related Open Library Catalog page, for source. Encoding. Revision History. March 25, 2014 started. External references. This Project Gutenberg ebook contains external references. These links may not work for you. Corrections. The following corrections have been applied to the text. Page. Source. Correction. Kindly. Kind. According. According. Not in source. Bulletin. Bulletin. West turn. Western. Massacre. Massacre. Foreseeing. Foreseeing. Period. Period. Missionary. Missionary. Not in source. Tats. TTS. S. Deleted. Government. Government. Commission. Commissioner. Not in source. Gansaji. Gansaji. Iunani. Iini. 3. 4. His. His. Indina. Indian. Iroquoian. Iroquoian. 4. V. Stupefied. Stupefied. Deleted. No. Not. Digaguani. Digaguani. Not in source. A. TLA Niwa. TLA Niwa. Utsuji. Utsuji. Not in source. In. Tail Tanaji ski. Tail Danaji ski. Hesitate. Hesitate. Stripped. Striped. Not in source. I.E. I.E. Kana Ti. Kana Ti. Kanadi. Kana Ti. Deleted. Tawiskara. Tawiskara. Uwtsun ta. Uts ta. Not in source. 2. Miraculously. Miraculously.